Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place so far. Dr. William Ruto, the president, is under fire. KQ pilots on strike, university students issuing a strike notice. Things not beginning on a right footing for Kenya Kwanza. What is cooking? Did they anticipate this or it has gotten them unawares? What is the way forward? We need to hear you on what you think. And of course, of late, last week or so, Baba launched out the milling machine in Homa Bay, where there is production of unga. I understand the unga there is cheaper than the rest of the places, yet to confirm. But Makueni also and Junior, the governor, there is now a product of ready to drink mango juice. Is this AZIMIO la UNMOJA, one county, one product moving, or it's just accidental? Let us also weigh on the same. Well, so far, things are not longer easy at Kenya Kwanza. The chief cabinet secretary, who is the prime minister, that is MADVD himself, takes on RIGGY and said the blame game is no longer selling. Leave Raila out of this. What is happening? We need to know what you think and feel about the whole thing. Karibuni sana kwa show na washukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika kipindi chetu. Samahani hatujaweza kuwa na kipindi kwa muda sasa. Ni kwa sababu sijakuwa jiji. Hizo sehemu zingine ni ngumu kufanya kipindi kwa sababu mazingira mapya, neti mbaya, lakini tunashukuru kwamba tunaweza sasa na tunasonga mbele. Karibu kila mmoja, tukajadiliane, na ukitupata tu tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja katika kujifunza na kuelewa siasa zetu na msimamo ambao tunapaswa kuwa nao katika mambo kama haya. Marubani wa Kenya Airways wako kwa strike. Kuna mgomo unaendelea. Alafu serikali nayo imeamua kuwafuta wote ili waajiri wapya. Watafaulu na haya? Sijui itakuwaje. So naomba nisikilize kile ambacho mnafikiria kwa masuala haya. Alafu one county one product inaonekana inafanya kazi. Makueni wana juice ya maembe. Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga naonekana ameenda kusiaga mahindi wa kupackage, milling and packaging and selling as finished product. We need to hear what you think about the whole thing. Is it workable? Is it working? Or is just for the show? The link to use to get in the studio is in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Alafu utakuja hapa, tutaanza kujadili mapana na marefu kwa mambo haya. Mara nyingine tena hatujaweza kurejea katika tangazo letu la moja kwa moja kwa Facebook. Kwa hivyo wale wote mnatufuata Facebook, karibu kwa YouTube, kwa Twitter ama LinkedIn ili upate matangazo yetu moja kwa moja. Kama unataka live broadcast, utapata kwa Facebook kwa kipindi hiki. Kwa hivyo lazima ujiunge kutumia YouTube ama LinkedIn ama nini hiyo inaitwa Twitter. So please organize yourself for the same so that you are not left out, and help those people who are not able to get us on Facebook to be aware that we are live on Twitter, we are live on LinkedIn, and we are live on YouTube. And the best place to follow the broadcast is on YouTube because we have unlimited time. When we get off air in other platforms or in other places like Twitter and LinkedIn. We remain on YouTube. So join us on YouTube. You'll get the whole story and you won't miss anything. Asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, na washukuru sana kwa kuwa wafuasi na waminifu wanaosupport Mtembei TV. Kuna Dahi Abdi, karibu sana. Kuna Tatu Juma, hello to you, thank you so much. Kuna Kamo, asante sana. Kuna Fatma Abdullahi Mohamud, karibu sana, hello to you. Faiza Fadila, hello to you. Good to see you too, thank you so much. Kuna Mark Maki, karibu sana. Kuna Mukani Robert Munyengere, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Kuna Wescan, Wescan, if I mispronounce your name, forgive me. Praise the Lord, amen. Kuna of course Mato Makandech, VP. Mimi huyu nishafika, asante sana. Nick Tanyambane, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Swali gumu hapo. Unasema Bernard, was it going on? Can you give us leakage, please? Ruto ready for handshake with Honorable Raila. Do you think Raila can betray his supporters who believe in democracy? I don't know. He's never known for betraying the masses. He's always working out for the good of the masses. He has betrayed his colleagues. He has betrayed the politicians, but never his people. So let's wait and see. This handshake manenos, it is not with the AZIMIO and it's not with Kenya Kwanza. It has tentacles that are wider and bigger than the Kenyan scenario. It's only that the people who interfered with elections are now feeling the heat, and now they think by enforcing a handshake, probably they'll get away with their evil. In my opinion, they shouldn't be let to have that luxury. Let them bear the blame for their mess so that they clean it themselves if they can. In my opinion, no to the handshake. Let William Ruto and team do their job and forget about blaming Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila Odinga. It is their turn to function freely. They say they were being curtailed, they were being controlled, they were being limited when Uhuru Kenyatta was in office. Now it is their turn. Let them function rightly and let them solve problems. This business of threatening to sack all pilots and hiring new ones is not going to work. They tried it with the doctors. Did it work? Wait and see. If there is a crisis, you solve it. You don't look for a new wife. You don't look for a new marriage because the first one is no longer working. Well, let's get down to business. Thank you, everybody, as we continue with the discussion. Farah Hajiri, karibu sana. Kuna Ndush, karibu sana. Fatma, asante sana. He says no to the handshake. Beryl Zion, sijambo, asante sana. Nyambwasu Fred, hey to you, thank you so much. Well, tuendelee kujumika katika Mtembei TV na kukaribishana tafadhali. Na wale wote mnataka kuingia studio, link ndio hiyo, tafadhali tumia. Ingia studio tukajadili mapana na marefu. Mambo ni kama hayo. Kuna wale ambao wanasema Rais William Ruto ni kama hajatambua kwamba ako kwa ofisi pamoja na deputy wake. Kwa hivyo wanaendelea kulaumu na kulaumiana pasipo kutekeleza majukumu yanayopaswa kutekelezwa. ni kipi kinachoendelea na tutafanyaje ili tupone. Karibuni kila mmoja tukajadili kwa kina, tujue mapana na marefu ya mambo haya yote. And of course baa la njaa ndio hilo, na kuna mengi yanayosemwa. Ningependa tu kila mmoja awajibike tunapoangazia our main story. Here we go.
That's what we believe, and to protect themselves against disciplinary action. So we've been able to read through that. It's quite obvious what they're trying to do. And part of this 132 is also the CALPA officials who have done that. So that is just a brief statement of where we are today. We have said before that we are ready to talk to CALPA. However, now time has changed. We want them first to go back to work with immediate effect before we can have any discussions whatsoever. In any case, like I said, we've already started disciplinary action and we've already started recruiting new pilots. So those who are still interested in working with Kenya Airways should very quickly report back to work with immediate effect. That is the end of my statement. We leave it open because we've started the disciplinary process, so we don't know how many of them will exit. So it's open for now. I have just said there is no negotiation. I want them to go back to work because they're costing us a lot of money. They're sabotaging this country. They have been belligerent. They were trying to hold us hostage. And now I'm saying let go back to work before we have any other discussion, because the longer they stay out there, the more we don't have money to pay even their salaries. So they need to go back to work if they want this airline to continue functioning.
Alan, the pilots have a briefing ongoing right now, and what they're saying is that the disciplinary action that is taking place currently by KQ, and also the advertising of the positions shows bad faith.
It does not show bad faith. They have refused to come back to work. How do you expect us as an airline to continue functioning when people have unlawfully refused to come back to work? Number one. Number two, we have repeatedly, not once, not twice, I don't even know how many times we've told them, please come back to work. So how can it be that it's bad faith?
I've said that education is going to be free. By free, I mean free. Truly free. True. Our children will have access to free quality education from primary to university. It is doable because we are going to restructure our economy. We will have priorities which are going to set for our people. I've also mentioned that we are going to employ all the teachers who are trained and are actually staying idle at home immediately so that we can be able to improve quality of education in our schools. So we want the Kenyan to walk this journey with us. What we are trying to offer is not something that is impractical. It has been costed by our experts. We know exactly where the income is coming from, which is going to fund the program that we are going to release. So it is not utopia. It is something that has been worked on by very highly qualified Kenyans. And this is what we are offering.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. We are here to see to it that we make sense of every news that is coming our way by how Kenya Kwanza is performing and how Kenyans are responding to their performance. And of course, you're aware that KQ pilots are on strike. The Kenya Kwanza government seem to be responding the other way around. Instead of negotiating their way out, they are sacking all of them to hire new ones. Is this the way to run government? We need to learn from one or two of us as we continue with the conversation. And of course, one county, one product seem to be taking place in AZIMIO zones. Is this the way to go? We need to understand on that. And of course, kuna ile swali limeulizwa hapo kama kuna handshake ama iko nini kinachoendelea. Haya, ningependa pia tuchangie hiyo. Alafu kuna swala lingine la njaa, baa la njaa. Baa la njaa ndio hilo. Alafu Wakenya nao wameanza kuleta kizaazaa, wanasema kwamba watu Nyanza wananunua unga wao 90 bob kutoka kwa industry yao, lakini watu katika Central Kenya wanapanga foleni kupewa msaada na serikali. Ni nini kinachoendelea? Kule kuna serikali, huko ndio kuna njaa, alafu huku kwingine kuna unga bei rahisi. Nini kinachoendelea? Nashukuru sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Karibuni kwa show. Mike, vipi lakini?
Salama Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
Yeah, asante. Today I dropped in early so that I can make my contributions and give way. Thank you, Bernard, for playing the two clips. And these were discussions we were having sometimes back about holding people to account, because that seems not to be an issue in Kenya. People seem to say things and get away with them. But it's good you have played those clips, Bernard. And two things come out clear. One is you can see how two sides each made promises and how they committed to, and what they promised and how they promised to deliver. I will start by what you have shown, what Raila promised. Raila promised very many things, including free education. He promised a fund that will help the vulnerable. And he told us very clearly where he was going to get the money. And he has even said he has experts who have sat down and calculated what it would cost and where the money would come from. And he was very clear that it would not include raising taxes. He said he knew, he has been in government and he knows where the money is. And the other side also made promises. William Ruto made promises of very many funds for youth, funds for mama, funds for entrepreneurship, funds, very many. But interestingly, Bernard, I've just discovered he never told us where he was going to get the money. Little did we know that that was his secret card. He was to sweet talk to people. And Raila kept telling us this, that you Kenyans are being treated like chicken. Munamwagiwa mutama, munasonga. And that's how we have gotten where we are. Immediately has gotten into office, Ruto is telling us that you'll have to fund the projects that I promised, and you'll have to pay more taxes. But what comes out clear, Bernard, is there's one thing that the Ruto's government avoids at all costs. This thing called corruption, Bernard, and by all estimations, they have put it at about $500 million, at a very conservative rate. $500 billion, actually, not billion, $500 billion per year. And that is exactly what Raila has been telling us, that there is money that we can get if we stop corruption. This word corruption is a word that Ruto's government avoids at all costs. You'll never hear him say corruption. In fact, I've observed Bernard, and the words he usually uses spillage and wastage. And the cabinet secretaries have also borrowed those vocabularies, that we shall avoid spillage and wastage. Because the word corruption is like calling somebody your name. It's like Bernard, you calling me Bernard. You cannot call somebody your name. When you say corruption, it's like you are talking to yourself. So they will avoid it at all cost. And yet that is the elephant in the room, Bernard. As long as this government has refused to address corruption for whatever reason, Kenyans are going to suffer for the consequences of a government that is lenient or actually a partaker to corruption. And that's where we are, Bernard. It is not. There is no science. There is no magic behind it. These other issues, Bernard, I will just go quickly to these other issues of KQ. And I know you discussed yesterday about the university strikes and all these other things. And the SGR document, I know you discussed it, I was not in. But Bernard, these are things that are coming out to show us the competencies of the people that were put in. Because we were told by the president that he has constituted a team that is very, very up to the task to deliver. And actually, this is not an assignment. A strike is not an assignment because it's not a policy issue. A strike is just is a headwind. A strike is not an assignment, and yet it appears as if it's a major assignment to them. The assignment for Ministry of Education is to make sure that one, the CBC works, is supposed to make sure that the quality of education is supposed to relate with the dynamics of the country. If we are advancing technologically, where is the direction of the government in terms of technology, in terms of how we attract investments using our human resource. But now a small thing like a strike of a university is now stalling a whole ministry, and it is like a preoccupation of the whole government. So Bernard, we are also seeing people bringing in things that would have otherwise romped in Raila because of the contempt they have against him. But Bernard, you'll notice that however much you try to bring any dirt, the fingerprint of Raila will not be found in the SGR. It will not be found in the fuel prices that we were being told were hiked because of cartels. Raila does not own a petrol station. I don't hold brief for him, but at least he has said he doesn't own one. KEMSA, they have taken over, but they are not telling us who these Raila people were. They are summoning a few people at night and not making it public the way we thought they would. So however much you try to romp in Raila in the dirt that were created between 2013 and 2017, Raila's hand will not be found in any of that, be it maize, be it fuel, be it SGR, be it KEMSA, and any other thing that they would imagine or think of. Raila's name will never appear. And that is, Bernard, one of the most awkward things that UDF finds itself in, because it has nothing to hold Raila against. This man, you cannot blackmail him over anything. And that's why, unlike very many politicians, Bernard, he can speak his mind. Bernard, if you had, there is a story of a man who ate, there were two cooks in a rich man's house. This man sort of ate the boss's chicken, and the other man saw him. So he kept blackmailing him that if you talk, I will remind the boss that you ate his chicken. So this man was really harassed. This other man kept bossing him around, anaosha nyumba yote, hata anampanguzia viatu. Akijaribu complain anasema, remember you ate the boss's chicken and I've never reported him. So Raila, you cannot hold him on anything because he has no chicken he has stolen from anybody. And that's why he's able to speak his mind. And the problem we have with our leaders, Bernard, is they're so compromised that you can twist them, and they'll not hold a position on any issue. But I'm happy, Bernard, that Kenya is seeing this leadership for what it is, and it's just a matter of time that the other side that woke up at 3 to vote in UDA will be realizing that they made a mistake. But it's good. They say experience is the best teacher. Let us all have this experience, and then hopefully we shall make an informed decision next time. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Mike, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tutasonga mbele. Ni kama Kenya Kwanza walitafuta serikali kwanza, alafu watafute cha kufanya na serikali baadaye. If you remember the famous statement, cha muhimu ni kuweka tofauti kando, ushike serikali kwanza, alafu tumia hiyo serikali kutatua matatizo. So inaonekana kana kwamba Kenya Kwanza ilishughulikia swala la kupata serikali mpaka wakakumbuka kwamba ukishapata serikali kutakuwa na strike, kutakuwa na kulisha Wakenya, kutakuwa kulinda Wakenya na hiyo mambo ingine yote. Waliona tu wapate serikali kwanza. All the same, thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate all of you. Please, as we continue with the conversation, keep inviting somebody. Remember, our Facebook people, we cannot get to you directly. So if you are able to share that link with your Facebook crowd, they will be able to join either on YouTube, on LinkedIn, or on Twitter. We are live on LinkedIn, we are live on Twitter, and we are live on YouTube. We can't be live on Facebook in the meantime. So please help our Facebook followers to find us either on YouTube, on LinkedIn, or on Twitter. Asante sana. Iko Maxwell Rono. Maxwell, vipi? Bwana Maxwell, unmute and talk to us. How are you today? Inaonekana Maxwell ana itilafu ya mitambo. Pole, lakini rekebisha, alafu tarudi baadaye. Public participation. Habari ya leo?
Salama, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Welcome.
Are you getting me?
Yes. I can get you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Mike and Maxwell. There's a Swahili saying that says, chombo cha kuzama hakina usukani. Bernard, unajua hiyo methali? Sasa this is now a perfect methali for this what is happening in this country and the ruling group, kwa sababu ukiona hii strike ya Kenya Airways, sasa strike imekuja, even we don't even know who is what is what or what is not what. Unaona Minister of the CS for Agriculture has come up to complain that the imports, they are losing 150 tons of fresh produce. So he comes and puts a press conference that at the labor department and transport, can you do something about this? Sasa unashindwa mara it's the transport minister. He comes there, he has no plan, amekuja just for PR purposes, then he changes it to become a political sabotage. How is it a political sabotage? And yet the pilots have put across what they want. And they did it as far back as 2 weeks ago. The management ignored. Now they are threatening them with sacking. They are threatening them with being sacked. They have started advertising their position. Surely, what kind of a country is this? Because me, I don't know. There's a lot of confusion in this government. You see, it's like everyone is just doing whatever their head is telling them. Because the other day, it was Aisha Jumwa. He came up and said that civil servants will be given a raise. Sasa hiyo ilitoka wapi? Do these people really discuss issues? Ama It's like umepewa docket yako, sasa wewe fanya venye unafikiria unaweza fanya. Eh? I'm really disturbed by the way. Alafu sasa ndio hawa university. Hmm? You see, like now, the last time they were complaining that Magoha was not consulting stakeholders in mambo ya. Now here they are not they have not consulted anyone. Then the minister just wakes up one day and decides that they are withdrawing all funding. So how will they withdraw all the funding? And this is a service which is being offered at cost. You know, public university is at cost. Like any public facility at a public hospital, is not a profit-making institution. So for them to be able to offer that education at the subsidized rate and still offer quality education, they have to be funded. Because I was seeing the breakdown of what someone is supposed to pay. I was seeing with the funding it's like 15K, then without the funding it will be like 10 times that 150K. So how many Kenyans can afford that? So what I'm seeing with this government, first of all, they never had a plan, and even now there is no plan they have. So everyone is just doing what they think is right or think whatever their head tells them. At a consultation yenyewe, I don't think they're even consulting anybody. Even the hustler himself, I don't think that some of these issues they've consulted. Ni ile tu umepewa ministry, sasa wewe decide what you are going to do. You know, I think Kingslip does not have any leadership, and there's no leadership in this government. That's why you can see there's a lot of confusion. Mara ndio hawa pilots wamestrike. You know, this is a very big embarrassment in the international community. At the pilot, na unajua hata the from what I've heard, even the conditions which they are giving is not something big. It's just some small demands which you can and the government can be able to support very. Sasa imekuwa sasa ni threat. You know how even we are looking, because let me tell you, why do we have unions? Because now, what is the point of having a union? It is your right, if in a union, to do industrial action, if you give a notice of the issues that you want to be covered and there's no negotiation, there was no feedback. They had ignored completely. And I guess what they imagined is that there's no way they are going to sit down their tools. Now they are shocked this is going to be 4. No pilot. Sasa, the confusion which is in this government is too much. Too much. I think nani akirudi from Egypt, kama hajarudi, let him just come back and sit with his cabinet and they decide what, and whatever, before they even come with something, can they consult stakeholders? It's very important to consult stakeholders. Because the problem which has been in CBC was because Magoha was not consulting stakeholders and experts in the field. So we have to have a consultative, at this age, you have to have a consultative government. So ile government ya kudish out directives, it can't work like that in the modern times we are in. Thank you, Bernard. That's my contribution for now.
Okay, thank you, public participation. We appreciate it. Like you well put, strikes are not accidents. They don't happen suddenly. They are not like due pregnancy. That ulikuwa unaenda sokoni ukifikiria bado uko na muda, lakini it got you unawares. There is a notice. What did the government do in between the notice and to the real going to the strike? I think the notice is placed there so that the strike can be avoided, can be negotiated or aborted, in the sense that you put in the mitigation that is required. This looks like we have a disorganized government that seem not to know how government operate. They are try and error. Shika hii uone kama tashika, shika hii uone kama tashika, shikilia hii na hii. It is all a matter of working as if they are groping in the dark and nobody knows what exactly should be done. And that's why we talk about banking on the wisdom of the experienced. Don't do away with the old simply because the young are here. There is what the young can drive from the old so that they become stable and be able to be wiser in their judgment by their interaction with the old. We seem to have people who have been in government but have not been learning governance. They seem to be all strangers. It looks like if we had our Jacoya government, we'll excuse them. Okay, if we had this reverence government, we'll excuse them because they will be new. Okay, but for William Ruto, for MADVD, for Wetangula, for all these people, they have been in government. So what we can conclude as Kenyans is that wanafanya makusudi. Okay, siete wajui wanafanya makusudi, na sijui the end game ni nini, kwa sababu if worse comes to worse, hao ndio watatimuliwa, sisi tutakuwa hapa kuripoti kwamba wametimuliwa. All the same, asanteni sana wa Kenya, tuendelee kujumuika pamoja katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia masuala ya striking pilots. Students are threatening, they have given 48 hours for a strike, university students. The blame game is no longer selling, MADVD tells RIGGY. Chakula kinaendelea kusambazwa. Cha kushangaza ni kwamba sehemu inayopokea chakula cha msaada ni Central Kenya, haswa Nyanza. Hatujaona foleni ya chakula cha msaada. Sasa swali linaulizwa, nini kinachoendelea? Nyanza wanafungua kiwanda cha unga, alafu naambiwa unga ni unauzwa 90 bob, sijui sija confirm. Alafu huku kwingine kila mtu anapanga foleni. What is happening? We need to dive deep into this so that nobody is mistaken. Let me play this video before maybe Mike you can weigh on this. Let's look at this. Oh, this will not be trouble.
Area kwa vile tunaona watu wako njaa, hata saa ingine watoto wanashindwa na kwenda shule, hata inabidi wapewe kitu kama drugs ama pombe ili wasije kuwa na hamu ya kuitisha chakula.
Hapa tunalala na njaa kwa kuwa hatuna kitu, hatuna njaa kabisa, hakuna kitu tunatoa nani kwenye shamba hata nini. Ndio tunalala na njaa, ndio tunatoka kwa kuwa tukisikia kama kuna watu wanakuja kusaidia watu, lazima tutoke wote.
Hii ni jambo ambalo la kusangaza sana, kwa sababu ukiona serikali ikipeana chakula nje lakini inasahau na watu wake, ni jambo la kusangaza sana, kwa sababu katika hii sehemu ya Mlima Kenya, haswa sasa wakati mahali niko katika Katodo North, kuna mbala kubwa, na naomba serikali hata wakati unashughulikia watu wengine nje katika nje ya nchi, kumbuka watu wako. Hao ndio watu ambao walitengeneza serikali yetu, hao ndio watu ambao utakimbia wakati wote. Si jambo mzuri kuona watu wako wanakufa juu ya njaa ama wanahangaika kwa sababu la njaa. Wanafunzi wengi hapa tumefahamishwa kwamba wengi waendangi shule, wengi wako nyumbani kwa sababu ya njaa, kwa sababu hata kama masomo ni ya bure na hakuna unga, hiyo haiwezekani.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Mike, come in now.
Bernard, in a record less than 1 month, UDA government has backtracked on all it said last August. All the things they said, actually, with the exception of none, they have actually backtracked on it, including the situation we are going through. The fuel and the hunger, we were told it had nothing to do with Ukraine. The hunger, we were told it's about cartels, and subsidies is not the solution. They have a magic solution to whatever problems Kenya are facing. But Bernard, the question I'm asking Kenyans is, you are presented with two options. Or let me just use a very simple example. Bernard, you have a friend, and I know you have friends who, when they are low, they come to you, they say, help me 1,000, 10,000, I could share end month. And you have two of those friends. And one has a history of consistently borrowing money and not returning, even after promising. And the other brings even before the due date. And then, at what point would you be that naive? I don't want to say stupid. Would you be that naive to trust the person who you have given money twice, 3 years, and he has never returned, and you still hold him in high esteem? Is that being naive, stupid, or ignorant, or what? What explanation do we give for such a person? Because we have a history of two options that we had. And I'm not trying to get back to election, but it is nothing, we cannot avoid this. We have a history of somebody promising things that he could not deliver, and made very, very, very colorful promises of stadiums, of Wi-Fi, of whatever, and they never delivered 10 years ago. Uh, and that same person presents himself and gives you another promise. And out of, I'm really struggling, Bernard, to stop using this word stupidity, but out of naivety, you still you clap and worship this person and say he's our savior. We don't want dynasties, people who have never known what problems are. America is running back to Trump, and I'm not sure whether he'll win, but definitely they're running back to him. And Trump didn't come from a poor family. His first loan was from his parents of $1 million, I think, if you read his history. So you cannot punish somebody because you are poor and he's rich. In fact, the narratives that were used to choose a leader, I think, is what is also bringing us these problems. We chose leaders based on emotions, and I don't even want to say tribe, just out of emotions and anger and contempt for people we didn't like, and it is costing us, Bernard, because you have a very clear scenario of what is good and what is wrong, but you still go for the wrong decisions or choices. Bernard, I talked about this last time, and it still bothers me. At what point will we as Kenyans rise above mediocrity in terms of sizing up, choosing, and deciding who can help us out of our problem? Because a country or an institution is just as good as its leader, and it is the leadership that is actually bringing us the problems we are in now. It has nothing to do with our economy. Our economy is very superb. It can be the best economy in Africa if it has the right leader. Our agriculture is not because of even the drought. If we had people, Israel, we have had Kenyans go to Israel and other semi-desert areas, and they have made studies. The irrigations that they talked about, the Jubilee government talked about 10 years ago. If we had done that, are you aware, Bernard, that we would have had a food reserve for 3 years, so that these 2 years drought would not have even affected us? We would have had enough food to keep stock for even 3-4 years if we had a bumper harvest. But now we are blaming the drought and natural disasters to the problems we have put ourselves in. I think Kenyans, the lessons we are learning, I hope they are good and strong enough to make us now be wiser in terms of looking at things more clearly from a very constructive, a very sober, and a very pragmatic way. Other than just saying we want to do this to punish so and so. I think we can see we are, some of us are punishing, we have ended up punishing ourselves by the wrong choices we made. So Bernard, the other thing I'm surprised is these manifestos, because they look very colorful. I was shocked when I saw an MP from Mount Kenya on national TV saying that it will be very wrong for this government to abolish funding of higher education. And yet there were people who were screaming on top of their prados saying that the manifesto of UDA resonates with the common man. So was the resonating abolishing funding of higher education? Was the resonating raising taxes for even my grandmother who was a SIM card? What were they reading that was resonating with the Mama Mboga that is now not resonating? I think this conmanship of standing on podiums and making lies, we now have to hold people to account and ask them, what did you mean when you told us that this manifesto sits very well with our people? And now you are the same person. And interestingly, Bernard, I'm not seeing people in Kakamega screaming or crying as much as the people in Mount Kenya who woke up at 3 to go and punish some people. Some of us in Western have food. At least we are. I'm not saying we are well off, but at least we are not as badly off. But it's not a laughing matter. We don't rejoice at the folly or at the misery of other people. But this should be a lesson, Bernard, to all of us. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Mike. We seem to have a deficiency of right leadership in our country in terms of the people we charge with the responsibility to run the affairs of this country seem to have either have no idea or just choose not to use the method that works and begin to look for who to blame for what is not working. When we hear leaders like those talking about what they should be addressing from parliament, they are now taking it to public podium, then it means they are already defeated. They can't take it to the floor of the house. In the past, right confrontation of governmental issues took place on the floor of the house. Then from the floor of the house, the public learned what was cooking. What is this that our parliamentarians ran to us when we gave them the mandate to go and argue our case from the floor of the house? Are they not just looking for an excuse to appear as if they were identifying with us when all the time they have been working for the same government, pushing the same government agenda, and then they want to take us for a ride? And this is one thing that Kenyans need to awake to the reality of the same, because unafiki ni mwingi sana katika nchi. Unafiki ni mwingi sana. So unakuja kutuambia sisi tufanye nini? Wewe tulikupatia mandate uende kututetea. Alafu umefika huko, badala ututetee tena unarudi kutulilia. What do you want us to do? Let's tell each other the truth. It's about time we face these things for what they are and not pretend that they will just sort themselves out. Na mojawapo ya mambo ambayo lazima tushughulikie ni unafiki wa Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza ikae ndani ya jikoni, itengeneze chakula wa Kenya wale. Hii maswala ya kuzurura kutafuta nani wa kulaumu yaishe. We need solutions, not explanations. We need the way out, not the confusion of who did what, who did not do what. Let's listen to this as we move forward.
I believe my capability and my needs. I'm crazy enough to burn uniforms.
Hiya, can I speak?
No.
And I'm going to tell you all the way because there is no way you're speaking wrong. These people are working every day, every night to make sure they make the ends meet, to make sure they're volunteer in jobs and don't demoralize.
I will not.
We say we love what we do, but we want to do.
Please, I will do exactly that. I will burn uniforms.
Burn it! Burn it and you see 180 jobs go further.
They will get something else to do.
They will
I'll give them something better to do.
Good for you and good for me.
Yeah.
And you set me free.
I'll give them something better to do.
You set us free from having responsibility.
1 million jobs. Today's 50,000.
To you, sir.
Today's 50,000.
I will challenge you, Moses. No, it's not fair. You should know the problem on the ground before you speak. You can't talk about export when they're trying to make things work.
We will take this to the next level. We should really follow protocol so that we are able to
We are
understand.
friends and we should be allowed to speak.
Let us follow protocol.
It's okay, please. I can handle it. I can handle it because I know what I'm saying. And I'm not here. I will not allow people just to manufacture what is easy. Create your own demand.
Come to the monkeys and see.
Don't depend on government to create demand for you. Government is not your marketing manager. Start thinking.
No thinking. Start closing. Funga. You let the devil in. Funga. Close the door. Lock the doors. Certain farmers go home. Everybody go home. No, you have to understand the problem on the ground.
I read that. I think you read this one. She read this one.
Yeah.
What about this conversation? She's not this whole attitude. Yeah? Because the girl is a strong woman. But, you know, an irresistible force is going to be an immovable object. So push back.
No, why? They are supposed to be there for me.
No,
Yes.
be there for me, be there for Kenyans. Create jobs. Just give 50,000 jobs. Create 100,000 jobs in 6 months. I'll be happy. We'll be friends. We cannot be friends based on our premises.
Moses, if you're going to push back, there's no need to.
Okay, public participation. What do you make of that? Before we get this red panther.
Bernard, as I've told you, chombo cha kuzama hakina usukani. Sasa this madam over here is stating clearly where the problem is. Nani Moses Kuria, I don't know whether what was that meeting for, if at all stakeholders, important stakeholders are not allowed to express. That's what I'm wondering, because I don't know how do things work in this country. The same problem that we are having with the pilots, that you have a union. Why do you have a union? If at all you are not supposed to complain about your terms. At the same point, why do they invite stakeholders to this meeting and they don't want to listen to them? Wanataka tu Moses Kuria aongee hapo. Is it a party or it is a meeting for stakeholders? Because when this other one is talking about let's observe protocol, which protocol are we observing? When you wako hapo si stakeholders. So the stakeholder, kama they have a pressing issue and they want the minister to the CS to address, they are being put off. And then you wonder why investors are fleeing from this country, wanaenda Rwanda, and going to Uganda and other, because this is a place which is becoming very hostile place to do business. Kwa sababu this lady is raising pertinent issues. Kwa nini Moses is not addressing? They are just trivializing. And then I saw somebody there like he wants to call security. So why did they invite these people into the meeting if they don't want them to openly air their grievances? The only time when they want to talk with them is when they are borrowing the money. Like the other day when the deputy president Naibu Rais was there borrowing 2 billion, because private sector has only given 100 million. Now we want you to top up for it to get to 2 billion. So that's the only time you want to engage with stakeholders, when you are borrowing, when you are begging for money from them. It's quite a very big embarrassment at the government borrowing private sector 2 billion. What is 2 billion to the government? Also, I'm telling you, these people, even among themselves, unaona ile cabinet meeting yenye mnakaa cabinet meeting, mnapanga this is what is going to happen. They don't even have that coordination. It's like kila mtu anamkanga kutoka kwa nyumba yake, anaenda anasema vile, because like even Aisha Jumwa, how can she say that civil servants, I'm not saying that it's bad for civil servants to have a raise, it's okay. But one of the biggest issues we've been having is bloated wage bill. That's one of the biggest issues we're having with our economy, bloated wage bill. Then somebody here coming and making roadside declaration that we are going to add all of these salaries to civil servants. How? If at all the salary, the wage bill you have, you're already having a problem with it, how are you going to manage when you add? So this lady is raising pertinent in this clip, is raising pertinent issues, and Moses Kuria should have just addressed the issue. Why is it trivializing it? Then mwingine naona anapiga simu hapo ni kama anataka kuita security. This woman is not causing an unnecessary commotion. She is telling him to address, and she has said something very key. You have to address issues the way they are on the ground, because what it is with these cases, they are not in touch with how things are on the ground. It's like they are in their own, they are living in a kind of a bubble. That's why Aisha Njumwa can wake up in a country which is having wage bill problem and say salaries will be increased. That's why PS for Education can wake up and say we are going to stop funding of universities. That's at this rate. We pilot nini haijaisha, strike haijaisha, students ndio hawa sasa wanataka ku strike. I saw the lecturers there complaining that whatever was done, and which actually makes sense, because government, kazi ya government ni gani? The work of government is to subsidize things, essential things like education, which maybe the majority of the population can't afford. The same issue with the food. Unajua, this a key component of this food problem we are having right now is because the basic food commodity, which in Kenya is maize meal, is not affordable. Because some the other day when the child cooked some chameleons, you see what they were having potatoes. So they were having like 8 potatoes and the children are 8. So every child 1 potato. Lakini this mama she get like 200 per day. So if at all the government had subsidized the 2 kg unga, that instead of 230 equal 100, they subsidize the 130. Sasa ukisubsidize the 130, hata huyu mama anaweza afford at least kuwa ananunua 1 packet of unga in a day or 2 days. Hiyo inapika uji, inapika ugali, something which at least is a bit good, strong, inaweza hold stomach. Sasa they have refused to subsidize that we are not going to subsidize consumption. So instead of subsidizing consumption, we are going to dish out relief food to areas which supported you during voting. Even what kind of an environment are you encouraging? You're encouraging people to be waiting for handouts. Sasa maize meal iko kwa duka, but they can't afford kwa sababu ni 230. So muwaletee donation relief food, mnawaletea 1 kg of rice and half kg of beans per family. Hiyo watakula mpaka lini? 1 family mzima mnapewa 1 kg of rice and half kg of beans. Surely, this is an insult. And the other issue, kwa nini forces wanapelekwa kwa DRC? I was seeing there's a group of politicians, they were asking Duale, the PS for defense, they were asking him, point ya kupeleka watu Congo ni gani? This war in Congo has been there, and the troops they are fighting, which are called the M23, they are funded by Rwanda. So this seems to be a fight between Rwanda Tutsis and probably Hutu, who have integrated now with the Congo people or something to that effect. Sasa, me what I see from this issue of DRC, me what I know is that Hustler, okay, from what I've heard, not what I know, but what I've heard, Hustler has 50k acres of farm, of which is farming, I think, maize or what, something, maybe to come and supply us later. Sasa, the whole point of taking, because me I was wondering emergency ilikuwa wapi ya kupeleka CDF to Rwanda to DRC. Where was the emergency? Because like almost the first day when the guy got into office tayari ashatuma troops. Sasa unashindwa, like it was such a burning issue that the first thing he had to go and send troops to DRC. Aseme tu amewapeleka huko wadili na shamba yake, wammanijie shamba, asikuja kudanganya hapa that sijui wameenda and it's not a peacekeeping mission. They are going to fight with those M23, but hakuna hata hiyo, ni shamba tu wameenda kuchunga, you know, because even in Somali we know that they are doing a lot of business there. They are fighting so much, wanafanya kazi ya charcoal and all those. So in this country, and then the other issue, issue of strategic grain reserve. There's two issues. There's this issue of strategic grain reserve, which is supposed to be there so that when there's a problem like this, what we are having right now, farming, then we'll be able to have enough food to distribute. Sasa already your strategic grain reserve ilikuwa politicized, because what was happening is that NCPB wanachukua mahindi mbaya from connected people, they pay them the money they're supposed to pay farmers. Then hiyo mahindi mbaya sasa ikienda kwa SCR, kwa strategic grain reserve, now it's no longer usable. So we are like half of the strategic grain reserve imeharibika, iko na aflatoxins, whatever, we can't use it. Sasa it has been politicized. Sasa when you politicize something like strategic grain reserve and it's supposed to be something to save you on a rainy day like what we are having now, what then happens? We also have the other issue of the livestock. What was there was something like which is called offset, whereby there is a drought. When there's a drought, the government buys the livestock at a lower price, but at least wanna compensate farmers something. Then either they round up the animals to somewhere where they can be fed, ama they slaughter, and the meat is taken to the Kenya Meat Commission. Lakini nowadays is like hata hiyo, I don't know what happened to that. So you can see there's a lot of disorganization in this country. There's no management of, so it's like, and you can see even from what we're having in the cases that we have now, they are not in touch with what is happening on the ground. They are just, and then I don't know what is this hurry they have of doing or putting out statements. Can't you enter in an office and just take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to actually understand the situation? So every day, every one of the years, they want to be on the news, they want to be doing press conferences. Why? Kwa sababu hata Moses Kuria, he did not need to meet those guys in a televised environment. He should have met stakeholders in his office. They have a private system, they address issues. Like it's like there's a competition of trying to show us that me, I'm doing this because I was given this. Yes, I'm really doing this. I'm really doing this without consultation. I mean, me, I don't know. But if this is how we are going to continue, we're going to have a very rough time ahead of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Red Panther, are you there?
Yes, I'm around.
Hiding your face. What is happening?
Just for security purposes.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, this country now has become a very dangerous country. You have to be very careful. With the many assassinations, unaweza sikia nimegongwa risasi after speaking my mind. But anyway, that is not the point. The point is we are living in a very I actually thought that I will never watch news again. But I've come to realize that it's a movie and a half. So every time I open the TV to watch news, Kenya Kwanza is like Afro cinema. I think people in AZIMIO should buy a lot of popcorns starting now to the end of maybe 100 days or even 2 years, because what we are seeing is unbelievable. A government that is full of drama, a government that is full of salakasi and stories. Because, for example, when you give someone like Mulkomen, who is a lawyer, or they say he's a lawyer, I don't know, but the bottom line is that the people in Kenya Kwanza have what we call the wheelbarrow mentality. people who think about wheelbarrow. And then you're telling them to solve problems of airways and airlines and airports. And I mean, it's drama after drama. And that is why I'm telling people, we are going to see a lot of issues with these people. There is no way anybody with a bottom-up mind, which we even don't know even to date what it is, will solve the strikes that are coming in. Because right now, we are losing money every day because of something they can solve. In fact, the pilots are saying, we don't want to be increment of salary. We just want them to honor what we agreed. Simple like that. Next, it will be, I can't wait for other strikes because I think there will be so many strikes. In fact, I'm foreseeing a situation whereby, because these people are promising money that is not there, I'm even foreseeing if they are not going to fund the university, they might not even fund the counties. There will come a point they tell counties, now you can look for money by yourself. Because that is the language we see in these people. Their mindset is of a primary school thinking, because you cannot tell the poor people from a public university that you're not going to fund you. What are you telling us? You're telling us that now universities will be for the rich. It will be for the rich. And that is funny because Bernard and the panelists, we should understand the reason why they are called public.
You're mute. What is happening? Red Army. You're mute and off camera. What's happening? Okay. It's like he ran into problems. Amani. Okay. Red Panther, are you still there? Okay, this Red Army and Red Panther seem to be the same thing. Uh, well, you can't join with two gadgets at the same time. Itakuwa kizaza. So please work on that so that we can proceed with the conversation. Otherwise, ningependa tuendelee kujumuika pamoja kama Wakenya tukijadili masuala yetu yanayotuhusu sisi na nchi yetu. Mambo mingi tu, lakini ni lazima tushughulikie kila moja. Kulingana na Red Panther, inaonekana serikali yetu haina uwezo wa kujadili mambo mpaka ya tatulike. Ina uwezo tu wa kuthreaten na uwezo wa kufanya uamuzi bila kuhusisha wahusika. Masuala yote ambayo walilaumu serikali ya Uhuru nayo sasa wamefanyika the best example of the same. It's like things remain the same as they change. Huwa tunaambiwa katika in the church world, you know I live in the church world, before you accuse of your leader of anything, just remember that when you will be a leader, you may be the first person to fall into the same trap. Alafu anapeana mfano na wale ambao mmehusika na masuala ya church, mnajua kulikuwa na Jimmy Carter na Jimmy Swaggart, okay, huko Amerikani. Mmoja sijui alipatikana na scandal na mwingine akaenda kumscandalize, kuspread kila mahali kwamba huyu alifanya hiki na kile. Haya, zamu yake ilipofika na yeye akapatwa hapo hapo. So there can be pointing fingers without remembering that 3 of the fingers are pointing at you. Kenya Kwanza, mulikuwa tayari kwa serikali ama mpewe likizo mwende kujipanga? Sisi tunapojipanga kama Wakenya, mkiwa tayari mtuambie. Lakini kulingana vile mna perform, You are not ready for this one. You need a likizo. You need like a 6 months sabbatical, mwende kujipanga, mpange timu yetu, mtengeneze maono. Kuna mtu amenitumia clip ingine ya kuchekesha, akasema yule mtu aliiba kitabu ya manifesto ya Ruto, tafadhali arudishe. Inaonekana hawakuwa na backup copy, ile copy ilipotea. Ningependa tu kushirikiza hapa, kama wewe ndio uliiba kitabu cha manifesto ya Ruto, rudisha tafadhali, usiaibishe serikali kiasi hii. Rudisha kitabu, watu wajue cha kufanya ili serikali isonge mbele. Red Panther, you are back. How are you?
Yeah. Anacheka tu peke yangu hapo unaposema manifesto. I think that was the joke of a lifetime. Huyu mtu alikuwa anataka kuwa president tu. He just didn't want to be president because kila county ilikuwa na manifesto yake ya tofauti. Wengine wakaambiwa wataletewa sijui nini, mvua nini nini. There were so many promises that were unrealistic. But back to my line of vote. Ruto says that he is feeding wild animals with over 300 million shillings. And then he tells us that he is going to send military to Congo. He's going to increase NSSF. What I'm reading from this is that he's a person who doesn't believe in consultation. He's a person who doesn't believe in parliament and the roles of other institutions. Because why should you give a flag before the parliament approval? It tells us, as a people of Kenya, that your interest supersedes the interest of the people of Kenya. The military are going to be using 7 billion shillings or per year. That is what General Gola told us. 7 billion shillings. Do we need to go involve ourselves in a war that we don't know when it started and when it ends? Do we even know who is in the wrong and who is on the right? Do we even know what we are participating in? Is that our priority today? Why don't we send that army to the north frontier, Malzabit, to build a camp? In fact, there is no military even in Kisumu. We need a camp in Kisumu so that we can protect Victoria and the borders that are surround us against the other people from northern Uganda and stuff. However, we are missing the priority. The president is obsessed. Even today I saw he is obsessed with fertilizers. Yeah, it's like fertilizer is a panacea of all the problems in Kenya. That if we build, you see, the things he's talking about are not short term, and people want short term solutions. People want to know what will happen to the people who are dying of hunger today. What will happen to the millions who are not accessing school and medical facilities? Yes, and somebody is talking about building a plant upon the promise of building a very big company that we don't know when it's going to be matured, when it's going to be realized. Then we have another problem. He's building houses and he's telling all the hustlers in the country that I'm going to employ you in that project that is going to be in Kibera. So we are confused as a people of Kenya, but we are going to be patient. And this patience will not be for long. I think we are giving him the benefit of doubt because he said 100 days. And you know, hii serikali ni ya Mungu. We believe that they have a formula and a miracle that is going to happen before 100 days is over, and petrol will come down, and sugar will come down, and Uga will come down. So we don't want to hurry. Maybe they have a plan. But after 100 days, my friends, it will not be business as usual. We cannot allow mismanagement of our public affairs and public money. I feel sometimes so agitated, or sometimes I feel I feel like I am in a world that is not my own, because how do you have a government complaining about money and they spend hundreds of millions every weekend Thanksgiving, giving stories about Raila Odinga, giving stories about Kibicho every weekend? Are we serious as Kenyans? Can we make a decision? And therefore, for me, I'm urging Kenyans, give them time. I think now it is 27 days to 100 days or 40 days. After that, let us listen, let us raise very serious questions, and let us be very active in fighting for what is good. Thank you sana Bwana Bena.
Asante Red Panther, we appreciate that. Na naona unashikilia brief ya hiyo serikali, lakini hizo siku hawezi kuzishikilia, zitakuja tu zitapita mpaka tutafika hapo. Na kama hawako tayari kunegotiate na Wakenya watawatimua this time round. Like it is appearing there seem to be try and error government, hoping that something will work. Hiyo ndio nafikiria walisema ni ya Mungu, na ya Mungu hajulikani. Mnapaswa kuamini tu na kufuata. Siku moja iko siku itaonekana. I don't subscribe to that kind of faith. If that is what Kenya Kwanza are preaching, I will stand against it. All the same, it is important that we remain vigilant to see to it that we don't lose the country in the hands of wrong leadership. If we have wrong leadership, wrong leadership can be replaced with right leadership at any time. So Kenyans, usikae chini useme walishachukua mpaka wakae miaka 5. Hapana, at any time. At any time. Wakati umevaa kiatu na kiatu kimeanza kukufinya na unaenda harusi, huwezi sema nitavumilia tu mpaka harusi ishe. Okay, kikufinya unakivua, unatafuta size yako. Lazima Wakenya wakuwe vigilant kwa hiyo maneno, wahakikishe kwamba hawavumilii vile vitu ambavyo hawapaswi kuvumilia. There are things to endure, others you just get rid of them, and that is bad leadership. If the leader doesn't show the way or doesn't seem to know the way, let him clear from the front so that other people can show the way where we ought to go as a nation. Now that they're interfering with the university education, I don't understand. I don't understand. Of all things, is it education that you will you want to use to fundraise for your government? This is sick. Well, nicheze video moja alafu tulete dunia ina mambo. I hope ana mambo mingi ya let us come here. Okay. Let's go to Baragoi.
Hizo ya ukosefu wa usalama. Hapa Baragoi tulipoteza askari karibu 42 wakati mmoja. Na bado tuko na watu ambao wanataka kuendelea na biashara ya wizi wa ng'ombe na kulete mambo ya hasara ya maisha ya wananchi kupotea na watoto wetu kukosa kwenda shule. Wacha nitangaze nikiwa hapa Baragoi ya kwamba biashara ya wizi wa ng'ombe, ya kuua wananchi, ya kukosesha watoto wetu wasiende shuleni, hiyo biashara itakoma. Wacha nirudie. Mimi nataka nirudie. Nasema hivi. Mambo ya wizi ya ng'ombe, na munisikie vizuri. Mambo ya wizi wa ng'ombe, kuumiza watu wetu na vifo, watoto wetu hawasomi. Hiyo biashara itakoma na sio tafadhali. Munanielewa? Sio tafadhali. Sio tafadhali, mambo hiyo itakoma. Na mimi nitatumia mbinu zote. Nitatumia uwezo yote ya serikali. Tayari tumesema tutawapatia police reserve 360 tayari hapa Samburu. Nitaweka polisi wa kutosha. Ikibidi nitaweka jeshi hapa kuhakikisha ya kwamba hawa watu wanatuletea ujinga. Hiyo ujinga itakoma. Nyenye mnanielewa? na mimi najua wale nazungumza juu yao wananisikiza. Nyinyi munawaendesha hiyo biashara ya kuiba ng'ombe, kuua wananchi, kusababisha ukosefu wa usalama. Mutafute kazi ingine ya kufanya, na mkinijaribu mutajua hamujui. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Najua wananisikiza. So I want to tell them, let them not try me. Tunaelewana? Kwa sababu mimi siwezi kubali kwamba wakati tunapanga mambo ya maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya, kuna watu wengine wanaturudisha nyuma, wanatuingiza kwa mambo ya ujinga, mambo ambayo ni ya zamani, ya kuiba ng'ombe ya watu wengine. That must stop. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana.
That was campaigning on the basis of Hustler Nation, Mama Mboga, and the less privileged youth. What are you trying to tell us? That you've forgotten so soon? Less than 3 months in government and you've changed goalposts. That will not happen. It should not happen. And because we are very good people and we want to forgive the CS and the whole government, we ask you that you withdraw, retract what you said. And we are giving you a very limited time of 48 hours.
Yes.
48 hours. Without that, because I think we have been very silent and you're taking advantage of that.
Yes.
Without that, we will close all these public institutions, all these public universities, march to those offices and tell the government or show them how they should do their work. We will not allow that. And we are coming for you, we are coming to you, and we are not done. We know there's so much that the government has made. There's so many mistakes that you guys have made, and that is why you are in this crisis, but that is not our problem.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo, kipunga ndio hicho kina tokota. Dunia ina mambo vipi lakini?
Mambo safi Bernard, habari zenu wote hapo?
Tuko salama, karibu.
Asante sana. Hapa mambo ni moto, lakini mimi nafurahia sana. Na sijui kuna wengine pia nafurahia kama mimi, kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa anataka kazi, amepewa kazi na alikuwa kwa kazi, cheo ndio ameongezwa juu. Sasa alikuwa vice president 10 years, akasasa ako president, aende hata 10 years anataka. So kama uko kwa kazi 10 years, ujui kona zote ya ofisi, ujui kona zote vile kazi inafanywa. Ananikumbusha siku moja Uhuru alimjibu akamwambia serikali si kama nyumba yako, ambao utaamka asubuhi umeshapikiwa chai, wewe unasema sitaki chai, nitaenda kunywa chai nje. Serikali si hivyo. Serikali iko na process, na hizo process ni bila agenda imeshawekwa. Ikiwa hata Uhuru ametoka, hizo ndio itafuatwa. Ikiwa ni hizo deni aliwacha, ni hizo utalipa. So mambo ya kuingilia kwa university, kusema serikali asitoe pesa kuwafundisha, hizo pesa serikali ilikuwa natoa kuwafundisha inaenda wapi? Hiyo ndio swali tujiulize. Zinataka kuenda wapi hizo pesa? Vitu nyingi amechange. Ana change kwa sababu gani? Kwani amechukua kama serikali ya Kenya ni kama yake sasa? Bila amechukua serikali anaona kama ni yake, yeye ndio king, kila kitu anabadilisha. Si vitu nafaa ibadilishwe kwa sheria. Haya, hiyo pesa ya university ataka kulipa zinaenda wapi? Haya, Wacha hayo. Kuna hii mambo ya watu kugoma, watu wa kufanya kazi kwa airport wamegoma. Kuna issue wamegoma, wanasema hawajagoma kwa sababu ya serikali, wamegoma kwa sababu ya wale wadosi ambao wanasimamia hiyo mambo ya airport. So ndio juzi ilikuwa naambia Bernard hapo, nilikuwa nasema Kenya, unajua private sector ndio naongoza hii nchi, na hao ndio wawekaji wengi sana ushuru, na hao kama ufanye nao kazi utaumia. Unajua Magufuli aling'ang'ana kukataa kufanya nao kazi. Ni uzuri Magufuli hakuchukua pesa yao kukampeni. Na pia huko Tanzania vitu ya serikali ni nyingi kuliko private. Kwa sababu ukiangalia huko Tanzania wadosi unaweza hesabu kama 10 na wale wanajulikana. Kama example hii kampuni inaitwa AZIMIO. Hiyo unajua ni ya mtu mmoja, najulikana vitu anatengeneza serikali najua. Kenya hapo hebu niambia. Sekta za nyumba ni private. Si private ni mtu mmoja, ni watu. Sekta ya transport ni private. Hebu niambie basi gani ni ya serikali? Tuko na Transland, tuko na Crown, tuko na au si ni watu binafsi. Na wao ndio nalipo ushuru. Ukiongezea ushuru, so watayamu aende Uganda, wengine aende Congo, wengine aende Rwanda, wengine wauze gari, wengine aweke parking, wabadilishe biashara nyingine. Haya. Shule pia ni hivyo, hospitali pia ni hivyo. Vitu serikali imebaki nayo sasa yako nayo ni kurokoto ushuru. Kurokoto ushuru. So hii pia inaleta shida kwake. Na pia ni kama hana mpango. Hana mpango. Jamaa hana plan. Hana plan B mpaka plan Z. Sasa sijui tutampea plan 0 kwa sababu kisafika Z hakuna pale tunaenda. Tutapea tu plan 0. Boss wewe endelea bila unafikiria. Kwa sababu unasikia umesema kuna mtu ameiba nini yake, manifesto yake. So tutafanya aje? Kwa sababu mtu wangu 100 days ndio hizi naiomba. Inaenda. Kama 100 yaisha singekuwa umeweka vitu naelewekana. Haya. Njaa pia ndio hizo umeingia. Mimi nashindwa siku hizi nasikia wanachinja ng'ombe, nasikia Mesia Ngunungunu anachinja ng'ombe anapewa watu wako na njaa, ungo pewi, unaenda kukula hiyo ng'ombe hivyo. Wamenua, lakini mzuri kunua kwa wale uchinje tena wapee ni sawa, lakini hawana plan. Kitu iko kwa hii serikali ya Ruto tunaweza msaidia, hana plan. Na plan pia bila unasema Wakenya wanangoja 100 days. Bwana tuaje nikwambie Wakenya ni wale wale. Wakenya ni wale wale. Hakuna mtu anaenda kwa barabara kukula tear gas. Kuna wale wanaweza kula tear gas. Sisi tunategemeanga tu watu moja tu, ambao tuna madhara wao ndio nakutetea Kenya na kukula tear gas. Kuna nani anaweza kula tear gas? Tuongee tu ukweli. Tuongee ukweli. Hakuna mtu ataenda kukula tear gas Bernard bwana. Bila mzee kusema nini Lakeside na Western na Nyamira fanyeni mambo. Hakuna mtu anaenda kula tear gas. Hakuna. Atherera hawezi kula tear gas. Hata wajana ni biashara ya maka. Biashara na maembe. Wasi hata pia hawezi piga tear gas. Hawezi kuvumilia tear gas. Hii tear gas inakulonga tu na mtu mmoja, na huyo mtu mmoja pia raundi umechoka. Sisi system tunataka kuuse, tunataka mzee tunangoja alisema atakuja kuongea. System tunataka kutumia raundi hakuna kulipa tax. Mimi hiyo ndo biashara yangu sasa inafanya kutangaza tu, hakuna tax. Kwa sababu hatuwezi lipia watu tax, watu kama wana mpango. Tunaenda wapi sasa hivi? Hani watu wajua wanaenda wapi, sijui wafanye nini. Au watu wamechaguliwa, watu minister wote wamechaguliwa. Hani wanashindwa. Sasa Murkomen jana alikuwa anasema analeta secret ya SGR na government ya China na Kenya. Bila ilikuwa anatuleta vitu vingine ileweki. Hata hiyo barua hata NTV yenyewe ilipewa, hizo media house ilipewa. Hakuna mtu yote ameongea hata juu yake. Inaonekana ni propaganda iko hapo ndani. Ilikuwa ni empty paper nini. Kwa hiyo bado wanachunguza ujue kama ni ukweli. Na hiyo secret unapata wapi? Na hiyo ni magava, hiyo ni inchi na inchi ndio wanaongea. Sio ni serikali ya huko na huko ndio wako na hiyo secret bill walisikizana. Kwani minister anapata hiyo kitu wapi? Minister akipata hiyo document, akipata hizo proof, lazima ikuwe hiyo contract imeisha. Ndio nyinyi unaletewa. So hata vile Ahmed Nasir pia alisema kwa Twitter yake, ukiangalia alimwambia Murkomen anachezea watu akili. Kama hana kitu ya kusema nyamaza. Sasa Murkomen ni minister. Moses Kuria ni minister. Asha Juma ni minister. So akipea hata nani pia, kwa nini waweka nani nje? Sudi. Si Sudi akipea finance pale. Sasa tungekuwa tunapata pesa. Sudi unajua amejua kufinance mzuri. Sasa pesa ilikuwa tunapiga hesabu hapo tunasema nini computer error. Ya watu wanacheza bwana. Lakini vile nilisema Mungu anapea inchi kiongozi kulingana na hao tabia yao. Bila tabia yetu ni hivyo. Tabia yetu ni Ruto na Gachagua. Bila unaongea. Sasa una complain, hata Mudavadi amesema waache mambo ya blame game. Blame game wacheni, saidi. Mwambie Gachagua blame game saidi. Mwambie Ruto blame game saidi. Mambo ya kuongea mbele ya watu nataka kulia, president mzima nataka kulia. Tafadhali useme mimi nimeshindwa na kazi, bila ule alisema mimi nimeshindwa baada ya kulia. Unalia president mzima ukiongea. Yaani unapiga feelings. Feelings yani siwe ni mkubwa wa jeshi, tupe bunduki ingie pale ndio onyeshwe. Vile mambo nakuanga pale kwa ground. Si kila kitu unafika kwa ground, vitu na change kwa ground. Sasa ameona ground ni moto. Yaani unaweza kutisha adui. Adui inatishwanga kweli. Adui utishanga adui. Adui onyeshanga unataka kulia. Sasa hiyo walikuwa nafurahia huko, angalia president mzima wa Kenya anataka kulia juu yetu. Alafu kitu kingine ambao unafanyika kwa hawa watu. Mimi nimeona hii blame game itaisha lini? Bernard, mimi nakuuliza swali sahihi. Wale ambao wanasikia nauliza swali sahihi. Wewe umechochea mtu, example unatoa. Watu umeoana 2 years umechochea bibi yake amesema bwana yake hana nguvu ya kuzaa. Wachana bwana yako, akawachana na bwana yake. Sasa akakuja kwako. Wewe mwenyewe umeshindwa kuzaa. Sasa una blame sana ule bwana ulimwacha huko. Ni nani nafaa blame wako na kosa? Wewe si mchukua unaweza mjalishe. Hatuna kujua amepata mtoto vipi, mnono, mkonde, bora tu tuone huyo mtoto wewe bila ulikuwa na ringa. Sio walikuwa nasema Uhuru amemaliza inchi, alikuwa anasema Raila amekuja kuiba inchi. Haya, sasa hawa wako ndani ya ofisi. Wako ndani ya jikoni. Wapike. Tuone hiyo chakula bila toka. Kama ni mbichi tunaambia ni mbichi. Kama imeiva tunaambia imeiva. Hii blame game hizi mambo ya kuindana hizi isaidie. Hapa hakuna mtu tunatongoza. Tunasema blame game. Tunatoa huyu negative yake na positive yake ndo why. Umeshapewa kazi. Na kazi ulipewa na nchi za nje kama Europe na America. Wakusaidia kuplan. Kwani tena siku hizo mama sisikia akiongea. Unajua huko US pia tunatoa huyo mzee wenyu. Unajua Donald Trump ndo anaingia. Asubuhi na mapema Donald Trump amesha ingia huko. Hatuna wasiwasi. Hizo jinga uko nao utaomba msaada huko meisha. Donald Trump hawezi kupea msaada. Utarudi kwa China tu. So jamaa hapa hawana plan. Mimi hata kila siku nacheka boss yangu kila siku. Naomba siku hizi kwani umerudi tena kwa AZIMIO? Naona plan zimeisha. Analia kila siku au watu hawana plan. Tunampea tu wania tunawatoa. Naomba sasa utamtoa aje na wewe ulisema mpigia kura. Siwaje tu amalize. Hakuna pale tunawatoa hao watu. Akwe hapo. Lakini mimi nilikuwa naomba hata siku ya kwanza nilikuwa naomba Ruto ashinde hii president. Why nilikuwa naomba hivyo? Hawa ndio wameharibu uchumi wa Kenya. Yeye na Uhuru. Hao ndio tuteleza SGR. Hao tumetuletea deni. Hao tumetuletea laptop ya bure hatuoni. Hao tumetupromise kila kitu scandal. Hizi pesa imepotea kama Uhuru ni president, Ruto ni vice president, sahi Ruto ni president, Gachagua ni vice president. Mambo iko sawa mtu wangu, kwani shida iko wapi? Bila liliibwa ndio sasa irudishwe. Walikuwa wanataka kupea mzee stress bwana. Sasa unajua hata mzee tumbo ingekuwa imeisha. Kulipa hizo madeni. Mzee sahii tumbo ulikuwa mmesha, ameenda India mara 10, ageenda India mara 100 sahii kuongea na prime minister huko. Lakini sasa wache ongoze, kama hawezi ongoza akae tu hapa, waachie tu bibi yake pia aendelee na maombi. So anasema si uchawi, ni maombi. Amwambie tu bibi yake atoe tu dua usiku na mchana aombe. Lakini kitu iko, sisi tunataka promise 100 days, tunangoja. Ikiisha usitublame. Na chakula tupe chakula kwanza. Before upeleke chakula nje, tupe chakula kwanza. Before upeleke security nje, tuwekee security hapa Kenya. Before upeleke security nje, uweke security hapa. Huyu jamaa unajua anafanya vitu opposite. Sijui kama anaona hii ni superpower. Yes, America. Yaani wewe unapeleka chakula nje, watu wako na kufa na njaa. Unapeleka security nje, watu wako nauliwa ndani. Anamaanisha nini? Hata kesho utasikia amepeleka mbolea nje. Iko nchi zingine nataka mbolea. Hawapelekee mbolea huko nje. Kesho utasikia ameandika watu wengine kutoka nchi zingine kazi hapa Kenya. Sasa mtu anakuambia kazi kwa, alikuwa anasema kazi ni kazi, pesa kwa mfukoni. Huyu jamani mjanja. Akienda Central anaambia watu wa Central kazi ya mtaa au kazi ya vijana ni kupanda miti. Okay? Akienda Kibira anaambia watu kazi ya vijana ni nyumba tunajenga, watakuwa watu wa mkono. So tunangoja akienda Coast, anaambia watu wa Coast Port tumerudisha, kazi ya vijana ni kupaka magari uweke mzigo. So kila mahali akienda anacheza na kila watu. Sijui Masai ataenda huko ataambia ng'ombe imekufa tunachinja, hiyo ni kazi ya vijana. Sitaki kuona jeshi akifanya hiyo kazi. So Bernard, mimi nawaachia hapo. Wale waliochagua ndio wako na uchungu. Wale ambao hawakuchagua kuna furaha. Kwa sababu wale waliochagua walikuwa wanangojea promise. Sisi hatukuchagua, tungoji kitu yote. Ifanywe isifanywe ni benefit, tuna benefit bado. Wale walichagua kuna hope, ndio sasa wanaumia. Sio kama Central wanaimba bottom up bado. Wao sasa wimbo umebadilika. Ni
sawa sawa, asante Tulia na mambo. Mute please. Thank you. Huyu anaitwa Dunia Ina Mambo, na kama uja subscribe kwa channel yake, tafuta kwa YouTube channel inaitwa Dunia Ina Mambo TV, ukasubscribe ni uendelee kupata huo uhondo wa mambo kama hayo. Before we bring in there is Francis. I just want to read this cut out from Onyikwa Onyakundi. Anasema Kindiki says cops will be given new uniforms that will have no pockets. Murkomen says pilots are opposition party sympathizer out to sabotage the UDA government. Machogu says the UDA government will not fund university and college education. Ruto wants all the 30 million Safaricom M-Pesa lines issued with KRA pins and taxed, in addition to NSSF, NHF, rental tax, and several other statutory taxes. Deductions increased astronomically. Kashagwa wants people allowed back into the forest, and so on. The only reason why the entire UDA government sounds and act like a bunch of clueless monkeys who have taken over a car but have absolutely no idea where to start or what to do to get it moving, how to govern or run a government, is because they always thought that all there was to those lofty positions they find themselves holding were just the red carpets and the huge convoys and the flags and the salutes and all other fancy stuff. They are not anywhere near 100 days in office yet, but the little comedy show already has the eyes, some of us tearing from laughter. Huyo anaitwa Onyinkwa Onyakundi. If you follow him, that is his view on this matter. And in my opinion, he paints this picture so clearly that we need not to break it down any further. Putney. Red Army vipi?
Poa sana bwana. Sisi
You are
tuko
here.
salama na tunashukuru Mungu.
Mm.
Ya, tunashukuru Mungu. Unanisikia vizuri?
Unapatikana, endelea.
Unajua Bernard, Moi alikuwa mzuri sana. Aliintroduce subject inaitwa business education. Sitaki tuende kule juu kidogo, nataka turudi chini kidogo ndio hata mahasla zote watasikia. At least mahasla ambao walisoma through the 844 system wanaweza elewa hii. In 1995, Kenya Airways was a national company. Wakati the Goldenberg saga will happen, to access IMF and World Bank loans, we were given austerity measures to allow us to access the loans. One of them was to liberalize some of the companies that we owned in Kenya. The target was some of the big companies that were making a lot of money by then, but Moi used to pocket the money personally. Now, what happened then was Kenya Airways in 1995 was privatized. And once it was privatized, in 1997, Moi again regretted it. And there was a conversation in parliament and in other political corridors of power to nationalize it. So wakaamua kuwa no, it was going to be a bad idea, especially because we did not have money. 1992, we had printed a lot of money for the election because Moi thought he was going to lose the election. Now, Bernard, the reason I've said that history is for people to understand. From 1995 to date, Kenya Airways has been conning Kenyans. Kenyans own only 48.9% of Kenya Airways. We don't own the majority shares. And every year, we keep on bailing it, Bernard. Now, this is where it gets juicy, Bernard. Where it gets juicy and more complicated is the next 31% shares of Kenya Airways, and I'm glad one of the commentators said it today on a national TV in the mainstream media, so I don't fear repeating it. 31% of shares are held by something called a blind investment. We don't know who owns 31% of the shares of Kenya Airways. So we have 48.9, which is 49, alafu unachapa 31, so that one leaves us with how much? With 10%. So is 50 plus 30, that is 80. So we have about 19. Then Bernard, where it gets complicated and I want you to understand is, then KLM, the Dutch Airlines, owns 7.8% of the shares. Then Air France also owns. Then Delta also owns. Now, my question is, when Murkomen was going as a minister to Kenya Airways, he was going as who? We don't own the majority share. It is a private-owned company. I want you to Google, Bernard. Kenya Airways is not a state-owned company. It's a private-owned company. So who is Murkomen to fire the pilots? I wish Okike Mutaya was not in the Senate, because that's the first question he could have asked. Bernard, can the Minister for Communication go and start firing the people from Safaricom? You can't, because these are state-owned and also there's a private-owned. If we own only 48.9% of the shares, our minister should not be seen. You are meddling with private participation of trading, which is equal to insider trading. It's called insider trading felony. So, and you saw him wearing the Kenya Airways t-shirt. If the referee is also kama Gor Mahia inacheza na AFC, Gor Mahia akikuja amevaa the referee akuja amevaa t-shirt ya Gor Mahia, will AFC listen? So Murkomen going to Kenya Airways as a minister wearing already t-shirt ya Kenya Airways, that was in a bad taste. So you can almost see, Bernard, that tumekuwa tukichezwa. So the issue is not even about the pilots. The issue is not even Kenyan brand. Now, Bernard, the most disturbing thing now, so that Kenyans can understand, musidanganywe at Kenya Airways is a Kenyan brand. That is an hoax. That is a lie. That is the real hot air. Kenya Airways owns less than 5 planes. The rest we lease. How can a national airline that gets bailed only has 5 planes? And then we keep on bailing it. What are we bailing? Are we bailing our image, or are we bailing the company's name? So what I want to tell Kenyans is, let us forget about Kenya Airways. Unless the government says we are going to get the majority shares, which is 51%, then we can say that, okay, Kenya Airways is for Kenyans. But otherwise, we want to know who is the 31%, who is the blind investments, why does KLM own the 7.8%? Because once you do that, then there's always a problem, Bernard. And the problem is this: when such kind of, bargaining negotiation through their unions happen, let's say that Air France has lost so many pilots during the corona pandemic. Let's say KLM has also lost. Not even say, you know the truth, they lost. And that is why for a very long time KLM has been struggling. Can we say that KLM is waiting for our pilots, the so-called our pilots, to be fired so that it can hire them? So this issue is more complicated than we think. This is now the real cash cow that is coming. The problem, Bernard, here is this. The Uhuru government, if you used to see what Nani used to write, so I may like him or not like him, but having a knowledge of economics, I used to agree with him sometimes. David Indi, in his bulletin of the elephant, this 31% was owned by the Kenyatta family, the Moi family, and the rest of the big boys in Kenya. Is it that Ruto is fighting also to get a stake of this 31%? Because why can't they tell us, why is the government bailing a company that we only own 48.9%? 31 is owned by people we don't know. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want us to know, but we keep on there. So the whole issue, Bernard, is about the 31%. That is where the money is. Last year, Bernard, we bailed Kenya Airways with a whopping 176 million US dollars. Bernard, that is a check that was given. Now, if that check can be put into 31%, it allows only 31%. How did in the end of the year, because the dividends, because that company trades in 3 places. It trades in Nairobi Stock Exchange, Dar es Salaam, and Uganda Stock Exchange. It trades in 3 places. And in all those 3 places, there are dividends given every year to the shareholders, even when they are making losses, Bernard. So does our money go to pay for the shareholders? Bernard, you are not supposed to pay shareholders when you make a loss. You are not supposed to pay taxes as a businessman when your trial balance and your balance sheet is not balancing. So the whole issue of Kenya Airways is a hot air. They need to come out. The Uhuru administration, the Ruto administration, the Kabaki administration, it has been successive lie to Kenyans. Bernard, lastly, the other day they said that that company makes 300 million a day. And you had it in KTN. We are not talking about things that we are talking about the information they are giving us. Bernard, how does a company that makes 300 million a day end up making a loss at the end of the year? Does it make sense? It does not. So we are playing politics hapa tunaongea image, Kenya Airways ni yetu. It's not ours. Kenya Airways belongs to some people in Kenya, not you and me. We have never gotten a profit from Kenya Airways for years. So we need to come out and ask Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, the Kibaki administration, the Moi administration, where the problem started from, so that we can fix this thing once and for all. We should not play politics with it, that every successive government that is coming will find it as a cash cow to gain from it. It was in Uhuru Kenyatta's, all the Uhuru Kenyatta's government, Kenya Airways never made a profit. Kibaki government, Kenya Airways did not make a profit. We had been bailing it. Now they have given it to Ruto. Sisi ndio tunachezwa. That is not a Kenyan company. The government owns 48.9%. So if it is bailing Kenya Airways, the 31% of the blind investment should also bail it. And also the remaining ones, which is about 19, should also bail it. But not only the government, Bernard. Hii maneno ya Murkomen anaenda huko as the minister, you cannot go to Safaricom as a minister for communication to start negotiating with Safaricom. You cannot. Safaricom is a private-owned company. So what I'm saying, Bernard, hapa tumechezwa. And let's not put politics in it. Let us save taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Unaendelea kutazama Mtembei TV. Tunaangazia masuala ya Kenya Kwanza, uongozi wake na yanayowakumba. Iko strike ya KQ pilots, wanafunzi pia wanatishia strike. Alafu KQ inaonekana complicated. Is it a state-owned company? Is it private-owned? It makes 300 million per day, but never makes a profit at the end of the year. It's the most expensive flight. Those of you who fly, you know that if you're paying other lines some amount of money, KQ will be adding something more to what they are charging. But at the end of the year, they have to make a loss. And that means they are not supposed to pay tax after they have made a loss. So is it a tax evasion program, or it is indeed they don't make profit even when they make 300 million per day? Mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru wote mnaojumuika nasi, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu tukajumuike pamoja katika Mtembei TV tunapoangazia siasa zetu, mambo yake na jinsi tunavyokumbana nayo siku baada ya siku. It is important that we keep that in view. It's our duty to keep our government in check and on toes in order for them to deliver on their promises. Well, let's listen to this before Francis takes over.
Loyal customer to Kenya Airways because I'm a platinum member. Okay. When you get to that, that's the topmost. SkyTeam, Air France, Delta, KLM. I've been flying with them for very many years. Yeah. But let me tell you, the problems of Kenya Airways, and I wish I can meet Alan Kilavuka and talk to him. Number one, why is Kenya Airways paying parking? Because we have Kenya Airports Authority. Okay. Jomo Kenyatta is the home of KQ. Why are they paying millions and millions for parking? Question number one. Question number two, what is the cost of fuel for Kenya Airways? Is it the same price that is sold to other airlines? Because we do have other airlines that operate here. And when they come here, they're empty. When KLM is here, British Airways, Southern China, when they go back, they are fueled from here. What is the price of fuel being sold to those airlines as opposed to Kenya Airways. Number two, who owns the aircrafts? Okay? Who owns them? That person who's owning them and leasing to Kenya Airways is the one fleecing our money.
Okay.
And this big boys, big club, okay? Procurement. What is the cost of a mango or oranges sold to Kenya Airways? You will be shocked, Alan, that the procurement is really screwed up. The prices are way abnormal. People are putting money in their pockets through procurement in Kenya Airways for everything. Another thing is, I travel a lot, Nairobi to New York. Is Kenya Airways maximizing profits on long haul? What are they supposed to do? Look at Air France, look at KLM, look at Emirates, look at Qatar. Kenya Airways is still flying a Dreamliner 787-8. That's outdated when we have 787-9 and -10. So people want comfort. If somebody is going to be 13 hours on a plane in the sky between here and New York, or going to Hong Kong, or going to Europe, they want to be in a luxurious aircraft. For example, from here to New York, you will be shocked. Kenya Airways will charge you $500,000 for business class. Qatar will charge you 300,000. And 300,000 in a state-of-the-art aircraft. And sometimes when you are on that Dreamliner Kenya Airways and you look on the wing, you see duct tape. You see some duct tape.
Well, if all that you've asked and spoken about, Honorable Kamketa said he's of the idea that the national carrier should be run by the national government. But then again, this also opens another loophole where you having officials from the government who will now be running this corporation. Would we not still be in the same place? Is it the solution you'd propose?
Being a state-owned, many have not survived. Okay. Many have not survived. But perhaps maybe that's where we can begin and then turn it into profit-making. Then you can have private partners come in and buy shares. But
Yes, Red Army, what is it?
Yeah, and I think he has brought a very good point. Bernard, one of I think it was my third job here in this country. I worked for a company called Sky Chefs. Sky Chefs has a monopoly of, I think through the IATA and the other aviation industry, to make sure that the food in the plane is very safe. And he has said the truth. Somebody buys a mango at 100, then sells it to Kenya Airways for how much? For $20. Bernard, I'm telling you, you cannot afford avocado, which is called guacamole in Spanish, in Kenya Airways. So the whole issue of Kenya Airways needs to be investigated. And lastly, Kenya Airways, the reason they have gone on strike, their main reason is not even to bargain for their salary. Do you know why? They want their MD to resign. He was today in Spice FM, and you know we can't play Spice FM anymore. But you listen to him. Kavulukama, I don't know, it's called something like that. Very arrogant man. If people go for a strike for their MD to be sacked, why do you allow 10,000 of people to miss their plane and lose? Okay, yesterday and today, that is about $500 million. They have already lost more than $500 million plus 1 million because of one man. Does it make any sense? The MD of Kenya Airways is among the 31% who are amorphous. And we must get them out. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana, nashukuru kwa hayo, na swali linaloibuka ni kwamba there is that 1%, there is the MD, there is the Kenya Kwanza government that is against that 1%. Why should Kenya Kwanza government be protecting the MD? Who is that 1%? Kuna mshikili pale. Francis, karibu lakini.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I want to send my sincere condolences to those people who lost their life in Bukoba tragedy that involved the airplane. It was so unfortunately that we lost 19 people in that accident. So that one, it is so saddening because, you know, we expect at least the aircraft to be managed well, to have some kind of management that is well illustrated. Because I've just followed it from the Tanzanian, and I've heard that prior warnings were being given by the pilots and other management officers, and actually it got ignored. Once it happens, they took a proactive action to correct the mess, but already it had happened. So let's come back to Kenya, where we are. Imagine Bernard being flown with a pilot who has been just be coerced and being forced to fly you. Hiyo ndege utaingia kweli? Mtu mwenye amesukumwa akubebe. Na akiamua utamsha ingia na ocean utafanya nini? Na hii gari hatutaruka. It beats. I don't know why Murkomen is a person who has masters but thinks like an individual has certificate. So if you fire them and you hire another one, and without addressing the problem, are the current pilots different from the other one who are there, who will likely maybe get employed there? You need to address a problem. Moto ikiwaka, zima moto, si kutumia udongo unafunika juu. Hiyo ni tanuru. Siku itafika itatoboka, itachoma kila mtu. So, and actually, I just feel pity for this government because we need, one thing that we need to be clear is that the current management has to leave. Once the current management leaves, we now need to look at it. There's a time that I looked at the KQ salary that the employees are being paid, the management. I can tell you, I think it is roughly or closely to almost 2 million. I think they are paid more than the sitting president. They are paid a lot of money, the management of KQ. Is that salary well remunerated according to the economic condition, the pay slip, and the economy of a country? Or is something that are just being paid as a reward? You know, you cannot pay somebody such a open amount of money and our economy cannot support it. You need to look at it in the sense that, does the economy of our country support it? Is it competitive salary according to what the market forces are providing in the market? Is it that there's so many challenges and hardship to do that work? So at the end of the day, once you access everything, that information, you can be able to come up with a salary that will look more sustainably to the KQ company. So right now, I can tell you, the strike might end maybe tomorrow or 2 days to come, but its impact on our KQ will be such big impact to a point that we might take even 6 months or 1 year to correct it. Right now, I can tell you people have lost confidence with the KQ because people will no longer trust it, because if somebody had planned to use it to travel and he could not be able to do it, therefore it means that next time is likely to ignore the KQ because it is not that promising to serve your interest or to serve you at any particular time. So it will need a lot of things and public campaign and maybe something to do with PR to reinstate it back to where we were, that the KQ was a reliable line or was a reliable kind of means of transport, because right now people are more affected. Some of them are 100% sure they will never board the KQ again. They better use any other different means. They better even land in the nearby country and use maybe other form of transport to arrive in Kenya. So that's an issue that you need to look at it. And that individual sijui anaitwa Kavaluko ama ni kitu gani. Huyo jamaa angekuwa ametoka kitambo sana, hata before waanze kuandamana, wangekuwa ameshatoka kitambo sana. I think is one of the biggest problem is there. You cannot negotiate with an individual who is already against you. So that, I think that's a big problem. Atoleo mwingine aekwe, tuone kama negotiations inaweza proceed on. So when you also the issue of the university student strike notice. You know, I just find it very ridiculous that they want to make the academics to be a luxury in this country, whereby the rich people will be the only one who will be able to afford the university education. It is very saddening. A backbone and foundation of every nation is built on education. You cannot ignore education in a country and still want it to grow. That's something that needs to be well taught and well known by the Kenya Kwanza government, that they can deny us development, they can deny us food, they can deny us roads, but at least let's have education so that at least you can be able to think and to elect good people next time, more than the one that maybe we hope to have elected in 2022. Education is what brings transformation. Education is what brings change. You cannot bring change unless you think a little bit more than the way you used to think earlier on. So the only thing can be able to expand your memory is your education. That's what can enable you to think more advanced way and not any other issue. So the moment they want to increase the school fees and so forth by almost 55,000, it is very saddening. I'm telling you, people are sleeping hungry in campus. Ugali ya shilingi 7 huku KU, watu bado tu wanalala njaa. Mboga ni shilingi 5, watu wanalala njaa. Nani school fees are 16,000, people are unable to pay. Then you want to shift it to 55,000. So I'm wondering, if you shift to 55,000, who will study? Who will study? And then we need to look at it this way. Let our country not be more inclined to profit at the expenses of our people. Kenyans have no problem to pay taxes to sustain our education system, even if it does not make profit, but let it not make loss or mismanagement. We can be able to maintain it because the impact of education in our society outweighs the benefit of education in our society outweighs the cost that we incur. The way you are seated here, Bernard, were it not for that education, maybe you could not be here. So they need to rethink about that one, and at least to have a better plan if indeed they want to have a self-sustaining system. I've also seen the things to do with one product, one county is a good one. It started with Homa Bay about unga. I've seen also Natembeya as something almost close to that. I've seen another county, I don't remember which county, has also initiated some kind of that kind of, I think it's Makueni if I'm not wrong. I've initiated such kind of initiative of one county, one product. We had magnificent ideas, we had good ideas that we can transform our country. Unfortunately, the majority of the people, or some ways that were not well known, forces conspired to deny Kenyans the best that we could have offered them as the AZIMIO government. On that note also, it saddens me that in an African continent, they can really respect Raila, they can give him respect, they can value him as a man of integrity, even in inviting him in the COP27 in Cairo, Egypt, to give a keynote about climate change, as a representative of African Union. But here in Kenya, we found it very good and we found it very pleasing to abuse the man whom is respected internationally. We have a problem as a country, we need to think again. And I will repeat here for the last time, and maybe probably not to go back to it again. Whenever you deny somebody an opportunity because of age, and you cannot demonstrate that age was a factor to be considered in that job, that is criminal offense. That is wrong. If you deny somebody like the construction worker a job because he's sick, it is justifiable because you cannot do construction job while you are sick. But if you deny somebody presidency because you thought he's an old man, and you cannot demonstrate that the old age could have an impact on the president, therefore that one is more criminal. You need to know that at least that one is criminal and it's not supposed to be such case. So you also look at the kind of ministers and the delegation that the William Ruto went with it in Cairo. it tells you clearly how much the individual does not care about the government expenditure. How can you ferry almost half of your government to go into a country whereby you are the only person to go and give us a speech? It is so unfortunately. I expected him at least to have Minister for Foreign Affairs and to some extent maybe Deputy President if that is the case. But as you've seen, he has collected some several governors, almost half of ministers and so forth. And these are the things that we are saying some unwanted expenditure. Because what is that Ruto will say? What is that Mutua will say that Ruto will not speak about it? Then why did somebody like Anne Waiguru go there for what purpose? So that it can add what? Ni nini yenye Ruto anaweza sema yenye Waiguru maybe ataongezea itakuwa important kushinda hiyo ya Ruto? These are the things that we need to reduce the expenditure. Nimeona hata department wameanza kucut short of expenditure, but they should start with the executive. Those who seek justice should do it with clean hands. Wezi kata ya department ya different ministerial position alafu ya executive un expand. No. As much as you are seeking justice and you are seeking the truthfulness, let you also be in that position as a president, so that we see whatever you are saying you are also implementing on that note. And then the last issue is about the blame game. The blame game is something that we have sent as a country and a clear picture to all people who are pro Kenya Kwanza, that you can blame somebody and win a political seat. And that is what happened. They blamed Raila and Uhuru and they got re-elected. So the moment you are telling them to stop blame game, why should they stop? And indeed it's what they are giving them mandate to be where they are. You are telling them to destroy the ladder that they used to propel them where they are. They used to blame game, just shouting, oh, you see, the SGR has a lot of interest rate. Unfortunately, interest rate is 2%. You know, SGR was signed under anti-shake government. Unfortunately, SGR was signed in 2014. Oh, you know, SGR, I don't know, ABCD, all has turning to be lies. So these are the people who are known that blame game is what Kenyans hear. The moment Kenya will stop to think that their problem originates from an individual and sit down and work for it and to address things the way they are, then that is the day that our country will have a true definition of an independent institution. So hii blame game itaendelea sana na hakuna kitu yenye itafanyika. Right now I know after 1.5 years when the blaming Uhuru and Raila will be more of will be almost making no logic or nonsense. Now Rigathi will go back to start blaming Musalia Mudavadi or Ruto so that he will appear relevant. The man has no any idea. I'm telling you, we have an active deputy president who know nothing about the position he's holding. He's running with no direction. He's moving with no direction. So hii ni kitu yenye ko pale, tunastahili tu kuwa prepared for another maybe 1.5 years. Ikishatoka hapo sasa iingie ndani kwao sasa kuanza kupigana blame game zao. But the issue with the citizen, that one is done. I don't think if there will be anything that will be done to help Kenyans about mambo ya chakula, petroli. I've heard petrol will take another 3 years. Unga nimesikia sijui ni 2 years ama ni 1 year and so forth. So anyway, I don't expect so much from them. Yes.
Asante Francis. Si tumsikize Wangira kidogo.
Sawa.
Wangira anataka kutoroka. Wangira, habari yako bana?
Niko mzima bwana Alex, labda wewe?
Tuko mzuri. So I want you to at least in a business essence, sometimes you give us some cogent persuasion, sort of learning when it comes to how. So can you tell us the history of this KQ? When you own about 48.9%, you don't own the majority share. According to the Constitution of Kenya and according to the business ethics, majority shares is when you have more than 50%. Under what circumstances do we come to bail Kenya Airways? And if we do so, we also have the 30%, 31% that we don't know who owns it. And are they not supposed also to help in the bailing out? And if they don't do that, don't you think that is a true conmanship that has been going on for a long time? So can you help us there as you give your submission? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. My understanding of the majority shareholding principle would be that who owns the majority of the shares in a company is not necessarily the 50% stake, but who owns the majority of shares. For example, we have many companies. I think even the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, the government doesn't own 50% of the shares, but at the end of the day, it is the majority shareholder in that company. And you know, that's why there was even a time they were arguing that Kenya Power and Lighting is not a parastatal. It should be treated as a private company because the government, as much as it has most of the shares, but you know, those shares don't go above the 50%. So my understanding of the issue of Kenya Airways, I just want to give a small genesis of Kenya Airways. You know, before 1977, we used to run what used to be the East African Community. And before the East African Community, we used to have what we used to call the East African Common Services Organization. And you know, under the East African Common Services Organization that was succeeded later on by the East African Community that collapsed in 1977, there were those organizations, you know, that were owned. They were in fact corporations that were owned by the East African Community. There was the Railway and Harbour. I think there was the Ports and Telecommunication. Then there was the East African Airways. So after the collapse of the East African Community in 1977, you know, now everybody went his own way. And I think that's how we ended up with the Kenya Airways that we have today. And perhaps that's the reason why, as much as it's Kenya Airways, but at the end of the day, on the coding, it's KQ instead of being KA, because it was started in 1977 after the code KA had been given to another airline. So I've just listened to the clip that was played by Bernard, and you know that gentleman, you know, was giving his good understanding of how the aviation industry operates, and he was claiming that, you know, the problem around Kenya Airways could emanate from the fueling cost, the parking fee that they pay at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where it's largely domiciled, and also the ownership of the planes. And you know, we have been told that the majority of the planes at the Kenya Airways are leased planes, and you know, there would be an argument. You know, there are two schools of thought. There are those who believe that leasing planes is an easier way, and there are those who also believe that buying your own planes and owning them is an easier way of running an airways. But this would be my perspective in regard to Kenya Airways and the aviation industry in East Africa. You know, we are very small countries. Like you see now, we are 7 of us. You have Congo DRC, you have Burundi, you have Uganda, you have Rwanda, you have Kenya here, you have Tanzania, you have South Sudan. We are so small. We are small countries with very, very struggling economies. And imagine each of these small countries wants to run their own airline, what they call the national carrier. Each of these small countries want to have their own carrier, their own national carrier. I think Tanzania was struggling the other time, and just a few days before the late John Pombe Magufuli passed on, they bought one of their most best aircraft. I remember. Tanzania, Uganda, our neighbors here are also struggling, you know, to make their airline work. And it is the same case with, I think, Rwanda, where, you know, Rwanda never, after the 1994 genocide, they never used to have an airline until I think the other day when Kagame brought in what they now have at Air Rwanda. So Burundi doesn't seem to have an airline after the civil war. I don't know much about Congo DRC, but I also believe that South Sudan does not have their own airline. And I see most of the time whenever their president is flying, he flies on the Rwandan Air. So because airlines are about making business. Because airlines are about making business, we must ask ourselves whether this model of each country having its own national airline, when we are operating under the umbrella of East Africa Community that came into being in the year 2000, is really serving us. If it's really serving us good. Alex, that would be my question. Because, after the collapse of the East African Community in 1977, I remember there was the East African Development Bank. The East African Development Bank could have gone the same way the East African Airways went. But, because of soberness at that particular time, and because this bank had given out long-term loans, the three countries then that were Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya agreed, and they amended the then charter of the East African Development Bank, and they allowed it to operate until the new community came into being in 2000. So we need to rethink whether we really want to run a national airline or whether we really want to run a regional airline. If I was to be asked, I'll say that let us merge what we have in Tanzania, in Uganda, and in Rwanda, so that we can come up with one viable regional airline. Then, after merging them, we could come with what we call Class A shareholding. Class A shareholding will mean that the member states of East Africa Community will become the Class A shareholders, just like it happens in the East African Development Bank. Then later on, we can come with what we call Class B shareholding. And in Class B shareholding will allow what we call multilaterals, who could include the KLM and any other interested party that wants to become a shareholder in this particular regional airline that I'll call perhaps the East African Airline. But so long as we are going the way we are going, that every country wants to run its own national airline, and where Kenya Airways is today, I see us as a nation continuing to dig the hole. And eventually Kenya Airways is likely to fall into that hole. That's all that I'll have to say about the Kenya Airways, Alex.
Yeah, and I wanted to also remind you that there was a conversation the other day in PBS, which is the national broadcasting television for the US, and they were giving a genesis of the problems in the airline industries in Africa. And one of the things they said that Nigeria, as big as it is, with all the people that travel out of Nigeria every day and in Nigeria, Nigeria does not have a national airline. And as you said, and as you saw what I wrote here, they are saying that it started in 1971, but due to gross management and government interference, the airline ceased operation in 2003. Now, is that not a prerequisite now we are seeing with Kenya? Are we not seeing gross management and Murkomen interference? Because Murkomen interference is government interference. Is that not going to create a situation like the Nigerian Airlines? As you finish, Mr. Wangira?
Let me just say one thing. We Kenyans don't learn our lessons because in any corporation where government seems to have a stake, it's always a cash cow for those people who are in government, those people who are in high offices. And we know that Kenya Power and Lighting was a cash cow. We also believe that Kenya Airways was a cash cow. So it's a corporation that is being milked for the benefit of the few. And that's why I was telling you, Alex, that the only way to go about this Kenya Airways thing is not to have a national carrier. Let us think of going the regional, the way we have the East African Development Bank. You know, East African Development Bank is not a Kenyan bank, it's a bank of the, I think, 5 East African countries. So I'm very, very sure if we had East African Airlines that perhaps is owned by only Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, you know, we'll have a better managed airline, unlike where the scenario where we are in, Bernard, Danny, Alex, sorry, where Kenya Airways is likely to is always operating as a cash cow for people who want to make quick money. Bernard, Alex, you know, that's the problem we have in this country. We had it in we are seeing it in Kenya. In Kenya Airways, we saw it in the Kenya Power Lighting. We saw it in a bank that was called Post Bank. I don't know whether it's still existing, you know. So long as a government has stake there, then it becomes a cash cow. And that's the problem that we have in this country. And at the end of the day, if we are not very, very careful, as much as we are treating Kenya Airways as the pride of Kenya and the pride of Africa, we'll end up not having a national carrier, just like it is the case in Nigeria, the way you've just said.
And as I finish, when Duke comes in, Duke, this year, the airline industry in South Africa was perturbed with a lot of corruption, whereby under the leadership of a lady who was called Mnyeni, they sold one of their planes $3. Do you remember that case?
Well, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Perhaps you just make me get the story. I don't remember.
I will send it and Bernard will see. South Africa was also facing the same situation we are facing. And they ended up liquidating some of their assets. And one of the most shocking things is that a plane was sold for $3. So just think about it. Mismanagement and government interference. That is how Land Rovers get sold. Land Rovers inakaa huko kwa the government center, when they are auctioned. A Land Rover that, you see, Land Rovers like Defender Bernard, they are bought heavily. And that is when Uhuru became the Minister for Finance, he scaled down and said, let's have the Jettas, remember. And what happened? These Land Rovers zinaendeshwa for 5 years, zinawekwa huko for 5 years. When they get sold, a Land Rover that was bought more than 100,000 US dollars, inauzwa peke yake less than 100 Kenya shillings. 100,000 Kenya shillings. And that is the situation we are facing. And the commentator that Bernard put in TikTok asked, before Corona, we had planes, before we scaled down and started leasing. Where did we take our planes? How much were they sold? Who took those planes? We need to ask those questions, Bernard, because Kenya Airways had more than 49 planes. The best, actually, I've flown with Kenya Airways. I swear to you, even Qatar Airways at some point did not have good planes like Kenya Airways. Bernard, one time I took Delta Airways up to where? Up to France. It was like Mkokoteni. When I took Kenya Airways, it was one of the best planes. They were paid off. Where did they go? Those are the questions that we need to ask Bernard. Thank you.
Bernard, can I just say something about the blame game thing? Then I wind up.
So, do that, and then we can hear from Duke.
Thank you. I just do it in a half a minute. You know, generally, Musalia Mudavadi, as much as he is in wrong company, he seems to be always at some sober mind at some point. And you know, yesterday I liked his sentiments, and you know, he was very, very clear that you know the currency, if they continue with blame game, then that currency at some point will come to to its devaluation, and you know they will have nothing much to talk about. And that's true, because we are seeing a government that is into too much of blame game, blaming the government of former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Imagine in simple things like even the SGR contract, just like my brother there said, you know, a contract that was signed in 2014 when Murkomen was the majority leader in the Senate, when Ichungwa was the chairman of the budget committee, when deputy president of the Republic, when the president of the Republic of Kenya today was the deputy president, you see, they are now trying to blame it on Raila Odinga and President Uhuru Kenyatta. So the question will be, for how long are they going to play into these blame games? And and I follow comments on online every day, and Kenyans have begun getting fed up. They are now getting fed up with this issue of blame game, where every time is Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga. I think William Samoei Ruto underestimated the challenges that this country was facing. And now, because he has become president, he has discovered that these challenges are not an anthill; they are mountains that he needs to scale. And now, because he doesn't have the ability and the capability to scale the mountain, he has reverted to what he used to do. You know what they said? He has reverted to what he used to do when he was campaigning to become president of the Republic of Kenya. But the question people are asking, for how long are you going to engage into this blame game? This evening I was asking whether Uhuru Kenyatta, because he has been blamed all along, and even if he's retired president of the Republic of Kenya, does he now also have a right of reply? Should we also see Uhuru Kenyatta coming out and saying that you have blamed me enough on point A, point B, and point C, and this is the true position on point A, this is the true position on point B, and this is the true position on point C? Because, we are not going to build this country on the basis of blame game. They need to borrow from what President Kibaki did. President Kibaki inherited a worse nation than what they have inherited. But, because he was sober and he wanted to steer the nation forward, he embarked on what the people of Kenya elected him to do. And that's what we want to see them embark on, not always blaming Raila Odinga and not always blaming Uhuru Kenyatta. Because at the end of the day, there will be 2027 and they'll have to answer to the people of Kenya. Let me just leave it at that. Asante.
Yes, for me, what I can say is that what's bedefiling Kenya Airways or KQ is the same crisis we have with Kenya Power. It's a situation where you find that powerful individuals who even influence the government, influence the procurement, and by that I mean they influence not just only who to be given contracts, but at what price. So that's a situation where you find the expenses are always more than revenues. For example, if I disagree with Wangira that it's because the Kenya Airways is not benefiting from economies of scale. I disagree with that because the profit is determined by a situation whereby revenues exceeds expenses, and even small companies can make profits. So I don't think that by having one airline which is too big, we can make profits. If we have the same cartels who are influencing the procurement and the pricing of basic goods and services, then we will always have a crisis all the time. So it's about doing away with those cartels. Doing away with those cartels. So, for example, when you find people, I can give an example of Kenya Power. You find that KenGen sells 1 kilowatt to Kenya Power at around 5.5 Kenyan shillings. But another company owned by a cartel, a politician or a member of parliament, it sells it at 173. So you find that company has a security of contract of 20 years, so that Kenya Power is forced to pay almost 20 times what is buying from KenGen. So if that company, it's very difficult for that company to generate electricity at a cheaper rate. Why can we maybe assist or ask Kenton to expand the production so that we can have that units at reduced prices? So that's the same thing which is happening at KQ. If, for example, you go there and there is a friend of mine who was trying to introduce a taxi within KQ. It was actually, you are forced even to spend, which is actually to pay up to 2 million for you to have your tax there. So everything at KU is accelerated. So it's an acceleration of expenses intentionally because the government has the majority of shares, and you know that the number of shares also influence the number of management because they have the majority of shares. They have a say in who becomes the manager and all those and the decisions which the KQ has to make. So they make sure that those decisions are tied in a way to benefit individuals, and they have they know that because in Kenya contracts have come to take money out of the public coffers. So this story about giving contracts is what is make Kenya lose out of money. So all that's what's happening in KQ. So for me, what I can say is about we can privatize it totally, so that let it be a private company like Safaricom, so that through that we will have prudent management of resources, and by that it means unnecessary expenses will be eliminated, bureaucracy will be eliminated, and we will have effective and proper management whereby the company would be able to make profit on its own. Then when we come to another issue, the topic here is about the university students about to strike. And for me, what I can say is this: universities are misusing a lot of money, the management of the universities. If you see the amount which the government gives per student to public universities, vis-a-vis the services they receive in terms of equipment, in terms of practicals, it's not adding up. So you find a situation, for example, if you go to Kenyatta University, you find they can admit thousands of students, and they make a timetable whereby a hall which holds like 50 students, you find that they have made a timetable for 200 students or even 500 students. So it's about the university management are taking millions of money out of the government. So what I am supporting is that we have a proper management of the university resources. This situation where we find the fees and the management of the are routing millions of money. For example, and that crisis has entered into schools, high schools, and for example, if you talk about I think Alex, Nyambare High School, the principal has a fee is building flats across Kenya because they are able to come up with symbol. They come up with like costs, and they ask students to pay some fees, something of that kind. And I feel that the government is not keen enough to account for the resources at the running institutions. So if we would have a situation whereby we would have, for example, an automated system to manage the resources and to manage the expenses of the universities, then we will not have issues where we have like universities having no money at all. Another issue which is causing universities to have problems about where we find that also because of cartels, private universities were allowed to take government students. So that situation makes it difficult for some universities even to have enough students for it to maybe to have enough income or to sustain itself. So I think that's also what has been straining the resources which belongs to public universities. So you find that like half of the maybe 30% of the students, government students, are taken to private universities, and the government's paying a lot of money per student to those private universities. So I think those are the issues which has to be sorted out. So I can stop there for today.
So when I do cast, you stop. uh, I really understand why you support Kenya Kwanza. Okay. Uh, one thing has to end for another one to start, or you have to take from another place in order to get money for other place. What is wrong with all these things being done? For example, if you have a wife and children, and then you're buying food in the house, and you suspect that the food is not being well managed, do you stop buying food altogether, or you streamline the management of the food in the kitchen?
You see, yes, you have to streamline, but first of all, you have to stop it and then come up with mechanisms whereby if you are
Okay,
maybe giving
when you have stopped, what will they be eating? The time you are still thinking about how to streamline.
You see, I'm a kind of person who believes that with the amount of money which maybe self-sponsored students pay, if, for example, you go to study medicine at the University of Nairobi, you know how much you pay per year. So the fact that all public universities have like almost 60% or like at least 40% of self-sponsored students, the university should be able to generate sufficient amount of money to cover for all of its expenses. It's because this institution has been turned to they are profit oriented, but they are not trying to offer quality education to Kenyan students. So the problem is that we find that the fees of universities and our top management are actually taking those institutions as their own. They don't even the government to interfere or to hold them accountable, and that's why you find that they are at some point they find difficulty for them to move forward. So I feel that the government should at least give strict come up with strict mechanisms or accountability measures to ensure that
all those things are supposed to be the responsibility of the government. Or the streamlining, the accountability, even the policies being used at the university, they are not generated by the university. The university does not legislate. The university executes what has been legislated as a law to be used in terms of managing the entire whatever university education. So story quality of education is a government responsibility. Management of university resources is a government responsibility. If there is no law that exists in the same, then there is no reason of prosecuting or even accusing the people who are mismanaging, because that could be the current state of affairs. What I find very insulting, okay, is that you want to stop the sponsorship of the students in the university because money is being mismanaged. Other than manage the money, you're now going to stop sponsoring students into the university. At the end of the day, what's going to happen? This Kimanzi man needs to understand that the majority of church members and the majority of Kenyans are in AZIMIO, including me. So he should join AZIMIO if he wants to be part of the majority of Kenyans. But if he wants to remain a minority, he can continue with his bottom-up reasoning. That one, I have no apology for the same. In fact, we are launching Raila Odinga Apostolic University, where we'll be teaching Bible. So we are bigger than you see us. So relax. So, Bwana Duke, kama education is being mismanaged, it's the government that is sponsoring the mismanagement. If they want to manage the place, they should put competent people in offices who are going to manage those funds to be able to cross-check which student qualifies for what, how does he receive the money. Not for them to withdraw the support and then come up and say because it's being mismanaged. When did they discover it is being mismanaged? They have been in office for 53 days. 53 days, they are able to scrutinize and investigate and be able to tell which university is receiving what. Secondly, you're talking about public university not having students because of private university. I've never seen any crisis in this country in the name that the university has received less than the students that were admitted. As a matter of fact, there are more students who are left out because there is no enough room in the universities available. So yours is upside down. I don't understand.
No, that's not true. First of all, unlike primary and secondary education, when it comes to university education in Kenya, it's somehow the management is autonomous in a way from the government. Talking about the university council or the Senate, they make critical decisions in terms of the management and running of the university, independent of the government. So tertiary education is not like...
Don't go there, please. There is no institution in this country, be it private or public, that is independent of government. Everything, including church, is run in this country based on the current constitution of this country. You cannot say it is autonomous, it makes its own laws, it does whatever it wills. It doesn't work that way.
No, I'm not. You are taking me out of context. For example, if we are talking about the arms of the government, there is a line drawn somewhere. So when it comes to universities or tertiary institutions, just read the functions of the Senate of the university. How powerful the Senate of a university is when it comes to the management of that institution. I'm talking about the affairs within the institution. The decisions they make, they are actually very autonomous from the government to some extent. Therefore, unless we change all that, and I don't think that because of politics and other things, that cannot be allowed. People would not just bring in politics and say they want to take everything, something of that kind. But coming to what you are talking about, that there are enough students in our institute, that's not true. There are actually 2 universities which I think is that's university where students who are shot by the Al-Shabaab, and actually Egerton. They have like they don't even have more than a half. They have less than a half of their capacity. So it is true that some institutions have insufficient number of students for them to have a sustainable operation in that. But what I can tell you is this: if you are aware of if you know the extent to which resources in Kenyan universities are misused, it's extreme. It's something has to be done. So I'm not supporting that the university should not be funded, but they should be funded with conditions and with structures to ensure that the amount of money which they are given, they translate to quality education or to services. If you go to most of universities, it's just theory. Some lecturers are very incompetent, not qualified at all. Even some high school teachers who are better than them. That's a fact for those.
But that's an area I don't want to go, because most of our parliamentarians are very incompetent, and they're the ones who are supposed to make laws that govern the universities. How do you...
No, Bernard, that one you are going extreme, Bernard. You can't compare that. In an education system, especially in a tertiary college like a university. We cannot go to the extreme now saying because our legislature has some ninacoms or minions, so it is okay for our universities also to employ.
No. I'm not saying because our legislatures are wanting the lecturers should be. I'm simply saying that the arm of government that is supposed to determine how education is supposed to be run, all right, has incompetent people. Now, how do you expect them to give you competent and quality service when they themselves are wanting? Look at the bar they are putting, okay? They are now saying anybody can be governor. We remove the degree requirement. Anybody can be president. Remove the degree requirement. They are cutting it according to their bar so that nobody can exit them. Now, if that is the approach, that is the attitude, we shouldn't even be talking about the lecturers because you can now just leave primary school and are you able to talk English? Go and lecture. And you can lecture anything you want. That aside, I would want us to be honest, okay? To be honest. As somebody has said, the whole country needs to go back to factory mode. I think we need that reboot button, and we are waiting for 100 days when the reboot button will be engineered for that to happen. But all in all, if we want the best, we must believe in the best and go for the best. There are people who have eaten books all day, all night, went and became qualified academicians, qualified nurses, qualified doctors. But when they go for job interview, they are all sidelined. We all end up with people who have been sent by who have been recommended by who. At the end of the day, the country is suffering from incompetent leadership, not because we are short of leaders, competent leaders, but because we love mediocrity. We celebrate mediocrity. We want mediocrity at the helm of leadership so that we can condone mediocrity at every level. The moment we will go for the best at all levels, everybody will pull up their socks and become competent. But as long as we have incompetence from the top, don't expect it at the bottom. I rest my case. Yes, Redami, before Katwe, we have not seen you for long.
Yeah, Katwe karibu sana. I hope you are not among the borders wanasumbua Simba Rati. I hope you are not. So anyway, I would like to appeal to our people who are at the comment section. You see, for us to come to the panel, we are using our own data. Not only our own data, we are courageous enough to come and say our minds. That talking you're doing to Duke must stop. If not so, some of us will stop coming here, and Bernard cannot come here and debate himself. Dunia ina mambo, you were here, nobody was talking you. You are talking on Duke. You must stop that. In a debate, we must have two sides. So we will deal with Duke, those of us who are here. But saying that Duke must get out of the panel, that is beyond. Criticize him, but don't say he should get out of the panel. Hapa mtu anakujanga peke yake out of his own volition. So let us have a debate and criticize somebody on what he has said, but don't say toa huyo mtu kwa panel. I think dunia ina mambo, you are here, hakuna mtu alikuambia utoke. That is wrong. Wacha Duke aongee, amekuja na data yake, amekuja na akili yake. Let's criticize him, but let's not say tumutoe. We are not going to take Duke away.
Red, relax. Thank you very much. I think we are well guided. Please, the people on the comment section, let's not go personal on any issue. If you want to refute what Duke said, give us the reasons why. Don't just say somebody should go. We don't practice mob justice on this platform particularly, but we want to have credible debate whereby Kenyans can tune in and be able to learn one or two things that can help in advancing the welfare of our people and our nation as a whole. So every opinion is allowed, but let it be constructive enough to help advance the agenda of this great country. That's all. That's all. And so kama ulikuja na public bundles, personal bundles, private bundles, that is not the issue. The issue is, are we helping Kenya become better? Or are we wasting ourselves away by just entertaining people as they listen to our debating? So let's have that in mind, that we really want to move the discussion of Kenyans into a more constructive discussion that helps them make rightful decisions. Like right now, everybody's either in silent mode or flight mode. Silent mode or flight mode. Nobody's making noise anywhere. The country is in shock by what is the drama they are being treated to by the Kenya Kwanza government. There are those who can talk, others can't talk, others are just confused. So let's be here as therapists to help people heal those who need to heal, but tuendelee mbele. Katwe, vipi?
Asante sana Bernard. Unafaa uniombee sana kwa sababu
Welcome back. Inaonekana wewe ulichapwa kabisa kabisa.
Yaani umelose weight mpaka
nimeamushwa na
lose weight mpaka kichwa.
Alex, wewe.
But anyway, that aside, that aside, I only came to ask Duke, why am I using bundles and Kenya Kwanza walichukua serikali? See, I thought somebody was saying that all the marketplaces and all the public places are going to have free Wi-Fi and all that. Anyway, that aside, because you can't have an answer towards that, I don't want to spark a debate that you cannot even, I don't want to engage your mind to something that I know that cannot be able to engage back. The second thing, we are living in a country, myself, I'm so disappointed. Was it on Saturday or on Friday? When some residents in Nairobi were trying to be given relief food, something that I've seen for the first time in Kenya. I don't know why it's happening even in Nairobi, that ati chakula inarudishwa kwa store, kwanza wananchi wajipange. And I remember wa Mushomba akirushia watu makeki kwa crowd kama like chicken, you know. And then you are being told that mwende mjipange kwanza mrudi. During the campaign, I did not see these politicians saying, and then mjipange ndio tuwapatie pesa ya campaign. I did not see that. So why are people being frustrated now that you've taken over office? I have seen a lot of madharau from the people who have taken these offices. That mtu akiuliza swali anakuuliza sasa, why are you telling us that we are supposed to be working up after this period of time? We said that you give us time, but the period that you told us to give you has already elapsed. That is where the police officers are asking, ulisema utashughulikia mishahara. And then a full deputy president starting to say that that person was drunk. It is really, really hurting. It is really hurting to hear a very senior politician talking like that. But wakati alikuwa na campaign, there is nowhere he ever said that the police are drunk. It is now heartening to see a whole deputy president. The only thing, if you remove Raila out of his mouth, kitu itabaki ni mchele na nyama kwa mdomo yake. There is nothing he's going to say. I am supporting Musalia Mudavadi, but again, I'm questioning him. So he thought that by joining Kenya Kwanza, it was a party and he's going to achieve a lot. Let him not engage us in his pity party and the yo-yo thing, telling us that ati sasa let them deal with this government the way they thought it will be. Running a government, I always give this example all the time, that during in Liberia, there was someone called Samuel Doe. Samuel Doe went to the forest to see how he was going to overthrow the sitting government. And when they disagreed with Charles Taylor, he decided to come early and overthrow the government, only to find that running a government is not like running some shop in Gikomba. At the end of the day, even before Charles Taylor could reach the palace, Samuel Doe had already left a letter saying, I don't see anything here to run because I thought running a government is something easy. Kenya Kwanza might have been very greedy in getting this government, but after getting this government, they are being surprised. How did Uhuru manage to run a government that is so hard? And when Uhuru engaged the opposition to come and work with them, it was not about cowardice. It wasn't cowardice because you need all the stakeholders on the table. Because when you're looking at this country, it's only 2027 in their minds. The reason as to why they are trying to engage Kalonzo Musyoka is to put him in the same cocoon as Musalia Mudavadi. It's not like they want to work with him. It's all about kuja hapa, we ban your political career like the way Musalia Mudavadi has been banned completely. He cannot go back saying that he wants to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Now he has been cast he has been cast like the way the devil is going to be cast in their 1,000 days later in the end times. He cannot be able to unchain himself from these chains. I mean, the country is in turmoil. The country is trying to heal, but the kind of words that are oozing from these politicians that call themselves leaders in the name of leaders, there is nothing but pure hate speech. I was surprised to hear Murkomen saying that the reason as to why the pilots are striking is because of economic sabotage, and even the opposition is also involved. How can you say it? Pilots have been striking since the time memorial, but we've never seen anything to do with the opposition saying that the opposition is the one sabotaging the economy. And again, if I can compare the two governments between Kibaki and Ruto, who was given a dilapidated government from the predecessor, it was Moi Kibaki. But did you hear Moi Kibaki pointing fingers saying, Moi all through? If you did not have solutions, why did you take the government? You promised us heaven. Now sisi tumesha kubali that tulishindwa, tukashindwa in the Supreme Court, and in Venezuela. Now give us the solution, the brilliant ideas that you were telling us. I'm going to be walking in the streets of Nairobi and I don't need to buy bundles. I am waiting for Safaricom ikatekatwe tupatiwe pesa, kila mtu apewe pesa yake. I am waiting to see hustlers being in the cabinet. I'm not seeing that. The cheapest and the cheapest hustler I've seen is the Minister of Land, and his net worth is 80 million. That is his net worth. Is that a hustler? I have not seen Mama Mboga. I have not seen anything completely. I have not seen unga being brought down to 90 shillings. Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa anasema the reason as to why unga ijarudi chini ni kwa sababu tumepelekwa Supreme Court. Supreme Court ilisha lini? Mahindi inaozea Trans Nzoia huko, mahindi inaozea Nakuru. You are giving us fertilizer for next year. Are we going to eat fertilizer? Why are you not cautioning people by buying those maize zenye zinaozea huko? Now you are saying mzee wa kitendawili ameenda kufungua posho mill. He is doing that because he wants to caution his people, because they are not going to die of hunger because of your mistakes. For us, AZIMIO, we are going to implement the one county, one product policy, whether you like it or not. We are going to make sure that Kisii imekuwa na product yake, Homa Bay imekuwa na product yake, the way we promised Kenyans. And I'm seeing them trying to implement the AZIMIO manifesto. They are saying BBI was bad, but I'm seeing Musalia in office. They are saying BBI is bad, but I'm seeing that they're trying to bring in CSS, which are very unconstitutional. Ruto said that he's going to respect the judiciary pronunciations. I'm seeing he wants to bring in CSS. So what kind of life are we living? Is it the time for the campaigns, or is it the time for working? Umeona watu wa pikipiki wameanza kuibia watu because they are now it is lawlessness. How can you say that you're going to bring all these things and yet you've not achieved even one thing? I mean, when you're looking at this country, the machozi tu inataka kutoka, but because of toxic masculinity from Kisii, I will not cry in public. But kwa nyumba watu tunalia. We are crying because of these issues. But Duke, if you happen to have a number hata ya mtu yoyote huko, mwambie hustlers are not going to vote that person again, because of what he has made people to pass through. You're talking of 50,000 hustler fund. 50,000 na unaambiwa ukatwe KRA, upelekwe NSSF, ukitolewa NSSF upelekwe NHIF, utapelekwa mpaka CBC. After that unawekwa CBC sasa, kwa sababu sasa ni kitu imebaki ni utoto. I mean, let us be practical. Duke, kama unaona serikali na kuumiza, usijiweke huko, toka Misri. Yeah. My people are suffering because of lack of knowledge, and I'm seeing that is the problem with you people of Kenya Kwanza. Thank you.
Haya, asante bwana Katwe. Injini yetu wanaonyakuwa lazima wajihadhari. But you raised up the issue of lawlessness. It seems to be surging with every passing day. Na inaonekana wana fulani. I think the attitude is kama wakubwa wanaiba na walk out. Sisi wadogo na sisi tuiba hata walevo. Why should we be denied the right to steal if the big boys are stealing and getting away with it? The cases that were being dropped, these are the consequences of what we are of the judiciary and the DPP behaving the way they are behaving. So if the law is not upheld up there, don't expect it down here. And we should beware of this, and even the tough talking president against cattle wrestling and all that. It is just talk. The issue here is that is just fueling the whole thing, because behind the talk, there must be some strategic executions that are geared towards curbing the problem. But what is being talked here is like somebody say clueless governance, which has no guarantee of anything coming out. So tujisimamie kama Wakenya na tuelewe kwamba labda we were born for such a time as this, so that we can rise up and do what is required. There is this man called Tony Kimanzi. Sijui shida yako ni gani, lakini unajua inaonekana wewe ni mgeni, aidha wewe ni mgeni hapa umekuja leo. Hapa kuna mahali panaitwa quarantine, kuna mahali panaitwa banned, kuna mahali panaitwa blocked, kuna mahali pale ukitupwa utarudi tena, hata ukitafuta Mtembei TV utaiona. So take your time, contribute to the debate or take a walk. Nobody has held you hostage here. You can move and go on. There's no lamentation. We are raising up issues that are bedeviling Kenya, and Kenya is in trouble right now because of bad governance, and you're here trying to defend it, say we should give it time. What time do we need when things are falling apart? Another time? So that what? University students go to the road, the doctors go to the road, nurses go to the road. That's the time you're asking for. Prevention is better than cure. Let's not play foolish. Now, let me do this. I'll play one video, and then I think I'll leave you with Francis. Francis, I believe you're here to stay. And Alex, please stay, yeah?
Bernard, before you go,
before you go, Bernard, I just want to play a reminder. I'm here.
Exactly. That video of William Ruto saying, that the SGR is the biggest achievement
is going to be free
of Jubilee.
By free, I mean free. In terms of education, I've said that education is going to be free. By free, I mean free. Truly free. True. Our children will have access to free quality education from primary to university. it is doable because we are going to restructure our economy. We will have priorities which we are going to set for our people. I've also mentioned we are going to employ all the teachers who are trained and are actually staying idle at home immediately so that we can be able to improve quality of education in our schools. So we want the Kenyan to walk this journey with us. What we are trying to offer is not something that is impractical. It has been costed by our experts. We know exactly where the income is coming from, which is going to fund the program that we are going to release. So it is not utopia. It is something that has been worked on by very highly qualified Kenyans. And this is what we are offering.
Okay. Katwe, you're saying there's a video for William Ruto saying SGR what?
There is a video of William Ruto defending the SGR in around 2015 when he was saying that that is the biggest achievement of Jubilee government, and he was citing on how the SGR is going to be paid. So in relation to what Murkomen has done today in those side shows of the Tom and Jerry, we need to tell Kenyans of who signed that deal and who was in which office during that time, such that Rigathi Gachagua ache kubackdate that Raila was in government in 2014.
Okay. But if you find the video, share it. But what I can say is the Kenya Kwanza government is clueless on what to do. I saw, was it Duale now claiming the port has been sold or something like that? It's GR. I think they're looking on how to bring the services back to Naivasha. And now they're saying the port has now been taken by China. And so the services should go back to Naivasha. Now, inaonekana mtoto wa Museveni amewatisha sana. So, wanataka kurudisha services Naivasha kwa sababu Museveni ako na hiyo title deed ya shamba huko. So, God will help us. All the same, this is expected because you can't expect better from people who have no idea on what governance is. And the love for this country needs to be the pivotal, the fulcrum of what happens in terms of who is given leadership. If we don't put that as a priority, we are doomed. There is a video I'm trying to get to play, but imekataa ku download kwa WhatsApp. Very, very rich information. If it works, I will play it. And it's talking about Gaddafi and his achievements in Libya, and explaining 6 years after his demise, what really led to his being exterminated, and 16 points why. And that video tells you about somebody who is determined to change. Yes.
So just share the link, then I will download and send you to a form that can be played. I've also shared the one with William Ruto to you.
Please do. Okay, let me work on that. You can keep the conversation going. Yes. Unajua hii maneno ya put me imeanza kunichanganya. Put me is not my
so Bernard,
favorite.
before uende Bernard, iko kitu ambayo kuliko vitu zote nimeshangaa. tangu Kenya Kwanza ikuja in the government, today I was kind of shocked, and I don't know why you did not put it in the topic. The CS for health alini shock, and I've been researching it, and I found it's very true. And this is what she said: Kenya is a country where interns earn than actual doctors when they are employed, when they are deployed. Now, let me read you the real statement she said. Now, that was the heading. This is what she said. Kenya is a country where doctors' interns earn more than actual doctors when they are deployed. For example, a medical intern earns close to 200,000. Why 200,000 Kenya shillings? While when a new doctor is reporting to work, he only earns 104,000 Kenya shillings. Those inconsistencies, there are things that needs to be looked into. Bernard, that is shocking. Ebu Kato tusaidia hapo kidogo kabla sijasema yangu. That's a hot potato.
There is a statement that was released by KMPDU saying that is a very big lie. So between the CAS, who is a clueless person, and the person who is earning the salary with that pay slip, who is saying the truth? Because KMPDU are saying that is a lie. And if you follow up, it does not make any logical sense. How can you say a doctor is earning 101,000, to be honest, and an intern is earning 200,000? Does not, because that statement by KMPDU, hao ndio wanalipo hiyo mshahara. Wangedanganya ati tunalipo mshahara kidogo. Why will someone decide to lie that I'm getting a higher salary more than what the minister is saying? Does it beat any logic?
Now,
Kenya, before you come in, Putini, just hold on. Kenya Kwanza are the hyenas who wants to eat the child. Then they begin by blaming it for looking like a goat. That is it. There is money with the interns that this government want to withdraw. Okay? The same way they want to withdraw university help loan and this other. So before they eat the money, they create a scenario there that will guarantee them to withdraw the service. Hii ni serikali ambayo haitatengeneza pesa, itakusanya pesa. Na kama haipati pesa kwa kukusanya kwa halali, itatumia illegal means to get that money. We have a government that has no business with generating money. They just want to collect the existing money. And that money needs to be on their table. That is the explanation I can get from all that. Na hii sio maendeleo. Putni endelea.
I think that is another explanation, Bernard. But from the Kenya Medical Association, who said they want to meet the minister because of that statement, I think there is something that is being hidden here. From my point of view, this is what I think. The truth is that new doctors that have been deployed immediately, at least the medical MDs, are paid better. Dentists are paid less than 70,000, by the way. Less than 70,000 in government hospitals. Less than 70,000. Wakitolewa kila kitu, and this is somebody who has gone for school for about 5 or 6 years, and then internship close to 7 years. Now, Katwe, this is what it means. There is somebody who did a typo error in that organization that you said. So, in actual sense, what the interns are getting is not the 200 that you saw that written there. It is about 80,000. But in the books that goes to the treasury, they are paid 200,000. Now this 120,000, who does it go to? Because it does not get to the interns. Because the interns have rejected that. But according to the books that the CS read, according to the books, they are paid 200,000. But in actual sense, it is like that thing you saw Simbarati was doing in the stadium. That pesa munapewa inaingia kwa akaunti yenu, munaambiwa lakini bakisha tu 5,000, ingine fanya nini? You saw that cleansing that Simba was doing. Did you see that, Katwe? That money, in actual sense, you are given 20,000 by the county, isn't it? Everybody, the 104 people were given each 20,000. But each one was told, bakisha tu between 5 to 7 to 8, the rest to pay. So we are asking here, who is taking the 120 per intern? Because that money is budgeted, and she was reading from the books. So those are the things that Kenya Kwanza should be doing right now, instead of complaining, Mr. Duke. Because I think that's a big, big scandal. Bernard, if for 13 years that was what was happening under Uhuru government, how many interns have we had? And how much was taken? Because the Ministry of the Afia House, we had so many. Remember, there was in 1 or 2 months during the time that Raila was giving us scandal after scandal after scandal. Remember, there was a time the Ministry of Health had almost 10 scandals in less than 2 months. Do you remember that time? So part of it is the inflation of salaries like those. So those, the hapo sasa ndio tunatakana tuchinje kuliko kuchinja pesa ya nini? Ya university. So wakati Raila alisema from that video, education will be free. And he said 3 times, and I know where to get the money. Kumbe Raila knew very well where to get the money. This is where the money has been going, Bernard. And we need to come out and ask, is that true? And how are you going to solve? Is it going to be another hot air, wanaongea tu, but it will remain that, and that money itawacha kuenda kwa mtu ilikuwa inaenda, sasa itakuwa divided mahali the minister atataka. So those are the openness that we want, so that we can know what has been happening behind the scene. Whether it was Uhuru's government, whether it was Kibaki's government, a wrong is a wrong. We must tackle that. Because if we want to move this country forward, we must move with honesty. Thank you, Bernard.
Francis, you can take it.
So you can just send that link inbox in download, alafu nikutumie ya Gaddafi. You know, for the university, I want to dwell more on that university. University
Whatever
hapa
you send is invalid. It's not downloading.
oh, so I'll send another version.
Find it. If it's on YouTube, send me a YouTube link. If it's a video, you can email it if WhatsApp if it's too big for WhatsApp. But let me see if this is ready. I play before you come in.
They were complaining about the port being transferred, the operations of the port of Mombasa being transferred. Now we are telling the people of Mombasa, your port is gone. The title deed is with the Chinese.
Don't even go there. You've seen the Chinese government themselves say that is nonsense. That doesn't exist. Yeah, I am telling you, it doesn't exist. All right. You want a copy of the contract? My friend, I'll get it to you tomorrow. And if you prove your point that it exists, that there is anywhere, yeah, then you will have a point.
So is Kenya Kwanza on an expose mission of the crimes committed by Jubilee government, or what is exactly is the point here? Is it not running away from responsibility? If the title is with the the Chinese is because of the loan. Who is supposed to pay the loan? Is it not the government? And who is the government? Is it not Kenya Kwanza? Kama kuna siasa ambayo inachanganya hapa, ni siasa ya Kenya Kwanza. Either they don't know what they are doing, or they know what they are doing, they are looking for how to run away from being held responsible. Na hii haina msamaha. Yes, Duke.
It's not that we are trying to expose people, but transparency is critical, especially when it comes to contracts and government dealings. We have been having an opaque system whereby if I ask you what was the SGR agreement, you cannot tell me a sentence. What were the payment terms? And we are Kenyans, so it's critical for us.
When we brought up opaqueness at Bomas, you said opaqueness is not part of the constitution. He said it doesn't matter. If Chebukati has said it, it is final. Now, when it comes to SGR contract, you say there is opaqueness. And that opaqueness is now valid. Bana Duke, please, spare us.
Don't, I know you have the issue with that word, but...
Hapo Duke umeshikwa. You are one of the... Bernard, thank you.
No, okay. You know, you are trying to associate that name with the ruling of the judiciary, which is not what I was saying. I'm using it as context. What I'm saying is this: we are Kenyans, and we are paying taxes we are the taxpayers. So anything which the government does, it takes their own in the context of us. So we must be aware. So when we find a situation whereby a few people, 4 people goes and brings money, half of it is rooted, they sign stupid agreements, and we have been told that even when there is disagreement or there is a defaulting of that agreement, it means that the Chinese judicial system will be used to interpret that. That's very stupid. So what I'm trying to say is that we should have transparency. The SGR agreement, let us have all the facts. We should have that document in the public domain. We scrutinize it. Right now, we don't know. Does anybody knows what was the SGR agreement, what entails, what's the terms of payment? That's very bad. So,
and Duke, that is where I agree with you. At your level, as an engineer, you understand that we do not have any information about it. As a person who was the majority leader in the House, he should be knowing more. So when he comes out to say that this is what, then he's lying and playing politics. If you can agree that we do not know, so anything being said there by them is a hearsay. Until we know the truth, Duale should not have come out and said whatever he said. So I think you are agreeing that Duale was playing politics there. He had no evidence.
But they have said that they are going to give out the details of the contracts and the agreements. So they are ready.
When was SGR signed?
Out of reach for several years.
No, Duke, when was the SGR signed?
2014.
2014.
Yes.
Who was the deputy president then?
You should ask who were the 4 signatories of that contract.
Sorry?
The signatories of that contract.
Who was the deputy president?
It's Ruto.
And the majority leader?
Saden Duare, yes.
And they were both in the cabinet that passed SGR. So what are they treating us for?
You see, unless you don't understand the mechanisms of the government and for example, I don't think that somebody who's junior, a member of parliament, can compel the president to release specific documents. So
What
we
do
have
you
to
mean
agree with that.
compelled? The president doesn't need to be compelled. Any decision that is taken by government, in most cases, is a decision of the cabinet. The president does not just wake up and say, I feel like signing a contract with Ethiopia. Then he goes to Ethiopia and signs a contract. The government
But
is not run like that.
the cabinet secretaries are appointed by the president, and the
And,
president.
and Duke, on top of that, as you come, let me help you. There is something called collective responsibility. And that is what even Matiang'i used to say. When you sit in the cabinet, it is not a nice place you just have to take tea and agree on everything. Actually, it is a mantra of let us agree to disagree agreeably. Whatever that actually is agreed at the end of the day is not that everybody agreed to it. But there is something called collective responsibility that if majority agreed on this and we sign, it means we are not going to go out and say, Matiang'i agreed, Musheru disagreed. You say the government has agreed. So Ruto was the deputy president. And that's how you run a government. You don't bring and spill out your dirty linens that huyu alikataa, huyu alisema hii. No, you don't. There is that seal of secrecy, whereby once it is signed that the government has done this, you have agreed with, and that's why you are in a government. So if he was there, it was signed on his presence. He was the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He must take that mantra of collective responsibility. He cannot say that he was not part of it. And I don't think, Duke, at any means, and this is the truity of it, that something like SGR can be signed, contracted, start without the knowledge of the deputy president. I don't think such kind of magnitude of projects can go ahead without the knowledge of the deputy president. So if I was you, this is what I could have said. If I was you, this is what I could have said. Because this is politics and you're allowed to play politics. Because this is politics, Duke. Sometimes you have to say the truth and sometimes you have to play politics and win the argument for the sake of it. So if I was you, this is what I could have said. At that particular time, we had no points to make. So we had to play politics. But now we are in the government, we can't play politics. We can ask those who are in opposition to play politics with it. Okay? But for us, we must influence and do the right thing. That is what I see. When you are in government, you cannot play politics anymore. Thank you, Duke.
Now let me respond to that. Just 1 minute. When you talk about correct responsibilities, that cannot be applicable when you are talking about two individuals with distinct responsibilities. Defined responsibilities. Each and every person has specific responsibilities. So it's impossible for that to be correct when we are distinct between the two of us. Number two, who is the signatory of the treasury, or who signs, for instance, if bilateral agreements? Who is the signatory maybe when Kenya enters an agreement with Uganda or with China or with another organization of different sovereignty? It is the president. So the deputy president cannot enter into bilateral agreements. And if you watch that documentaries, there were actually 4 signatories who were the signatures of 4 people. That's the president was there, the CS for Treasury, and also we had Kenya Railways. So we are talking about also at that time, maybe the government was more interested in having money to come up with the projects actually for re-election. So that was the cause. So I think the president was very desperate to try to get money without scrutinizing the future consequences of the contracts he was entering into. So, and I think he was very hasty. He did not give the details of the agreement because they were horrible. That's why for 5 years we know nothing. So I think that it's the responsibility of the president. Just like that, for example, any mistake which President Ruto makes, you cannot say that it's Gashawa. He is himself as the president. So you have to distinguish the functions of the president and that one of his deputy. So I feel
hapo ndio kumetudanganya. The presidency is one.
Order. Thank you. Let's revisit that after this clip. Let's revisit that after this clip, please.
Into the resource and the taxpayers' money. Would you deny the fact that in its daily running and its costs, it mounts up to some reports, as you've seen in the papers today, that it's gone up to $1 billion a month?
That's correct.
Right.
It costs $1 billion a month to run the SGR. The SGR, my friend, is not a matatu. The SGR is a huge operation. And for the record, let me tell you the following. Today, we have 7 cargo planes every day on the SGR. By December this year, we will have 12 trains every day on the SGR carrying cargo. And the good news is that by the end of this year, the SGR will have broken even. Less than a year since we started operation.
By breaking even?
In fact, some countries around us who have SGR and started earlier than us are not where we are. They are operating one train a day. We are talking about 7 cargo planes today. By December, there will be 12 cargo planes a day. And the good news is that by the time it gets to 2020, when we will begin to pay the loan on the SGR, it will not be from the Kenyan exchequer. The SGR will pay for itself. In fact, if there is one decision that the Jubilee administration made that was correct and sound, it is the SGR.
Bwana Duke, you can confirm who was that speaking in that video?
you see, you cannot try to constrain something like that. At that, when was that? Which year was that? That was 2016, I remember. If not, I think 2016 or 2017. And the deputy president was speaking based on the speculated information, the projected future. That's why he was talking about the data or the figures he was being given by maybe the experts, something of that kind. But the problem came in when there was the pandemic, number one, and it was like the crisis of people. Those who are transporting their cargo, they refused to use the FCL. There were a crisis of that kind. You know, they were trying to say that they were trying to translate all the cargo transported from Mombasa to Nairobi. They thought that all of it would just shift into the SGR. So that is the information which was being used. And that's what you can give projections which are not right. But the reality is this: after COVID, we were having issues And those issues was that there were not enough revenues from the SGR project because people were not importing much cargo, something of that kind. And then the Chinese government refused to negotiate. So those are two different issues. So you have to put all that into consideration.
So Duke, are you confirming that the deputy president, who is now the president, speaks out of speculation and not out of strategic planning and projection based on valid statistics?
If he was speaking in 2017 and he was giving information about 2020, that can be only speculation. It's a projection about the future.
You know, you're accusing the president. You're accusing the president for speculating.
It's not
a
about
business venture has no speculation with it. You get in because you have done your research. You have done your what is it called? You have carried out your survey. You know how many cargo will be on this nini averagely. At least it will be 50. At most it will be 100. So you cannot be speculating about that.
But for example, what about COVID-19, which actually like affected like 2 to 3 years?
Bernard, you are letting go of Bernard, you are letting go of Duke. Duke, first of all, said that, and I want us to go in a progressive way, that what the president passes, it doesn't mean the deputy knows. And I sent you that clip to prove that Ruto, the chief talker, confirmed that he knew everything about SGR. The president has never sat down to give a detailed information about SGR than Ruto has given to us. Duke, the president, the deputy said then, who is our president now, His Excellency, Mr. Ruto, SGR is not Matatu. And he went further to explain to us how it is going to function. And you are here refuting that he did not know anything about it. That is the first thing you did say. You refuted. And you ended up saying that the collective agreement does not, it does not tie to the deputy when it comes to SGR. You have heard the deputy himself elaborating to us how it's going to function. Vile anajipiga kifua, even those that started earlier, we are ahead of them. So Duke, you cannot take the deputy out of SGR. So whatever that was signed, the contract, the details, and everything, the deputy was privy of it. So whatever he's doing right now, it is pure politics. So if you could have told me it is politics they played then so that they can get into the government, I could have agreed with you, because even us, there's a time we must play politics because this is the game of politics. But saying the deputy did not know that, Duke, that is a LIE.
Okay. Putney, just to emphasize your point, SGR was signed, sealed by the Grand Coalition government. The Jubilee government had to pay penalties to withdraw that contract and put it for fresh bidding so that they can be part and parcel of each and every detail of SGR. They refused to build on where Kibaki left. They pulled back the SGR to zero. That is when they inflated the cost of SGR from 53 billion to 350. They must have details. They have the details. They know what they are doing. They should not take us for a ride. We did not come in this country yesterday. Now, since I'm signing out, let me just, I wanted to show us one county, one product. And that is more. I don't know what that means. the product from Homa Bay County by Our Lady, Her Excellence Governor, producing ugali, for those who consume it. And I'm told it is retailing at 99 shillings. Other places is 90 shillings. So at least there is proper competition in the milling industry headed by our Homa Bay County government. This is what the past governor failed to do. I'm happy the new governor has come in and things are beginning to look up. And this is the way to go. Other than this, the push and pull, the to and fro of Kenya Kwanza. Let's have each county be independent, produce their products, sell to other counties. I pray that this mokwa will be supplied to the coast and every other place at the same price. And let's make money by ensuring that Kenyans don't suffer any longer. Otherwise, tuendelee na mjadala. Francis, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. The one thing that Duke need to understand is that not every part of a contract you can make it public. You can be sued because of that. You know, contract awarded on competitiveness. That is where when you go to seek contract, you quote your price and everyone else quotes his price. That is competitiveness. Therefore, if you disclose another person kind of contract, it means next time the individual might have been tamed and to a certain point that he cannot be able to navigate. You know, business is more about secrets. These contracts and the SGR is about secrets. So the moment you make them public, it means you're interfering with somebody's business. And that is why even during the AZIMIO presidential petition, the company refused to give the logins or the passwords of that data because they said this one will affect our confidentiality about the system. What is there is that the SGR is something that we have already made a loss. That's a loss already we have made. There is no any way out apart from paying whatever we looked for it. So I don't know why it has become so much business about the government and the Murkomen and so forth that it now matters to Kenyans. In business, there's something that we call the relevant cost and non-irrelevant cost, what we call sunk cost. The SGR, we can talk about sunk costs. These are costs which cannot affect the past because right now what we're supposed to be paying is premiums, payments of the monthly. That's what we should be concerned with in terms of payment because we cannot reverse. Even if somebody quoted the price, it was already documented that way and we signed. And if we go against it, we shall pay a heavy price. Now let's look at the relevant cost. Let's look at the future. Where are we heading as a country? Are we more likely to face the other thing or the other issues of more like this one? Like now that everything seems to be out of hand for this government. Sasa unakaa hivi unapata they are very wako out of mind kabisa, wanafanya chenye wanataka tu, wanabehave venye wanataka. And that's why I said and I ask again, we have to choose. Is it two people? Is it two people or one person who will leave this country so that we can progress? Or are we the 50 million Kenyans that will leave this country so that we go elsewhere and progress? Whichever is the means which is simpler. If it is simpler for the 50 million Kenyans to go out, then that is the route we shall go. If it is simpler for the two people to go or one, then that's the route that we should go. Because right now, it seems that we are making backward steps each and every moment, We need to be very vigilant. And I say it very clearly. Hii issue ya kusema ati, you know, this government we have elected for 5 years. Bernard, do you know that a country economy can be destroyed by 3/4 within 5 years alone? That a country can become useless within just a period of 5 years. Sasa hiyo 5 years ikisha maliza term yake hata kama ni moja, then nchi iwe imeharibika, tutakuwa tunasema tuna nchi gani? Na sisi mimi sina raia wa nchi mbili na depend na nchi moja Kenya yangu. Where will I be? Where will I be? If then by going to demand what is ours and to hold people accountable will mean that our life shall be lost. Therefore, it's better because I think my generation, my children, my sisters and brothers will have a better country to live. Because sasa tunakaa hivi, tunakaa tumetulia, wanafanya vitu za ajabu ajabu ni kama wajielewi. Mpaka lini? Mwisho uwe lini? Tuharibu nchi kwa ajili ya kuvumilia tu. Sasa ukivumilia Bernard, ukivumilia kwa marriage alafu udungwe kisu ukufe, unafanyanga nini? Sieri utoke uende utafute suluhisho. Thank you.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Unaendelea kutazama Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. We appreciate everybody for your participation. Thank you so much. The people in the comment section, let us keep it sane and heshima idumu. Endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu. Kumbusha wale ambao wanatufuata kwa Facebook. Hatujaweza kuenda Facebook moja kwa moja kwa sababu zisizoebukika. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, kama unataka kufuata Mtembei TV, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. You can also follow us on LinkedIn and Twitter. In the meantime, we'll be on these particular 3 platforms: LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. Where we'll be longest is at the YouTube. So if you subscribe or follow us elsewhere, make sure you do it on YouTube, because we drop out on LinkedIn, we drop out on Twitter when the time elapses, but we continue further on YouTube. Be a subscriber and follow our programming. I trust that this is adding value to you, helping you clear some confusion and probably be in a better position to judge matters the right way.
I've said that education is going to be free. By free...
Did I play that? Somebody's controlling me from behind. All the same, no problem. There's a video I wanted to play because I'm signing out. Mama Mary is here. Thank you so much. Well, let me play this and then I'll be free to sign out as you proceed with Francis and the rest of the crew.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were, it is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you'll be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We missed out on that program last week since we had a blackout almost in the entire country for 8 hours or 10 hours. And so we'll be resuming this Wednesday. Those of you who love Bible and want to understand what is to be done in the mixture of the confusion that is in the church today, where pastors are giving corporal punishment to members for failing to bring their tithes or coming to church late. Is it upheld by the Bible, or somebody is overstepping their mandate? So join us as we will be discussing that and teaching the world on how to go about their faith and not to allow themselves to be abused by those who are biblically illiterate but trying to portray what they know, yet they know nothing according to the Bible. Well, nashukuru sana. Naomba sasa tumkaribishe Mama Mary. Karibu.
Yes, habari Bernard.
Nzuri sana, karibu.
And Francis, thank you. Actually, I just came in because of Duke. When I listened to Duke, It's like with due respect, it's like you have been deployed to be like campaigning for those people while they are away. And it's not right when you are telling us some things that we have already seen and understood very well that these people, the group was together when all these things were being passed. You treat people, Duke, I'm talking to you. You treat people like warthog. You know, warthog runs from attack and then after a few meters stops and forget that it was being attacked. We cannot forget all what has been going on in the country. Remember about the dry port. Ruto was the one who was on the podium, trying to sell the good news about the dry port. And now what is going on? It's the vice versa. Why? Because he want to, I don't know what he want to prove, whether he want to prove himself wrong or this is the time of doing reverse of what wrong he did. Because you cannot go forward with something and then later on you realize it's not good. You start telling people, oh, I'll return it. And yet, when you are saying you are returning, you are trying to bash the other person who was with you. So it's not right, Duke, the way, sorry, it's not right for you the way you are trying to defend people who will not defend themselves, because what they have done, it's really something very bad and we are seeing it. And when you try to defend them, it's like you are insulting many minds in the country. So it's good to be honest and let people see the right light so that we can move forward. Even if you try to defend them and we are seeing all these mistakes, what are you putting yourself on? Are you going tomorrow start defending yourself because you did wrong? It's good to be with the right so that people can understand you. Sometimes I tend not to understand you, Duke, and I see like you are just arguing to argue. But maybe that's your point, but I don't see the point, how you argue things that really are open and they are on the table. I think that's what has brought me to the forum, just to let Duke know that we are listening to you and we don't understand you. Thank you.
Okay, Duke, right of response. Francis,
Yes.
take charge. I'm over and out. See you people later, tomorrow.
Mary, you know, I'm the kind of person who speaks my mind. I don't sing Osana to William Ruto, and I disagree with him on a lot of aspects. For example, I'm against the GMO. I strongly criticized when he picked the permanent secretaries. It was actually very biased in a way. He actually gave two tribes excess representation. So when I come here, I speak as me. So my perspective, my personal opinion, and I'm not just trying to force people to be aligned to what I'm saying. I'm just speaking my mind. What's my perspective? What is my standpoint? But to inform you, to tell you about the way politics works in Kenya, information and politics, for example, what I agree with most of us AZIMIO people is that they try to take William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta as one and equal, which is very wrong. You cannot say that Kibaki was the vice president of Moi, so everything Moi did is a representation of what Kibaki was. That's very false. The same way when Kibaki came in, Kalonzo Musyoka was the vice president. You cannot equate the two. Even right now, if the president makes the mistake, It is the president, it's not Gachagua. So we all the president, responsible personally. That's how I feel that perspective. Then I am strong of the opinion that maybe when information is given out, so the president is strongly in control. So I don't feel that the president should give an excuse of the deputy president. The president must deliver. Or you cannot say that the bilateral agreement between Kenya and China was strongly influenced by William Ruto, because the president, the commander-in-chief or the CEO of Kenya is the president. So, and at bilateral levels, we are talking about presidents of two countries. So I feel I feel that it's an insubordination of the president and insubordination of Kenya to that extent. But maybe he may have some information about that, and that's why he was trying to give the understanding of what you have. For example, when something happens, or you are informed something's going to happen by the president and you are supporting that president, then you pick the good side. So you start something because you are optimistic about the good side of that investment. So the president was championing that. But sometimes you find that the outcome may be otherwise, and maybe some information was not available to you at that time of speaking. And I give this an example. For example, when William Ruto was giving promises of the stadiums, it was a campaign, of a joint campaign, and like maybe the deputy president was the one who was to read that manifesto to achieve that. And now when maybe the president, there were no funds for that, then people say, the deputy president never did that. But you have to understand the way the government functions, how the resources are allocated and assigned by the government to work. So it's in perspective of that. Also responding to Francis, you talked about that not all information about the contracts can be given. You have to distinguish between information which is, you have to differentiate about the terms of the contract and intellectual properties. So there are two different things. They are not giving out, or they are not sharing the technology behind the SGR. They are giving us the details of the contracts. What were the terms? Because if you go to the bank and you are given money and you are the one who's taking money, you are entitled to know, I'm going to pay this, how many installments every month, for how many months, what's the grace period, what if I default, what happens? So as Kenyans, because we are taxpayers and we are the one who are repaying that SGR loan, we are entitled to that information. So I feel it is the right thing to do. All the contracts, the agreements between Kenya and China must be given. There must be transparent. Actually, Chinese is very tricky in a way, because if, for example, they are giving a genuine contract, they are involved in an investment which they are sure it's going to generate income, why should they demand a collateral security of something different? SGR itself should be a collateral because it's an investment. If it's not paying, maybe they come and manage it and they get money from it. It's because they know that this investment is not, that does not have a cost benefit analysis. They want to hold developing countries hostage so that they can, it's like they want to colonize countries, but in a new way, in a different way, not using force, using their economic influence and all that.
Your microphone is wrong, producing some kind of voices. Just rectify that.
What? Come again?
Your microphone is not audible well. We are hearing your voice is breaking. If I'm not the one who have a problem.
I'm actually done, so somebody can speak.
That is good. Duke, if I ask you, you know Kibaki and Kalonzo Musyoka were vice president, but William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua were deputy president. We had the Westminster's constitution, now we have the new constitution. Can you please differentiate what were the function of the vice president under the old constitution and the function of the deputy president under the new constitution? So that wherever you are saying that the deputy president of Kenya has no power, we understand what you mean. Because as my point, I know they are different, very diverse. That is why Musalia Mudavadi was fired 3 months, but Ruto was unable to be fired. Just elaborate. Tell us the function of the vice president under the old constitution and the new constitution, and why you feel that both of them, they should behave the same way.
Actually, the functions are the same. The functions under the old constitution of the vice president, the functions under the current constitution of the deputy president are the same. The only difference is that the president has no power to remove the deputy from office. It actually, we have like a procedural process which is in the constitution. The president cannot fire. Only that, but all the others are the same. So it's the difference is just about removal from office. So I understand everything about that. So that does not interfere with the functions at all.
So Bernard has come. Let me ask Bernard. Bernard, from the point that you sit, is there a difference between the function of the vice president that maybe Kalonzo holded the office and the function of the deputy president that Ruto seated on? And who is more executive between the two? Just elaborate more, because I'm seeing people are arguing from a point of not knowing.
Okay, thank you, Francis. Before that, let me give Mama Mary the right of reply for Duke first, and then we will weigh on that.
What I wanted to say to Duke, don't put Ruto outside what has happened in Kenya, because I believe he had half government and Uhuru had half government. He was able to campaign to bring BBI down. So he was able to campaign and bring SGR down. If he did not agree with it, or that dry pot, he could have done that. So I don't see what you are trying to say that he shouldn't do. Vice president and deputy president is very different, because vice president was under the president, but deputy president, as we saw, it was like they have government with the deputy and have government with the president. He had all the mandate. He could understand what the government has, what moves the government want to make. So he had the understanding of all what was going on. So there is no way that he can now lie to people and tell them that the government did it without his consent or without his knowledge. I don't believe so. So Duke, you are trying to defend him, but I don't. That's why I'm saying I don't understand why you are doing this, and I don't know whether I would say you are just arguing. You could be having some other points which are relevant and good, but try to be on the honest side that Ruto was in knowledge of everything what's going on in the government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. And Duke, you seem to be very good in mixing up and comparing the incomparable, mixing up what does not apply in terms of similar law. The deputy president is very different from the vice president. The vice president was an appointee of the president. An appointee of the president means the president enjoyed the presidency alone, with or without the vice president. President Moi ran government for almost, in fact, it became an issue that he doesn't have a vice president when he appointed George Saitoti back into vice presidents on his way, I think was coming from the airport or something. He said, nimesikia fununu kwamba mnalialia kwa sababu hakuna vice president, bas nimewapatia huyu. The presidency was was a function of the president and the president alone. The vice president was an appointee of the president, and he was part of the ministers. He could be fired like any minister. He could be changed like any minister, and he had no stake in the presidency. The deputy president is the one of the arms that make the presidency. That's why in the new constitution we talk about the presidency, which is shared between the president and his deputy. In other words, the president in the new constitution is incomplete without his deputy. It is that serious. And that is why as soon as the deputy gets out of office, he needs to be replaced immediately. Why? He's part and parcel of the presidency. Any person claiming that he is deputy president and he doesn't know what the president is doing is lying. The deputy president chairs the security committee. The deputy president is part and parcel of the cabinet. The deputy president is part and parcel of the, what is it called, parliamentary meetings of the MPs that are for pro-government. Before they go back to parliament, they are summoned and they are given directives. The running of the government is not independent of the deputy president. Whatever William Ruto has been treating us to were lies upon lies. He knew everything that was happening. And even now, he's only laying a ground to lie to us further by claiming that the ills that were committed by the Jubilee government, he had no idea. That is not true, including the Jacaranda fiasco, including the Pepipendo shooting, including all the havoc that was wreaked against the NASA government. He was part and parcel of the same. Right now, he wants to play holier than thou. Things are going to turn against him if he doesn't take good time. In fact, this business of trying to go after Kinoti, he doesn't know what he's inviting on himself. If I were the president right now, you should use the Kibaki policy. Sahau yaliyopita, tugange yajayo. He would perform very well if he chose to forget everything and concentrated on fixing what is bedeviling Kenyans. But now that is after chasing this hot air and chasing this goose and chasing this, he will end up doing nothing. The 100 days will elapse without him knowing they have elapsed. And before long, he will be ousted out of office. Kenyans are not fools. Internet never forgets. So wasijaribu kutudanganya. Duale and team are not telling the president the truth. The president needs somebody around them who will tell him the truth. And the truth is, he is delaying to rescue Kenyans from what he told them is killing them. He said, akiweka Biblia chini hivi, pap, all the cartels will have ended. What has changed? How do you remove subsidy from food, then run around the country distributing food? Does it make sense? That I remove subsidy from food, okay? But now kuna njaa, tusaidie kununua chakula tupeleke nini? Kwa wananchi. I thought subsidy was part of the government paying a bill so that the mwananchi can buy that particular product at a lesser bill, not because the seller is selling it at a less price, but the seller is receiving part of the payment from the government. So what is the difference? In fact, it's more expensive buying lorries of food and running around the country trying to distribute than allowing the trade system to be part and parcel of the channel of making sure that there's food everywhere in the country. Kenya Kwanza have their priorities upside down. And before they know it, watajua wajui. Let me play this video ni waacha hapa na Bwana Francis. Mkizozana. Wale mko kwa comments, thank you very much. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo tafadhali. Let's keep it sane. Keep it sound and eligible. I think I've exhausted all the videos here. Okay, one more. We are back here. Just as a reminder, we are back here. Let's look at this.
Waziri Mulinge, Kalonzo, 30,000. Sharif Nasir kutoka Mombasa, 10,000. Why leteni tu. Hosea Kiblagat 50,000. Mark Todd 30,000. Yangu mwenyewe 1,100,000. Jumla 2,050,000.
I'm saying we are back here because there's a video I think we played here where Gachagua was in the church and say he has akona mali ya kanisa. And he publicly gave a bag, okay, full of cash to the bishops. I think we have gone all around and we are back to where we started. Kenyans, may God help us. May God help us. That the 1,100,000 from the president in Harambee. That means president alikuwa anapeana half. Wananchi wanakusanya hiyo half nyingine. God help us. Francis, take it.
So, Bernard, I will say that Kenyans, we suffer from not even Kenyans, but most of Africans, we suffer from the Garden of Eden syndrome, whereby we believe that things works by miracle. You just pray, things happen. You just wish and things happen the way the Garden of Eden people are consuming free. There is nothing free in Kenya. You have to work for it. The moment you become a beggar, even if you are a parent or wherever you are, you lose dignity. As a country, we cannot rely on begging. For example, if you are a citizen, ukiwa na Gachagua, you seem like God. No, we need Kenyans to be able to sustain themselves in a way that glorifies dignity of a human being. Sasa tukirudi hapo pa kuchangisha tu kila saa ati kama ni kitu imetokea lazima tutafute deputy president, tutafute nani. Those are the issues that we are fighting, because we want a country whereby as a citizen you can be able to finance yourself, you can be able to have a good life even without the government. Pick for an example, if the United States, and I'll give you this example, and I want you to look at it in a deeper eye. In United States in 2022, during the January 6th Capitol attack, if most of the function were aided by the government, I'm telling you, America could have collapsed, because that time Trump seems not to wanting to seize power. But since majority of the function of United States of America are among the citizens, the private sector, it became clear that even if the government was to collapse, the private sector could have stand still and could have run the economy without so much turbulence or so much effect on what was happening in the White House. So as a country, we cannot go back whereby we see president and the deputy president is everything. I said here, and I will repeat again, if Raila Odinga could listen and could hear me, let us go back to the parliamentary system. Let's disable the presidency completely to a point that the president will just be a ceremonial and a national unity figure, so that at the end of the day, the counties will be well empowered, that the counties, kama county ya Kisii imefail, wache weni county ya Kisii imefail na watu wao wajilaumu na kina Simbarati. Tusikuwa na president ambaye anafuatwa nyuma kwa ajili ya the huge amount of money that is there for executive. We don't want a president whereby Mkikuyu ama Mkalenjin ama Muluya ama nani akishinda presidency, jamii zingine zinafiri ni kama hawataionja matunda ya serikali. Hapana, tunataka hata president akishinda hata tusijue kama ameshinda, because kazi yake ni ya majeshi na kurepresent nchi in the international forum. That's what I wish that would be better, and Kenya could have a progress nation. Because look at now, like Homa Bay. Homa Bay is being one product, one county. If you could have empowered Homa Bay, maybe they could have go ahead and constructed a dam. But because their muscles are being held somewhere else and they are not subscribing to Kenya Kwanza manifesto, they'll be punished because of that. Now look at even the cabinet constitution of almost 70% from two community. So it means when they go to the cabinet, they sit down and they try to, they can call something of lobbying. They discuss where to take development. You know the regions that will benefit because they are the people who are majority in the Senate, in the cabinet. So we need to disable the presidency completely, to a point that the president will not determine which region will get development or which one will not get development. Thank you.
I think I can come in. I want to respond to Bernard before he drops. Bernard is trying to equate the subsidies with the relief food being distributed across the country. They are very different, because when you talk about emergency relief food, we are giving to people who are completely unable to find it, as it is in northern parts of Kenya, where there is devastating drought. But the subsidies was a waste to a large extent, because, and I said it here, it was not having accurate structures, proper structures, which would ensure that the individuals which need assistance are getting that assistance, and companies, small and big, are not affected in their business operation. But the one which was being rolled out was only benefiting very rich companies like Pembe, because actually there were 7 mirrors who were benefiting, and in Kenya we have 250 mirrors. You can imagine subsidies being given to only 7 biggest companies, and in an economy, the smallest companies, infant industries, are the one which should be supported. So that was a very big mistake. The mistake number 2 was that it was even being given to people who are very rich.
But the more I try to listen to you, the harder I find it to get you. Okay, what is more structured about food distribution by government? Structured, more structured way, so that the needy people get the support. What is structured about that?
The structure, the critical structure which should be available, is about accurate information about the economic status of people. So when you are trying to give subsidies to all Kenyans and billionaires, that is, you are wasting some resources. For example, in
what do you mean you're wasting resources? You're making food accessible by all at an affordable rate. Other than having food at different classes, people are buying it at this rate, then others are buying it at this rate. You will introduce segregation in the country. What are you talking about?
Then then when it comes to that, that's not cushioning those who are at the bottom, because you see.
Okay, what stops people from wearing socks like they are doing, and torn clothes and go and queue like what's happening right now in Central? When we hear there is food being distributed by the MP, I dress my children, I bring my grandmother, I bring my uncles, all of us, we wear tattered clothes, we go and queue, get money. So a family that is supposed to get 2 bags, we come back with a bundle because we went 10 of us and each one was given. Is that more structured?
You know, you give me time I explain, because when you interject me midway, it's difficult for you to understand what I'm trying to say. When it, for example, in the US, when the government is giving food stamps to people, it's assisting people, specific people, to afford food. So Bill Gates cannot qualify to be given a food stamp. So in Kenya, when the government gives subsidies, and somebody as rich as Uhuru Kenyatta can go to the supermarket and also benefit from that subsidy, that is misuse of resources. Actually, the rich should pay somehow more taxes, so those people at the bottom can benefit from that. That's why I'm talking about having accurate data of the economic status of people, so that when the government maybe wants to give subsidies to Kenyans who are poor, for example, those who are unemployed, those who are not working, those who need that emergency fund, that means that money can be enough to many people. So can you imagine now the government trying to give, for example, the subsidy which was being given to maize was maize unga was 100 per 2 kgs. So if every Kenyans consume 200 kgs per day, then it's giving to all Kenyans. That will be unsustainable. So it's good for a government to have accurate data about the needs of the people, the financial capability of its people. Because when it's giving assistance or relief,
let me ask you, excuse me, Duke.
Okay,
When
order,
is
order.
this? Okay, can I ask?
Okay, ask Mary.
When is the government going to have a strategy? Are they waiting people to die while they are looking for strategy, or what is it? This is an emergency, and strategy should not be. We should be talking about subsidy, which is not okay. They have put it away, but what is the strategy now to cater for the emergency that we have right now from the government?
But those who need emergency, for example, in drought areas have been identified, and there is mobilization of people to assist. Even the government is giving food to several counties. So it's about identifying the specific people who need that, who are in desperate need of food, and then you assist them. Rather than stretching,
let me say something else.
Rather than stretching limited resources to all Kenyans.
Okay, order, both of you. Thank you. Let's do this. I don't think we will move from here. Duke, if you attended a boarding school, if you ever attended a boarding school, we had people who had a special diet, okay? Special diet, people were eating special food when others were eating githeri, if you remember, okay? And then that result at times will result into problems in the entire school, because when the people of special diet are being given chicken and the rest are eating githeri, it will melt into, are we paying less school fees than they, or why are they being given preference? My point is, a government should take care of everybody, not take care of the less fortunate at the expense of the rich, or take care of the rich at the expense of less fortunate. So for a government to be a government, it needs to be seen to be taking care of every Kenyan. And one way of doing that is making food affordable. By the time they're giving subsidy, it's not necessarily making taking care of the poor or ignoring the rich. It is making food affordable within the country, that even if a foreigner comes in the country, he will buy food affordably. In the hotel, the food will be sold affordably because the cost of that food is less. One way of making the cost of the food less is through government subsidy, where the government takes the part of the bill. But you people want to turn it into always a business venture. Always the rich should pay for the poor. There's no law that says the rich should pay for the poor. And there's no crime in being rich as long as you're becoming rich the right way.
Bernard.
This issue of distributing food is an excuse. It is an avenue of corruption. Now that we don't want to subsidize food through the companies so that the companies can make food affordable, that every Kenyan can access that food, let us be in control of the money. We buy the food from our own kiosks. We get paid by the government, then supply that same food to the Kenyans who we are pretending to be helping, but making poor.
No. You know, just a moment, Francis. First of all, affordable is relative. So affordability is not
Relative to what?
Yeah.
Affordable is relative to what?
To the income of people. For example, some people don't have issues with buying food. Others,
No, but
yes, that's a fact.
Intelligence. You are abusing our intelligence. There is a standard cost of food generally. When it goes beyond that, it becomes unaffordable.
Bernard.
For example, I'll give you an example. I just came back from Navajo. Okay? There is when you go to buy chips in Nakuru, okay? Chips in Nakuru is more expensive than when you buy it elsewhere. So what makes that relative? Is it because the potatoes from Nyandarua, they arrive in Nakuru late? It's just the general perception of the place. But to make food affordable is to make sure that the food does not exceed the generally publicly accepted cost of food. And government is supposed to take care of that. It's not for the wananchi to suffer because the government has neglected. So it is wrong for Kenya Kwanza to withdraw subsidies and then turn the other way around and begin to distribute food, except they want to be worshipped. They want to be depended upon. They want to be bowed to, which in my opinion is uncalled for, backward, and unnecessary. Let Kenyans reserve the dignity that they went to work and bought food and ate. Not that we went to queue and somebody gave us food and we cooked. No. Let Kenyans be respected in their own capacity. Not all this nonsense. Distributing food is not the work of the government. The government needs to make food affordable. They should make food supplied properly. Like right now, there is harvest in Trans Nzoia. There is harvest in Bungoma. There is harvest in Kakamega. Instead of government going there to buy maize and then send it to areas where that maize is supposed to be available, they are busy buying from their own kiosks, paying themselves the same check, and then pretending around to be distributing relief food. This is madness. All the same, Francis, I sign out finally completely. Nimetoka hapa. Kasuti is coming to replace me. Kasuti, njoo haraka unisaidie, mimi nimeenda.
So, Duke, let me teach you a little bit of economics so that at the end of the day, when you are arguing, you'll argue from a point of knowing, not a point of just arguing. There are different types of goods. I've shared some information there. There we call their inferior goods. There are Veblen goods. There are given goods. There are normal goods. The normal goods are goods that you demand as the prices goes down, and demand reduces as the prices goes up. That's a normal thing. Like we can talk of unga. Unga ikipanda bei, what you demanded, if you could have bought 2 kg, you bought 1 because the prices have increased. When the prices reduces, you use the same amount of money to buy more quantity. They are what you call Veblen goods. These are goods that are bought by the rich people to display their kind of wealth. That's why you see politicians will go and buy things like armor, whereas there is Probox in the market. It doesn't mean that the politician cannot buy Probox. No, armor is a kind of a vehicle or something to do with the rolls and maybe Lamborghini. It attached to wealth. So that one, you don't need to tell the rich don't buy Probox. they will just go away because they feel that that's not their right way to buy, the right thing to buy. It is something that is normal. So you don't need to separate the rich and the poor when you are giving food. Once you give the food, huwezi pata mtu kama Isiki Machari amepanga line. It is below a standard. That is what we call prevalent goods, and more so these are things that are associated with wealth. That's why unaona kuna hoteli ya shilingi 200 kwa siku na kuna 10,000, lakini ataenda ya 10,000 acha ya 200 because his status does not allow him to be there. It is normal. That one you don't need to force it. They're the one that we call more of a given goods or inferior. The one that when the prices, when the income increases, the demand reduces. These are the goods, for example, when you become a minister. Let's say, for example, today you are being given to become a minister. The houses that you live that will not correspond to your... Right now, the houses you live as a citizen, if you are given a ministerial job, the houses will not correspond to the job we hold. Therefore, with an increase in salary, the demand of that kind of houses will likely go down because you want to upgrade. So that one is automatic. You don't force it. You don't say, when you are distributing food, let's separate them. No. The economics of behavioral separates the people. Inajiachanishanga tu automatically. I'm the rich person, I want hii saa 10,000, staki 1,000 because mimi ni standard zangu ni tofauti. Mimi siwezi kaa hii nyumba ya hapa Kawangware, mimi nataka kwenda Lavington, maana Lavington ndo wanakaa wao huko. Usitaji kwenda Kawangware kuwekea nani ati uende uweke notice kule useme politician wasikuje. Automatically hawezi kuja juu standard yao sio ile. So these are the things that are very normal. You don't need to force them. You only need that you need to serve Kenyans, all of them. Things will just fall apart and the way they are. So these are the things you need to understand so that when you are arguing in terms of, oh, you know, they will benefit poor and the rich. No. It's just automatic. You don't need to force. Inajitokezanga yenyewe. Thank you. Yes, Freddy Kasuti.
No, I have a right to response because you are even contradicting information, and I need to respond to that. Kasuti, you are out that.
Yeah, yes, 2 minutes then. Yeah, 1 minute.
Yes, you see, you are trying to say that you give basic economics and you have actually even contradicted yourself.
With what?
You have missed the context of what I was saying. You are just trying to talk about luxurious goods, which the more expensive they are, the more exclusive they become, and the more appealing to those who are seeking prestige and distinction. So that's what you are saying, but you put it in a different way. So what I was talking about these normal goods, which you are saying, and I was talking about unfair distribution of subsidies. A lot of industries, infant milling industries, closed down. So you imagine we have Pembe, we have Soko, and those big milling companies making billions of profits per year. The 7 of them are called to State House and they are given subsidies. But we have 250 millers registered, paying taxes, distributed across Kenya. So the companies which are big and which are making billions of money profits, they have been given like 100 pop for every 2 kgs they produce. What about a small milling plant in Kakamega or another engineering? Many of them closed. So we are talking about the way that subsidy was destroying the economy.
Yes, and
that's
you. Yes.
Number two, we were talking about targeting. It was not targeting the specific people who needed the assistance. And that's why I'm saying in other countries where they want to give relief or assistance, even in the US when they gave there were some relief checks which were given to poor people or people who are earning below a given amount. They are specific people are identified. They know that these people indeed are economically incapable of affording specific products.
Duke, let me ask you a question before you progress.
Yeah.
So, for example, you are earning, let's say you are working in a company that you are earning maybe 200,000. I want to ask you this and you answer me genuinely. and an MP has come in your area to distribute relief food, will you refuse to go to job and go to receive relief food, or will you go to job? Which one will you go? To receive relief food or to go to job?
Actually, even if I was idle, I cannot go to get that, because that's
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. You don't need to target the poor people and the rich. They will separate themselves. It's the behavioral economy. Kwamba hata watoto wako kuna shule wakienda utafeel kwamba sio standard yao.
But listen to me. When the subsidies were given to Unga, it cut across all Kenyans. Just a moment.
You know what happens, Duke, is with the and your microphone has a problem. Your voice is breaking so much. I don't know if I'm the one I'm hearing alone or all of us are hearing the same thing. Your voice is not audible well. So Duke, what happens is when government is giving subsidy, it does not just give subsidy to everybody. Ati kama kiwanda yako iko pale tuseme Loitoktok peke yake na distributigi maziwa pale Loitoktok peke yake inaje inapewa subsidy? No, because ukipea ile subsidy hata network ya kudistribute Kenya nzima hawana. What they look at the companies with the national face that every product touches every corner. For example, if you look at something like Coca-Cola, ukipea Coca-Cola from the entry point, from the point of entry alone, you are sure that these sodas hata zikifikia ule mtu huko chini zitakuwa already subsidized because umetouch the source of the point. But huwezi kuja ukapeana, tuseme upeane subsidy kwa kitu kama mango meat ambaye maybe hata hiyo kitu ina exist peke yake Nairobi. That one will be eliminated in other region. As long as you are giving subsidy, we look at which point shall we be able to distribute the effect up to the local level huko chini kabisa. That is why in terms of oil walipea kampuni ambazo walifeel kwamba zilikuwa zinauza mafuta all over the country, so that in the end of the day their oil will be distributed whereas is already subsidized. Sasa unapea mtu mwenye ako na mafuta petrol station Nyamira peke yake. Sasa ukimpea, sasa umempea ya Nyamira, atafikisha kweli hata Kajiado? Atafikisha na Narok? Atafikisha Turkana? Atafikisha wapi? Hawezi. That is why those people were eliminated.
Are you trying to say that those small companies to close down? Because they will close, because if the bigger companies, which are enjoying economies of scale and they are getting a lot of profits and they have actually been given more subsidies, how can the infant companies compete with them? And if we have 250 meters, 7 are given, what about 2 for 3 of them? So they close down? What are you trying to say?
You know, I'm trying to, we have talked about why the government was more concerned in giving subsidies to the large corporation. It will distribute effect to be felt all over the country. This is something that comes with just cautioning Kenyans in a particular moment. The few companies, what it happens is, there are things we call mergers, there is amalgamation, there is franchising. They can use whatever means that they have at their disposal to combine with those companies, so that at the end of the day, they will be acting like distributory channels of the bigger companies. So that after that condition, they can go back to the original position whereby they feel that now they can stand on their own. But government cannot give a company just tukupe subsidy, maybe tukupe subsidy na una distribute mahindi peke yake Nyamira town peke yake. Sasa tukikupea hiyo effect itasikikana na watu wenye wako Vihiga, itapatikana na watu wenye wako Nakuru. These are the things that the government look at them. That's why we say in everything there's some kind of shortcomings, but we look at which one of the which will be felt by the larger population of a country, and that's what the government did. Kupea tu hizo kampuni 7 za mafuta ambazo zinaleta mafuta Kenya from the entry points. Therefore it means hiyo mafuta ikiuzwa every part of the country, kila mtu atakuwa amepokea subsidy. But ukipeana yenye kwa Kisii peke yake, what happens is watu wa Kisii tu ndio wata benefit peke yao, because hiyo kampuni distribution channel yake imeishia, maybe hata imeishia hapo town peke yake. So kama imeishia hapo mtu anakana hata wife hiyo kitu. That's why the problem comes in.
Just 1 minute and then we give rate, because we are having a back and forth. I'm not saying that only local companies should be given subsidies. I'm talking about all of them. all of them without exclusion, because if you are giving us specific companies and there are others in the same market, they are employing people, they are paying taxes. So that's like destroying the economy, because in the future, these are the companies which will grow and become big and create more employment opportunities. So all of them must be, all of the millers should be given. So that's what my closing statement. Let us have Fred.
Yes. Francis, Duke, and Mary. How are you guys? Okay, good. My friend Duke and Francis, both of you are missing the point here. This subsidy thing you are talking about, as Duke is arguing, I don't know if he knows that those I don't know how many companies were given, but those are the major companies whereby they are both locally and international companies, and we have those small companies that is only in the on county level, and another one is on a sub-county level, whereby now the idea of one county, one product comes in or chips in. You people in Kenya Kwanza, you just adopted things that you cannot even understand how it was meant to work, how it wanted to work, and what kind of the objective it ended to achieve. For example, you say you are going to make a hustler government, but as I can see, as I can watch, it is the high time every rich people now want to become hustler by default, so that they can get money, they can get good job. As well, we have a lot of hustlers outside there, able, capable, very well learned, but they don't have something to do. They have nowhere to practice their professions. And yet you took jobs you give. If you need experience, why don't you give these our young men jobs so that they can get experience? So in short, that subsidy they gave those companies you are talking about, because those are international companies. Their product is all over the country, all over the country, all over the country. Because you cannot tell me you want to give also the benefit. We have like my own sub-county Webuye. We have millers there, not one, not two, but it is the responsibility of the county to make sure that those companies, those small companies, get enough. They give farmers within the county. They farm the maize or what grain, and then those small companies that if county will make seeds and everything affordable, and farming it become easier, I'm telling you, even those small companies will grow up, because they will have enough supplies. They will have enough materials to make to contribute to their production. But now these multi agencies, companies like what you have mentioned, Pempe, Colton, X, these are international companies. When you go down there in the village, you will find that eggs there. You will find that pembe unga there. And if these companies, they are struggling to get materials, to get to process those ungas, how do you think from that unga get out from Nairobi to Mandera? Do you think even the person who is selling that product, do you think how much will be spending to get that product from Nairobi to Mandera? He will spend a lot of money. At the end of the day, the cost will still be high. And yet we have the small companies in the village there. And here now we comes in when we say that one county, one product, and we are trying to show you how we ended to achieve it. Second thing, when we talk about all these strikes we are seeing here, you people, you gave out a lot of propaganda. Now things are backfiring, my friend. You don't have anywhere to run. When we say that we will strengthen our local companies, we had a plan. We had what we call a mechanism to make sure that nobody will be removed in the line of business on a disrespectful manner. But you see what Moses Kuria is doing right now. He's coming with a lot of pride, with bragging. He don't know how that thing, how we wanted to do it. But this thing, it will cost him. Definitely. Now, as we say that we are going to fund education from primary, secondary, and the university, we knew we had a mechanism. Here you are coming in, you are removing everything. You are removing, my friend. This is not hustlers government. What is here is, it is the billionaires government. If at all now, a poor child who passes very well, who wanted to go to university, and he's a hustler child, and right now you are saying there is no more, you will not get any help from the government. What does that mean? And your people are very clever. Their children study in international schools. They don't go to schools that where our children go, but they go to international schools. They finish studying here, they go abroad, where they finish their education, higher education, and then they start working there. And your child, you want to demolish a system that has been there, has been helping those hustlers, and then right now you are telling them, my friend, you need to go deeper in your pocket to make sure that your child continue with education. My friend, this government is about to fail. Not even about to fail. It's a failed government, and it will not. The way you sabotaged Uhuru Kenyatta government, I'm telling you, my friend, this one you will not. Hii hamutakwepa. Mkitoboa hii, hata mnaweza ongoza miaka kama 100. I will agree with it. But hii hamtoboi. Na hata haitapita miaka 2, hamtoboi. The way things are like, my friend, hamtoboi. Yani nawaonea huruma sana Mr. Duke, kwa sababu hamjui what is coming for you. Hawa wananchi, hawa mahasola, hawa mnaendelea kupressure, mnaendelea kufinyilia, mnaendelea kutoa pesa kwa mifuko. Ndio hiyo. When we say that we want to widen the baseline of revenue, we knew how we are going to deal with it. Si atu kuja tu utoke from nowhere unaambia watu now from 200 shillings enda ukatoe 6% of your earning. Seriously? That is, it's not, we didn't mean that one, my friend. And this one, it will bring you down. Mark my words. This one, these things you are doing in your government, it's going to bring you guys down. Na sina mambo mingi, siku hizi hata siongeangi mambo mingi. Hiyo tu imekutosha juu kwa leo. Unless uwe na kitu mzuri ya kuniambia. Kwa sababu this government of yours, it has nothing. It has nothing good to offer to Kenyans. Especially to those hustlers who wake up early in the morning to go and to line up and vote for you. Something that has never happened. I have been in Mount Kenya for 15 good years. I have never seen Mount Kenya people going, scrambling one another, lining up for relief food. I have never seen. What went wrong? What went wrong?
So, Freddy, thank you so much for your presentation. I know you cannot save when your stomach is empty. You have to fill your stomach first before you save. PH, how are you?
Francis.
Yes.
And the Duke and the Fred na Mary hapo. Unajua Duke is a kind of a person mwenye atakufa na hiyo ng'ombe hata kama haina damu ndani. Duke bwana. Karibu sana, nisijakuona muda mrefu. So now Duke, nataka kujua ground yako kwa hii issue ya gavana, universities. Bado unakufa nayo ama uko na opinion tofauti? Sijasikia, labda ulikuwa umeongea huko mbele. Nataka kujua kwanza.
What I said that most Kenyans cannot afford education. They have to be funded in a way. But that one said, public universities are misusing a lot of resources. They have become like, they are profit-oriented, not service-oriented. They do not offer quality education. Most university students don't do much practicals. You find lecturers just giving printouts of papers. So, and yet you find that the government pays for one student. It's basically like around 150,000 per year. That's a public sponsored student to universities. So we are talking about that there must be a mechanism sort of way whereby the management of the university stops misusing the resources the way they are doing that. So I think there's, and also that that funding cannot even be removed by the executive. It has to be the registration. It has to come to Parliament. So I think it's a debate which has started on how to manage money which is given to universities. There are a lot of misuse about that. No question about that. So I feel that we have a new mechanism on how to account the money given to each student. So if you go to some universities, they give the example of KU and others. They are not.
Which is that mechanism?
What?
Which is that mechanism? Tell us.
The mechanism, for example, which I can say is this. If I was, what I can propose is this. We have like a centralized management system. The way we have like IPMIS or something of that, a system, a blockchain system which traces the way the resources are used. So you find the situation whereby the government is sending millions and millions to universities, and the top management of the university are just routing those money, and they are actually greedy to the extent they admit more diploma students, more certificate students, even most of them unqualified. So you find there's a lot of congestion. There's a lot of module 2 students. They mix the module 1 and the module 2 in the same classroom. So you find that there is no quality education, there is no service. So they are making a lot of money, and I feel that the public university should not be profit oriented the way it has become. So it should be based on the quality. Maybe if the government is giving money, should know that this money going to buy for maybe practical equipment, laboratories are well equipped. What's the ratio of lecturers to students? So those are the factors which must be factored in. So they ensure that the government gives money and there is value of that. So I think it's a debate which has started, and there must be something good which should come out of that.
You can understand this is a debate yenye imeanza, and it's going to go all the way through parliament, hivyo. But now you see the motive, ile point yenye serikali iko nayo. We can see the intention. Now assuming wametoa hiyo pesa. Wewe sasa kama Mkenya, unajua ingekuwa kuna mechanism tofauti labda. Unajua kuna alternative. There is no way you're going to manage every single coin yenye inaenda kwa university. University yenyewe ziko na management yao. Issue ya withdraw your pesa hapo ndio sasa point of contention iko. And that's why mimi nilisema tangu jana, kama kuna kitu itaangusha hii gava, kwanza ni hiyo. Naona hiyo ya withdraw your pesa ya shule, hiyo ndio one. Hizo zingine zenye zimekuwako kama hii ya drought. Unajua subsidy bado haijasettle mzuri. Kuna watu hawajaelewa mbona government iwezi peana subsidy. Anyway, hiyo wacha tutadiscuss baadaye. Wacha nisisahau kuna point hapa ilikuja ati CS wa health alisema intern anapewa 200k na daktari at entry point anapewa 104. Hapa alituosha. Kulingana na ile knowledge niko nayo na watu wenye nimeuliza na wale maintern nimepatana nao nikifanya job wa madaktari, wananiambia walikuwa wanapewa like 75 80k. Huyo CS wa health mwenyewe Nyakuminja ni daktari, amefanya pharmacy. Akiwa intern alipewa 200. Na kama au kwa intern labda alisomea ng'ambo vile niliona. Unataka kuniambia ukiwa pharmacist, umesomwa, wewe ni daktari, huwezi kuwa able kujua maintani wanapewanga pesa ngapi? Si ati alisoma kitu kwa karatasi ati kuna mtu anakula pesa mahali. Either kama alisoma, lakini ile kitu najaribu kuargue ni kwamba Nyakuminja lazima ako na information intern anapewa pesa ngapi. Hiyo naye hiyo sioni kama ni karatasi alisoma. Intern wa daktari anapewa I think 80,000. So yeye ukuja kwa National Hotel anatuambia ati intern anapewa 200k na daktari anapewa 104. Hapo kuna information naye alimisplace hapo. Sidhani alisoma vitabu mahali ati intern anapewa 200,000. Haiko practical na daktari anapewa hiyo. Kuna kitu hiyo ni aliongea Kenya ajui na inamcost hapo. Anyway, wacha kwanza niache Mato, naona ameingia.
So thank you PH. You know, there are things which are very funny because who told these ministers that you must make controversial statements so that you be seen as working people? You can still maintain silence and work. Mato.
It was not controversial at all. Because
Duke, please, let's have Mato. You shall come that one later. Mato.
Sema brother.
Yes, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Tulete hizo news umekuja nazo nzito, tuko hapa kusikiliza.
Kwanza patia Duke kwanza endelee kidogo. I'm still writing my notes. I just got home. Patia Duke alafu nitakuja after that. Alikuwa anataka kusema kitu. I'm hot. But before kwanza nimwachie, nataka kushukuru kila mtu mwenye anatusikiza, everybody that is listening to us. Duke, nice to see you. You've been gone for a long time. Francis, wewe tunakuaga na wewe tukipatana hapa. Mama Mary, thank you. PH, long time no see. Where have you been? Nakasuti wewe. Nitakutafuta mpaka kwenyu nitoe chini ya kitanda. Umenikimbia pande zote, Saitan. Anyway, tuendelee.
Umenianza yani patala salamu vizuri ndugu yangu. Unakuja ukiwa na pashasha. Tutapashana tu hapa.
Yes, Duke.
I was saying it was not a contradiction because as per the CS, he was trying to say, and the CS even maintained that is as per the records. So it means that if from the Ministry of Health, what the records are indicating is that 200,000 per intern was taken from the coffers, but only 90 was paid. So 110 was went to somebody's pocket. So Mtai Kawe must come and answer that. She has mentioned that. So we have those records and we find the facts about that.
Yes, okay, Duke. PH.
Duke. Na kama ni ukweli, if indeed it's true ya kwamba intern alikuwa anapata 200k, ni 200k from Kagwe's time ama 200k from Moi's time ama Kibaki's time? Because I'm very sure nakwambia 2013 ndio nilianza kujua hiyo information ya kwamba daktari akiwa intern anapewa 80 hiyo 90k. So ni CS Kagwe juzi akiingia ama ni ugonjwa imekuwako? Because kama ni ukweli hivyo basi ni ugonjwa imekuwako. Then let's not point directly kwa Kagwe. Ndio saa hii ni Kagwe ametoka, lakini ni kitu imekuwako. I believe then ni kitu imekuwako for long. So
PH.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Uhuru Kenyatta aliweka minimum salary ngapi? Minimum salary in Kenya according to Uhuru Kenyatta aliweka ngapi?
Yeah, minimum salary.
Yes, yenye unaweza piwa payment minimum alipeana ngapi?
Minimum
yes,
wage.
Yes, alipeana ngapi?
See, was it 15,000 ama what?
Alipeana around 12k.
I think 12 or no, it was 13 something.
Yes, let's assume it's 13, si ndio?
Yeah.
So assuming it's 13, kuna watu Kenya wenye wanalipwa mpaka 4,000 kazi. Iko? Nauliza iko? Are there people who are paid 4,000 in Kenya?
We still have people being paid 4,000.
For now, even a house girl, my friend, she's beyond 7,000. Right now, if you want to hire a house help, my friend, if you're not going to package yourself with either 10,000, find nobody to work for you. So, hiyo kitu ya 10,000 or below 5,000 hakuna kampani mingi saizi. Yes.
My point was, kama Uhuru Kenyatta alisema wage bill ni 13,000, but we have people who are being paid 8,000. Let's say 8,000, that people are paid in Kenya 8,000. Should those people go to the Ministry of Labor and complain that there is 5,000 watu wamekuwa kikula because the government said that they were supposed to be paid 13,000? There's what is the statutory and there's what the economy can offer. So the CS can be correct that an intern is supposed to be paid 2,000, but the economy cannot offer. So you cannot go and claim, mimi nimekuwa nikilipwa salary 7,000 na government iliweka 13, so I need the extra 8,000 or I need the extra 6,000 so that I go and consume. I went to consume minister. See, it depends.
That's what is shocking me, Francis. Why is it news? These people have been receiving.
We are talking about corruption. For example,
there's nothing corruption there. Let me tell you.
If the interns are paid by the government. So if the records, the government has been stating that we are paying 2,000 each month for each intern. So that money is deducted from the Kenyan treasury. But in the reality, they only get paid 80,000. So it means for every intern, 120 is taken to somebody's pocket. So we are talking about corruption. We're not talking about demanding doctors to be paid that amount. It's about the corruption. Where is that? What's the source of it?
Thank you. So, thank you. Oh, Freddy,
I have a
I
question.
have a minute. Yes, I have a minute so that you go to Mary.
I have a question to Duke.
Yes, go ahead.
These interns you are talking about or whatever, which job crates are they in? Because according to me, what I know that people are just being paid according to their job groups. Because there is no way somebody who is minor will get who is in a certain job group and another one is another certain job group, and then you tell me this person is going to be paid more than the person who has the higher job group. So I don't know which job group are they in. If they are in job group category fulani hapo, if they deserve it, they deserve it. If they don't deserve it, bas, it is the duty or responsibility of their employer to make sure that they raise their job group to go up so that they can get the exactly pay.
So it's okay, Fred. That where I've been, that is KU, engineering, medicine, architecture, law has been regarded as a different, like a more of a different kind of education system. If I use that word, haikuangi kama yetu, because medicine they go for 3 semesters, they do different things, they learn extensively. Whereas I was doing 12 units per year, and a medical student was doing that 6 per year. They are different people. Those are different people. That's why even their calendar in school is different from us. So whatever the CS was referring on terms of the medical students. Now my question I'm asking is, that is what we call statutory payment, or what the government says and say, for example, Uhuru Kenyatta raised the wage bill to become
Francis amekwama ama nini?
Yes, ni kama amekwama.
See, Mary, you can come on.
Okay, PH, you were not there when I was. Mato na Fred. Habari zenu? Okay, I'm still on Duke.
Yes.
I haven't done away with him. Sorry, Francis, do you want me to go ahead or?
So let me finish so that you go ahead. It was even your turn, eh?
Okay.
So I'm asking, there's what you call statutory, what government says, and there's what an economy can offer. Because government can say the minimum wage the people should be paid is 13,000. But if you go to that job, if you pay 13,000, utalipa ule mtu yako mpaka capital. Now I'm asking, was the CS referring more for what is statutory or what is supposed to happen, or was talking about what is in the market? Because those are the things that we need to differentiate. The moment the government says this, and this is what the economy provides. So yes, Mary.
Okay, I was trying to get to Duke when he said that the money for university was withdrawn because of corruption. I don't think that is the solution. If it is about corruption, the government have a mandate, or they can have a way of putting things into perspective to prevent corruption, but give the students their proper portion of their money to go ahead with their education. So for them to withdraw, I don't see what help they are giving to those students, or maybe they want to finish the university school or studies because they know very well people are going for those money because they don't have enough. But if they have got a way of knowing that people have enough, they can cater for their education. Well and good, but they have to give us the way they know that people can cater for their education. Duke, when you talk about corruption, we know that President Uhuru was talking about 2 billion going being corrupted within a month. That's a lot of money that was corrupted.
Not a month, a day.
When
2 billion a day.
Was it a billion a day?
2 billion a day.
That's a lot of money. And if that was the corruption that was going on, really, that means the country can cater for university students and go ahead with their education as usual. So what you are telling us is something that is unheard of, that people can be reduced not to go to school because the government is losing money. When you are losing education for your people, for your inhabitants, and you are not coming out clean to show them, if I don't give you this money, this is the other way I can help you. What are you showing those people? Where are you putting them? Are you trying to abolish university school, or what is going to happen? Right now, we know people don't have money. They are going through so much hard time. They cannot afford for school, and they cannot afford for food. How can they afford for school? At this juncture, the government needs to sit down, have a strategy of how to help those people. If it's about corruption, then they can make a mandate of having an office whereby these students, when they are coming, they can have to prove themselves that I go to this school, this is the amount is needed. Then they are given a check to take to school if corruption is being prevented. But that using about the name corruption, it doesn't even give us any sign of this government knowing where they are taking these students. I feel very obligated to say that we need our people educated, and that they can stand for their life. They can stand for their future. But when you start pushing people down, showing them that the government is caring for money, this money they are caring for, I don't know how would you care for the money when you don't want the economy to be at the top with people well educated. So Duke, please, and I'm asking you once again, let's be honest and let's argue in the point that we are helping our country, Kenya. Thank you.
Welcome. Vladimir Putin, where are you?
Mimi hapa niko. So I wanted to support my sister Mary. You see, Duke, one thing the 12th Parliament did, they were not economical to the next coming president. They approved a budget that was more than the biggest budget ever Kenya has ever approved. And the Duke, remember, the Ministry of Education has been adding up from 2013 to now. It was about 12 to 15%. Now it's about 26.6, about to 29% of the total national budget. And then you take away money for higher education. Now, the question that still remains, and the one you are also asking, because you said in the books, it is 200,000, but in reality, they are getting 80. You are questioning, where does the 120 go? Now, my question is this: the money is already budgeted. Where will the money that was budgeted going to go? Those are the conduits of corruption now. Are they going to redirect it to somewhere else? Those are the opaqueness that you were talking about. If the money was already budgeted, why withdraw it all of a sudden? Is there not a gradual system of withdrawal, a 5-year plan that allows even the university to restructure themselves? Because in the end, what happens is you are overtaxing. You said everybody with a KRA must be taxed. Okay, which includes the students. You can't go to university without what? The PIN number. Now, you're going to tax people. You're going to take the subsidies for education. So don't you think that is a conduit of corruption from your government?
Actually, to answer you that, with all that money, that is around 26% of the national budget going to institutions of running. Almost like 60%, was it 60% of public universities are risking, they are in the risk of becoming like, they are almost collapsing, like, for example, like
they are under liquidation.
Yes. So the question should be, with all that funding, why should they be unable to sustain themselves? So the proposal I'm getting is that the government is going to intervene directly, for example, to ensure that every institution has enough lecturers or workers. So it pays workers directly, the way high school teachers are paid. If it is about running materials or apparatus and all that, it provides that. So if it's infrastructure, it provides that. So that we cannot, there is no situation where we can say, for example, a high school is becoming bankrupt, something of that kind. So the university also should be like that. They get funded directly into infrastructure and the staff, so that we don't have that trickle down where we find the managing council, the Senate, becoming like they root a lot of money. If you know what happens across the universities, it's extreme. Even student leaders, when they want to strike, all they are advocating for their rights. Some of them get bribed to an extent of millions. So you can imagine if the council, the university management is bribing students, leaders to a tune of 10 million. So you can imagine how much money they are stealing. So they don't want the status quo to be disturbed, because they are getting a lot of money from the system.
So thank you. You know, Duke, let me also inform you that most of university, they're operating under what you call a socialist kind of model, whereby, for example, you'll find like in Kenyatta University, there's a library, a very big one, the postmodern library. That library is only used around 2 weeks toward the exam, but the school cannot neglect it. They have to maintain it. The workers are always there to wash. There are people employed there. Either the students are there or they're not there. There are things called Wi-Fi. Either you are using it or not using it, it will be provided there. Yeah, a lot of things are there if students are not there or they are there. So is it a socialist? The only way then you can go about it, then, if you want to reduce the cost of university, is to say those who want to use the library, let them pay for the library fee and let us scrap it off. So what it means is, because Kenyans, we don't like to read, most of them will opt not to read. So we shall be destroying the quality of education that will be given our students. That is the reason you find, for example, the course that I did, accounting. The only thing that accounting needs is a blackboard, a chalk, and a lecturer. So that one means with even 10,000, I can be able to be maintained very well without a problem. But it's a course that, like medicine, these are the people who do postmortem, they operate in hospital, referrals and so forth. They do a lot of practical, they deal with very expensive chemicals, they do a lot of things. So at the end of the day, what the university do, they try to standardize what we pay school fees, so that some of our money will be used to cover their costs. That's the standard costing. Because if a degree like medicine is not subsidized, if I can use that word, I'm telling you, there's nobody can be able to afford that kind of degree. Even engineering, they do a lot of practicals, they use a lot of materials. Actually, that's the most expensive, but because of that kind of a socialist thing, that you can come together and able to carry our brothers, therefore that's the reason you find the university still finds it struggling, because and it's changing world. You know, for instance, since 2009, that's the record that I have. I don't know if beyond that, we have been paying around 16,000 as a university. That is the students who are there under job. Remember, from 2009 up to now, there's something that we call the present the present value of money. The 16,000 of 2009 is not the same amount of it's not the same amount today. Today, that 16 of that time might be even now equivalent to maybe even 30,000 or 40,000. But the school fees are not increasing. So what is even the government is supposed to do is to increase the funding to cover the inflation and other things that are associated with the depreciation of currency, not to withdraw. Because once they withdraw, university will shrink. And that is why I'm saying there's no way out. We have to fight everything possible to maintain it if you want education to become a social welfare and not a luxury. Mato.
Sema brother, sorry, I was trying to get myself together so I can settle down so that way that way I'm not messing with you guys like unajua nikitoka nikikimbia kimbia. Now I'm settled. I'm here. Is it my turn or was it salam too? Go for it. Okay, I guess that's a yes. Duke is very nice to see you. I've listened to you a lot, and today I've listened to you talking to Kina Alex, and you guys had a very good hata na Kina Bernard. You had very good conversations, but Duke, sometimes I don't know why. Duke, we've been in this struggle, me and you, for a long time. Tunagonganaga lakini I won't hit you hard today. I'm just gonna go slowly with you while I finish. I hope I can get 3 minutes to just do this. Duke, Salama Dadi. There's nothing wrong. It's our country, difference of, different minds kind of come together. We don't agree, but we still agree at the end of the day that we are both Kenyans, and we will always be Kenyans. Duke, let me ask you, what's a trickle down? What's a trickle down?
What I can say is like it's a model whereby people know.
Mato, you will not answer that. If you so when you ask him how to trickle down, he will not answer that one. Go to the next one, my friend.
So
okay, all right. Let me move on. Let me just say.
No, let me answer because you're asking us. It's a model whereby it's believed that if you give money to big companies or corporations, that way they can find that money can find itself to the bottom. That's to the common man at the bottom. So you find that if the government wants me to enhance a given sector, it would actually identify big corporations and then fund those corporations, and it believes that those corporations will pass that money downwards. So that's a
okay, Duke. I'm not gonna use technical. I'm gonna go slow with you. What is trickling down so for it to be called a trickle down?
It's resources or money. Resources or money.
Okay. Where do the resources of the government come from?
They come from people, taxpayers, Kenyans.
So when did it become a trickle down if it came from the people in the first place? Where are the people? Are they down or are they up?
No, you are mixing the functioning or the operation.
I'm not mixing anything. I'm not mixing anything, Mr. Duke. Listen, once you pay taxes, my friend, once you pay taxes, that's what now you're telling us to trickle down. You're trickling down my own taxes. So there's nothing like trickle down. There's what you call doing the job for the people and being a service provider with the taxpayers' money. There's nothing like trickling down unless you're telling me you're going to a mountain and going to get water from up there, which you never had and never came from the bottom to go up and then it comes down to us. Please stop lying to us. First of all, that money that you're talking about, trickle down economy and bottoms up economy, at the end of the day, it's our tax money. Is what we pay, VAT, everything. that money, without that money, there wouldn't be even a leader in our country, because everybody wants some money, wants a paycheck. And that all money that actually even flies those F-316s in our military, is that Mama Mboga's money that you guys were saying, Mama Mboga's, what they pay when they go to Gikomba and go get that watu wa Gikomba, when they go and get that iyo inaitwa nini, when they go that iyo pound or whatever you want to call it, wakichukua hizo mitumba zote, they've paid taxes. Wengine wameshikana wakaenda wakalipa, and because of the import tax they are paying that. So please, wachana na kitu ya tiko down or bottoms up or whatever. The government runs with the people's funds. Without people's funds, there's nothing. What we have a problem with, and it is what I've been here for the people that have been here for a long time, that have actually learned what I try to say. I've always been very meticulous and very clean in what I try to say. Everything that is government is the mwananchi. All that money, even the 2 million, close to 2 million, that the government, that the president gets as a salary, is you, me, and everyone, depending on their ability of where they are at the point they are in their life. Okay? So let's not lie that there's somebody who's doing anything favor. Now, the taxes and CRB, I had written some things. I've gone back to the way I used to be kidogo, writing some things so that I can, direct myself before, because this is my opening. Taxes and CRB. How are you going to tax CRB? CRB is a credit, umesharibu credit yako. Now you're going there to they want to increase credit. I mean, they want to increase your taxes on what you're paying. Of course, you're already in a debt. Why did you go to the debt? Kono kila mtu anataka tu kuamka and kufanya debt. I think at sometimes, yes, we are very educated, but sometimes we have to really go down and start looking at things nicely and looking at them as Kenyans and not the education part of it, but just looking at it. How are you going to increase tax of somebody who's in CRB already? Are you a government? Whose interest are you looking out for? And why do you think that you have so much power over that person that you're looking out after? Let's jump into the KQ. I'm gonna run real quick. I used to do this kitambo, but let me jump real quick. KQ, first of all, is the pilots that they don't agree with the Nanim Kamba wetu. They don't agree with him. They don't agree on how it's being managed. And remember, these are the guys that will hold you up in the air. These are the guys that will do everything. They are seeing something that is wrong. You start saying that utawafuta wote ati ni madaktari, kaka benye mlifanya daktari mkanda mkaleta Cubans. I don't know. By the way, whatever happened to the Cuban doctors? Nobody knows. Right?
Immediately after the Al-Shabaab took hostage of the two, waliitwa wakarudi wakiwa wamenyamaza, walirudi kwao kisirisiri.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah, 2 of them walishikwa, hao wengine walipotea. The ones, kuna wengine najua wamebaki. I know one in Homa Bay that she actually stayed, and I think she even speaks Swahili. There was an expose on her, not an expose, like a documentary on her. She just became there, and I think she even got married there or something like that. But those are the walibaki. But when you come and talk about pilots, and you're talking about pilots that is that you're going to, there was a joke moving on today that was like, if you have a driver's license and you've ever flown a drone, then you can be employed in KQ. They just need somebody with a driver's license and somebody that can even, just fly a drone. It's a joke. It's Kenyans. Ni wa Kenya, unajua, waachagwi nyuma na zao. But when you look at that, okay, so you're telling pilots to go. How many pilots do we have in Kenya? Most of the biggest people, including The same president that used to be the vice president, he has never been flown by a Kenyan pilot. They're always white. Because why? To be a pilot, for people who don't understand, for you to be a pilot, you have to gain some hours, even for you to be if you can be doing, jumping off of flights. For skydiving, you have hours that are recorded by the FAA. And Kenya is no different. They have hours for you to be able to fly. So that's not a career that you can just say that, okay, tunafunga leo. I was so ashamed when I saw Murkomen, and I realized kumbe law pia si piloting, na si mtu unaweza kukopoa kujua vitu zingine, lakini pia ujui zile vitu zingine. I mean, other industries. For piloting, first of all, you cannot fly a Boeing without, I think, if I'm not wrong, I think it's about 3,000 hours on air. You cannot come from a Cessna to be a Boeing pilot or commercial. Hata ukitoka nini, ukitoka fighter jets and all that, you have to go learn and simulate in simulators. You don't play with pilots like that. Guys, we have to be very serious in what we do. So we have to take those guys very serious. And not just think ni manases. I'm not saying, with all due respect, with nurses, thank you so much. Watu wenye wanatusikiza na when ni nurse, I'm not saying anything. But that's not just an occupation that you just jump into like that. You're carrying a whole 300 people. And it's so funny it happened even after the one from Tanzania. The guy landed it. Yes, we've lost 19, but at least I think 24 or something were saved. And he landed it. It's not easy. See, Basi? So those are not things that you go like that. And then you start talking about this government. Mimi, I don't know what's going on. You start talking about government that is doing financing of student loans and everything. Really? We have come from tuko na hiyo kitu hata kwa constitution yetu au kama hata kwa anthem yetu, and what has our forefathers told us, we need to fight some things that are called ujinga, chakula, and what Raila keeps on telling us, education is not something to play with. Yeah, ugonjwa. Yeah, you don't play with
disease, illiteracy, and what? The other one is what? Nitatu, anger.
Yeah, which is where we are falling back, because people are not looking at these things. And the government that we have, somebody said today, look, these guys might have really wanted the thing, I mean the power, but did not understand what they were coming into. They did not understand the leadership part of it. And once you don't understand the leadership part of something, but you just want the power, because first of all, and I will never lie, I've always said here, I think we have a cartel not even a cartel. We have a mafia kind of economy where we have a mafia coming into Pablo Escobar. Me, I believe Ruto is that what it is. Na mi akinigonga kuja nigonge the day he will. I believe most of us Kenyans, we need to go back to a drawing table and ask, what do we want with our country? What do we have to do? How do we have to do it? And is it that just because some of us run away and go to other countries, do we really need to? I can see people talking about infrastructure here and saying 200, well, the intern, let me start with the intern part of it. I think Alex was very right when he brought up that topic. I wanted to jump in at that time, but I was driving. I can tell you this is not new. It's been there. I know, I won't say who, but I know somebody very close to me that was very close to the government and used to tell me the road, and I'll mention that road, from Komarok, Ukambani to Kangundo Road had been built more than 3 times in the books. But at the time that they were telling me that, we couldn't even drive on that road because there was nothing built. Now it's built in Uhuru's government. The Kidimani one, the one that I will talk about side of Machakos and whatever, because we can all talk about other roads that we've seen. I've seen even when I was back at home, I also saw some in Kikuyu land, and I've seen the highway, the super highway and everything. But let me talk about some of them that I knew were already built, and they were getting built at every elections. They had been built, but when you go there, there's nothing built. Why? Inflation is real. That's what they do. And that's why people that have been in government, some of them will not let it go because that's how they make their money. It's a deal-making thing. And that's why we had some of the CSs start going, and some of the MPs start going to jail or being, cases coming to them while Uhuru's time. And right now, most of them, I am very disappointed as a Kenyan to know that there's somebody like Aisha Jumwa that you know very well in public. Wacha zile za kuficha za kina, who was it? The one that killed a girl with allegedly killed a girl who was pregnant with his own child, Obado. So you see somebody that actually was there, it was seen, and it's so public. And then you see them being elevated. You see cases starting going. I think at a point we will have to sit down as Kenyans and decide, are we Kenyans or are we not Kenyans? Because we can sit here, Mr. Francis, we can sit here and discuss every day and have people who come back with wakuje warudishe, wajaribu ku water down everything. But we are not going anywhere.
I'm telling you, there's only one way out, and the one way out is to seek regime change. Because the things stand out, there's nobody who is proven to be at least efficiency. All are just dogs on a loose. Wako hivyo tu. Sasa sijui baada ya miaka 5 tutaenda wapi, because I'm looking at a country that after 5 years tutakuwa tunalia kama Central African Republic. Can we allow a country to be destroyed by 24 people or 10 people at the expenses of 50 million? Are you willing to go that way, that you are ready to allow your country to be destroyed by 10 people or 5 people at the expenses of 50 millions plus their generation? You are giving birth to a kid and tomorrow is not promised. Anyway,
thank you for saying that. And I'm about to finish. Ruto is a beneficiary of all these things. And yes, kuna watu wanatupanga jina ya Uhuru hapa, jina ya Kenyatta. You can throw jina ya Kenyatta. It's true. And I'm telling you the truth. When you go to KQ, somebody was saying KQ, when you go there, and not even KQ, I've flown so many times into and out Kenya and everywhere. And I know a couple of things. Kamaziwa kale kadogo, ukiingia kwa ndege unapatia kwa kamaziwa kasache kako hivi, if you want ukitaka maziwa kadogo. That thing is sold at you don't get the price yourself, you only get it at your price. Wewe kwa sababu ulilipa na unadhani unapewa
maziwa kwa ndege.
Sorry? Kuna mtu alikuwa amesema kitu, I don't know. I think ni Alex alikuwa.
Kitu hapo si anapata wapi?
Uto tu vitu unauziagwa, nauziwi
ushalipia. Kunywangi maziwa kwa ndege, asiongee juu ya maziwa, wacha ongee ile ingine.
Kwani anakulanga modokoi huko?
Alex, okay,
sawa basi. Unajua kenye unakulanga?
Wewe wacha siasa. Unajua hata nilienda
inauzwa $40.
Very right. Alex ni mchokozi, lakini unaona hata SGR, mimi nilienda na SGR tulikula. Unajua kwanza, venye Alex amenichokoza hivyo, I'm a grown up person, I do what I want to do and I want to do it, but let's be realistic. what I came to realize the last time nilitumia SGR, and I'm gonna be honest, when SGR started, they used to sell, if you wanted to have a beer, personally, me, I do have a beer once in a while or whatever, if I'm, whatever, however I want to do it. So they used to sell, what I heard, they used to sell beer all the way to Mombasa. But then again, by the time now I was using the SGR, they actually uwezi saizi nunua bia kama wewe ni mtu unapenda unataka kunywa bia, you on vacation, so what? So uwezi nunua bia kwa SGR until mfike Mtito one day, halfway. Now, what did I come to realize about that? Na pia uwezi ingia kwa hiyo SGR na bia unless umeficha. That was stories that I was hearing, and I saw it. The reason is because at that point they are gonna start selling after because I think watu walikuwa wanasumbua sana wakianza kulewa Nairobi, and it's 4 hours, so they want the last 2, and vice versa when you're coming back to Nairobi. This is what happens. That beer is 400 balozi. Get out of the SGR, it's 200. So what just happened there? Umechapiwa double. But uko na marafiki wako na mnaenda kule, mnaenda vacation, mnaenda baharini, sasa itabidi mnunue hiyo 400. And guess what? It's one of the government people that is actually now supplying that. So amepata double. So basically what we are a bandit economy, and we need to stop that. And that's why people are running into these powerful seats to bring them, and this is where the economy is coming down. It comes from small things like this. These are recreational things. And then those recreational things, because everybody is bound to gain something from it, and you need to have a little power, or I need to know Alex because Alex ndio amesimamia KQ, so now I need to do that. And then sasa nimeingia nikakuwa kansela huko ama nimekuwa kanini, now I gotta talk for Alex to get that your procurement and all that. Then the whole thing is messed up. What we need to do, we need people to do their jobs. If you decide to go to work for our country, be a public servant. Don't be a business person, because you mess up everything. And that's where the problem is. And let me tell you, the biggest beneficiary, and has been since YK92, and that's how they made their money, straight from campus, Nairobi University, Kinajirongo, all of them at that time, is because Moi went and got them and told them, kujeni nitawapatia parastatals, and those parastatals are nowhere to be seen. And that's why you find people billionaires talking here, and they become president now through the couth ways, because they know there's nowhere they're going. And you find them trying to tell other businesses to pay taxes, and they say at Tanzania, mimi, go tell me one day Western Hotel, and not even Western Hotel, go to Jogoro pale hivyo kwa roundabout ya Donholm, and tell me when East used to be called East something mall, when it ever paid. Those all belong to Ruto. And that, my friends, is the problem of Kenya, because we sit here talking, but the leaders, and even this Duale, I wonder how he's in the security docket, because guess what? When Kisimayo was selling charcoal, and that was the biggest pirate part of it, he was accused of being the person doing that. Na venye mmeenda Congo, ile kitu mnaendea sijui, lakini najua mwende kumake peace. Remember me.
Thank you, Mato. You have made me to ask myself. I am seeing some lecturers and professors who are vying political seats, but when they are teaching us in school, they are telling us to go and create job opportunities. Why are they not creating unless they are professors? They could be leading by an example. Why are we getting it wrong? PH. So I want to leave anyway. So I am seeing Julie's around. I think Julie will take charge on that, and you will be able to manage you to the remaining time. So PH you can
Alex,
continue.
nani Putin kuja kwanza, kuna kitu nafanya hapa kidogo tu. Putin.
Francis, naomba usiende. Naomba tell the people to wind up. I was just listening and enjoying the debate. Nimesikia kuna kibarua. Matu, nataka job. I know how to drive a car. And I think I have been flying for a few years. Lakini ni vile tu sijaingia cockpit. But I think I can imagine.
Julia, thank you.
Yeah, you ndio serikali Duke anatetea. Duke, you are really funny. I mean, how can you ask people to apply for jobs to go and fly planes? What about if you get people who want to sabotage?
Yeah, before you go, Francis, can you hear me, Francis?
Yes, I can get you. Alex, I can get you.
Okay. So, can I go ahead, Ama? You want to say something?
Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can get you clear.
Francis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can get you clear. Hiyo ameingia kwa miti, wacha akitoka kwa miti atarudi huku. Yes, Julia, proceed.
Okay, I was just listening to your discussion, and really I'm surprised, and okay, I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed that that serikali ya Ruto is handling things like, flying planes cannot just matter seriously. Even what Kenyatta was doing, calling Cuban doctors, was not the best of taste. Okay, but maybe we can agree those who are doctors. But now, okay, think about. I think when these pilots fly, I mean, akunanga chance ingine. If something happens, munakufa. So akunanga hiyo trial and error. I mean, I think they try to minimize the error as much as they can. So I think what the KQ management was saying is that I think that is carelessness, and I think they're not serious. But I think you people, I also watched about I have seen the dons and the students. I think our broadcast, I think in the afternoon, when they were addressing the issue of the funding of the universities, and they are talking about wamepea huyu nani Mashovu wiki moja, otherwise ataona cha mtema kuni. I mean, they'll go on rampage, they'll go on strike. Now, my question is, I think people, do you think this Kenya Kwanza government really cares whether these students go to school or they don't go to school? Do you really they care? I think they don't care. Me, I think Ruto is trying to reduce Kenyans to a begging population so that you continue, mutaanza kumwimbia nyinyi ni watoto wa Nyayo. Sijui kama mtakuwa mkiimba nyinyi ni watoto wa nani. How do we used to sing ni watoto wa Nyayo? I don't know what you'll be singing for Ruto now. You'll be singing for him because he wants Kenyans to be poor, to be illiterate, to be uneducated. Because the other day people were arguing with me here, and I was telling the listeners and the people who are watching that that the Kenyan higher education is one of the best because they have ensured that people can access education even when you can't afford. Most of us acquired our first degree, not because our parents could pay for us. It is because we qualified as government-sponsored students. Otherwise, sidhani to get Tomboa, because I don't think our parents would have paid that fee. So me, I keep saying I received a letter to Maseno University, and then I was just given a letter. I was asked to go and pick my allowance from KCB. So see, I can imagine if my parents were asked to pay that 100 and something thousand. Sidhani ningesoma mato hata kama nilipitaje, hata kama ningekuwa nimepita mao aje. I couldn't have gone to school. I don't think so. So, and those students could not pay the 16,000. I think through help, they were able to pay the 16,000, that the 16,000 they're supposed to pay. And when I was arguing here, people were arguing, I'm in the US and I'm teaching the high school. And I struggle with my students to convince them to go to college. Lakini they normally give me one good reason that unless they get scholarships, they will end up with loans. Ama AZIMIO, unless wapate scholarships. So in the US, ukifanya high school, lazima ungangane kutafuta hizo scholarships. These scholarships, they are not very entertaining. Unatafuta scholarship kwa hii organization, kanusu kengine unapata hapa, kanusu kengine unapata hapa. Unapata tunusu twingi. You said you try a NABAP and go to college. And if you don't, you apply for a loan. Or you try looking for government funding. I mean, it is not guaranteed that you'll go through your 4 years with much ease. Lakini Kenyan
Julia,
students,
uto to scholarships uambie ukweli tunakujanga per subject per what you are, and unless ukibahatika upate ka grant kamoja, you just unapata class ingine lazima ujilipie. That's how we went to school, some of us.
na ukianguka something unanyimwa ka scholarship kengine because maybe you didn't get a GPA of 3 somewhere. But in Kenya you get a C+, unaambiwa wewe unaitwa government sponsored student. Sasa chukua virago yako wende ukasome. So I think currently the only thing the parents have to figure out how utalala wapi, utakula nini. And still you can apply help and get some money to fund something there. Now, I listened to Duke. Duke, I want to agree with you one thing. There's a lot of corruption in the public universities. That one is very correct. And that one is true. But how do we control that corruption? Is withdrawing funding controlling corruption? No. And I think I also listened to Duke was saying that they want to operate the high schools operate. High schools are also funded. Duke high schools are given money for stationery. They're given money for exercise books, notebooks, for laboratory equipment. The principals are given money by the government for laboratory equipment. So even that, the government will not escape from it. If we need doctors, we need all that. So I think that is the wrong direction Mashogwi is taking. What he could have done, he could have demanded accountability in the universities, and these dons and the management, should be pinned down by EACC about corruption, and they should be investigated so that kama umekula pesa ya serikali urudishe hiyo pesa. That is what but denying Kenyans education, I think it will be an uproar, and I am hoping that Kenyans will not take it down like it is nothing. The KQ strike is very interesting, but the thing is Kenya is losing so much as the high-headedness of the government and the management continues. So I don't know what they plan to do about it. But me, I want to summarize this. Nini watu tuliwaambia hapa. When I spoke here before the election, mulisema niko na chuki na Ruto. Niliwaambia Wakenya mtaumia. You refuse to pay attention. Now, somebody was asking why Mount Kenya region are begging for food. Why they are queuing. Me sometimes, sasa mimi itarudi maneno ya imani. Me, I'm even thinking it's a punishment. Mary Wainaina. If these people trust that God, I think the God is punishing them. Because
Julia.
Yes.
And why is the Mount Kenya Foundation so silent and they could chip in at whatever cost in their own people? Why are they so silent?
They are saying that watu wamewatusi kuwatusi. They have been fighting these people. They are calling them dynasties. The objective is to, if you are poor, if you have anything in Kenya, we should make you as poor as possible. You know, I was asking myself, Kenyans, nini watu mko na wivu mnachukia Uhuru? Kwa nini mama zenu hawakuolewa na Uhuru na Kenyatta? Mngeambia mama zenu na nyanya zenu waende waolewe na Jomo Kenyatta, ndio all of us we become sons and daughters of the king. Why you hate one person because he was the son of the president? And because you hate one person, you are making all Kenyans suffer. Sasa mlipigia majambazi just because you hate one person. Mngeambia mama zenu na baba zenu na dada zenu wakaolewa huko State House.
Julia, tungekuwa dynasty bwana, tulikuwa tunaogopa kuwa dynasty.
Now these people punished Kenyans because they hate Uhuru. Uhuru simply found him. Uhuru did not even know where his mother met his father. He just found that those people met and they gave birth to him. And then, as fate would be, he became president. And that is why we hear that Uhuru ataka kupeana hiyo kitu. alitaka kupeana hiyo mamlaka ya president. Because accordingly, Uhuru doesn't even value that president. You look at Uhuru, amezaliwa State House, and these people are fighting him. They want to fight Brookside, fight Uhuru left and right. Now they voted for people who call themselves hustlers. Now, somebody was analyzing here. I think it's Ametoka. I'm trying to remember his name. He said, Baba alikuwa na mpango. Baba alisema he knew we have problems with education. We struggle to take our children to school. So Baba knew problem number one they're gonna deal with is education. Baba knew tuko na shida kwenda hospitali. Baba knew we need to have one county, one product. Baba had a plan. Now KQ, if the government thinks KQ is using a lot of government money, this is not the way to go. Now, you people look at the thousands of the passengers that are stranded. Look at how much product do we export every day? Flowers, fruits, and all that. What is happening to all that stock? Niambieni hiyo hasara. Ati wako na kichwa ngumu. These people, what kind of government is this? So if they want, you people after KQ, ni Safaricom. Niliwaambia. You pay attention. After KQ is Safaricom and all, because these guys wako na shida na watu wanaitwa dynasties. Sasa mimi I want to conclude and ask myself. Sasa wamatu kale kasichana kako kamekuja hapa US kanasomea hapa US. Sasa vile kamesomea US, sasa ninaanze kukuchukia mato. Nianze kuchukia mato nikisema ati mato anaringa. Ati mtoto, and the poor little baby found itself in the US. Hata hajui baba yake alifika US aje. And then nianze kuchukia huyo mtoto, ati huyo mtoto ati ni dynasty. This is nonsense. So you people fighting dynasty and fighting all that nonsense. See this hapo ndio mmetupeleka. And let me say this. Bado things are coming, but maybe nena I'm asking. Kwani Mount Kenya kuna laana? Hao watu walisema ni wacha Mungu. Wacha Mungu sana. Bona njaa ikaingia Mount Kenya zaidi kuliko the rest of the country. What does that tell you? Something is very wrong somewhere. And more is coming. So Duke, I understand you unatetea serikali yako, lakini hii serikali Uhuru alitupatia miezi 3. And Uhuru, wherever you are, please listen. Even 3 months are over, we are already suffering and we don't know what to do. Asante Francis.
Thank you. And you know, it is even disheartening because what I know with the Kenya Kwanza government, they will start campaign in 2023 if the latest. They even in the campaign mood, because I've seen a form whereby they want to disband political party to form one national party. They are there. They have initiated that. They are planning to also to hold grassroots election. So they are having a minimum of 1.5 years to work, on which seems that half is almost over. We are remaining with 1 year of work, after which you get to full campaign, whereby you will be using choppers to go and give donation to people who will be dying of hunger where he has not worked for them. Anyway, I don't know, but what I know, the only way out in this mess, it seems to be only regime change. If that is the ultimate price that you can pay for it, let it be. But let it be in a way such that it will not disorganize Kenya. We can have one that is very good, that can transform Kenya, but not the one to destroy the economy that you have. Yes, Red Army, where are you? Umepotea?
Yeah. I think I'm going back again. Sometimes I like doing cleanup. There is something dangerous Mato said, and I don't think I'm going to let him go. Mato is my friend, is my brother. There is something he said that was a little bit dangerous. If we let it go, then philosophically we are going to justify something that I don't want us to justify. Mato asked Duke, what is trickle down? Then Duke, in his always conniving way, said it's where the government gives companies money. And that is not true. Even education is trickle down. When your professor has that knowledge, it must trickle from him to you. When Julia was a teacher, she trickled down that information from herself to her student. So trickle down is not just that political expediency you are putting and saying. It is when the government gives companies, big companies. Don't lie to us. Trickle down is very simple. You are not asked political trickle down. You asked you just the basis of what is trickle down. Trickle down is when something has more knowledge, more money, more whatever, and it goes down to somebody who has nothing. So don't just initiate it that it is when the government gives it companies. No, I mean, that's a lie. That's a big lie you said. But now I want to go back to Mato. Mato, if you say that there is nothing like trickle down, then philosophically, you are saying that there is bottom up. Because what you said was, hii pesa ni yetu, which means sisi wenye tuko hapa chini, hii pesa sasa ni yetu, sasa hao ndio wanachukuanga huko juu. So then you are saying, inatokanga bottom, inaenda up. That is what you just said. And I don't want you to justify that because Duke is smiling now, you see. So what I'm saying is this. There is trickle down. There is trickle down and it remains so. We cannot let Duke go and sleep today because najua akitoka hapa atachapa taska mbili. No, Duke anachapanga Guinness export. Ataenda achape export mbili ya furahi kuwa there is no trickle down. Okay? There is trickle down. And the trickle down is what helps us to pay our taxes. And if we can have more conversation about that, well and good. But you cannot dismiss trickle down, Mr. My friend, my younger brother, Mato. If you do that, then you are saying bottom up is real. Bottom up can never be real. It's an hoax. Thank you.
So thank you, Red Army. So actually I want to conclude. So what you'll do, let us give the Red Panda some time, then we go around one round for concluding remarks so that I close the show. Alex tutakuwa ni kuachie so that you also conclude.
No. Si niliona Julie hapa.
Julie ameenda, ameshadoroka. So Red
then
Panda.
we can give our finishing remarks. We finished the show very well. We have done 6 hours. That's good enough. Unless Makiadi is coming. Call Makiadi on the side.
Makiadi is not coming because if you could be coming and anakananga usaa kitu saa 5 saa 6. Red Panda, where are you? It seems the individual is just asleep. Anyway, he's not around. So
Julia is there. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. So let's start from you. Now give your concluding remarks as you move to Julia, then I, then Duke, and then you close by Matron.
You see, one of the good things that I'm looking at is that the Kenya Kwanza that we knew and all the rhetorics that we were hearing from them, I think they were just good lies. What I've come to know is that they were not prepared to govern. In 1 week, Murkomen has messed up. Moses Kuria is messing up. You are seeing the Minister for Health is also telling us some things that we do not understand. Whether it's true or not, there was a way he could have or she could have done in order to avert what she's going to get, because I think some of these stakeholders in the Ministry of Health are going to come after her. And you see Machogu has really messed up, as Julia said, and now he has been given an ultimatum. The country is in chaos. You know, a good friend of mine, I don't want to quote him, I complained here that why is Museveni bringing his toilet from Uganda and bringing it here during the inauguration? And a friend of mine asked me, Alex, I want to ask you a simple question. That choo ambayo ilikuwa ni whatever military track, he asked me, Alex, I want you to be honest. You don't need to ask Nicho, what did it bring to our country? There was something that could not go to the plane because it had to, sijui ilikuwa ni kubwa ama ni nini, whatever it was, it brought. Whatever that was
taken to Somalia was not food aid. The question we are asking, what did our military planes go to bring from Somalia? That is a security threat. We cannot be having people lining for food in Kiambu, in Gatundu, where we have never had lines before. And then a military chopper is taking food to Somalia. What we are asking simply is, what did it go to bring from Somalia? The Ruto government must tell us. Hiyo ni nini hizo military choppers ilienda kuchukua? Is it weapons? Is it gold? Is it smuggled goods? We want to know what it went, because kama mnapeana msaada, there is a protocol of giving. We did not see a military chopper go to Gatundu or wherever in the central to give food. We saw the government officials go there. The other thing I would like to say is this. Our watu wa AZIMIO, watu wetu wa AZIMIO, let us be vigilant. I think we have already won the cause. It is only that we are not motivated enough. Some of our people are discouraged, but we must tell them they should not be discouraged. If we keep up with this spirit, this government will not survive, because internally they are so divided. Murkomen shows that he's not ready to be a CS. The minister for the CS, the cabinet minister for health, has shown that she's not ready. The minister for education, I don't think he has ever been ready to take any position. It is total chaos. You cannot say that you are taking our KDF to the so-called Congo or DRC. The last time I checked, even when we had problems with Somali, what happened is that AMISON came together and we sent our soldiers to Somalia using the AMISON. If there was a problem in DRC, then we could have come as East Africa community and sent DRC as AMISON. Why are we taking the KDF there unilaterally? It is because either it's the maize, ama the gold scandal imeanza ingine, ama something more than that. So I think this government
Nasikia ni kama amekwama Alex, akija ataja kumalizia. So to me, I want us to be brief as possible, not to use a lot of time. I've seen suggestion that those people who are in CRBs to take loan at a higher interest rate, something that I wonder, will they be able to do that? Because the moment you charge an interest rate because somebody in CRB more than the other citizen, that one will be kind of favorism na kuonea Wakenya wengine. I'm also shocked by the bare fact that the ministers are on verge of giving controversial remarks from center to right. I've also seen today Moses Kuria was involved in a narration with another woman. And let me tell you also that as a country, we are not a country that exists in a vacuum. We are surrounded by other nations. There's something that we call a conducive business environment. The moment we become chaotic and that it seems that we cannot hold the businesses, we start something called withdrawal. And once withdrawal starts, there's nothing that will stop it from taking place. And that is the reason as to why I also fear KQ, because right now I'm 100% sure there are companies after this vehicle, they will reconsider to use other airlines to transport their commodities because they would have lost that public trust of KQ, of not be able to solve the crisis. Also, the other issue when you look at it is the issue of education. Education is the background and the backbone of our nation. We cannot build a nation that cannot think well, cannot think upright. We cannot afford to have 40 million Kenyans who are like Oscar Sudi. That one you have said no and will not allow it. We need people who are bright. We need people who can think, who can distinguish, so that at the end of the day, we shall have a nation that is built on truthfulness and in knowledge. When you look also on the issue of on the issue of the food stars and petrol and the cost of living generally, that's the basket of goods, the government has no plan at all. What is there they are trying to do? They are trying to use the classical model. whereby the classical model says that the economy, when you leave it without disturbing it, at long run it will be able to stabilize. Now the question is, where is the wrong run? Is the wrong run 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years? That is why we have other economists like in the case who came up with some of government intervention, either physical policies or monetary policies that are well with the economy, so that the government can take a corrective action. It's either be contractionary or expansionary form of action. So these are the issues that you need to look at it. You cannot just let petrol to sell at 180 and just assume that it will come down without you taking action, because factors that we are looking at them, their likelihood to go down to go down is very minimum or negligible. So for me, as I conclude, is that I'm telling you, these people have already killed our past. It is already destroyed. It is already killed. They are busy destroying our present. They are destroying right now. And still in the future, we are seeing we see some probability, but if we not stop them, they will still go ahead and destroy it. So what we need to do is to seek a change, and a change does not come just from nowhere. It comes with paying a heavy price for it. You remember whatever happened in every country, in China and so forth, it came with a price. So Kenya is not an island. So Kenyans, if you are listening to me and you can hear me very well, there's one message I have for you. There is nobody who will do it for you. There is nobody who will do it for you. It is you to take up your arm, to take up action, to be vigilant, so that at the end of the day, we shall not be left a country that is in pieces. It is your duty. It is not our duty. It is my duty. So let's get it that right. There is no foreigner. There is no Ugandan, Tanzanian who will come for rescue of Kenya. It is the Kenyan who will realize that their country needs salvation. And the moment you realize that, you will take whichever price it comes with it. And that is why I'm telling you, if you are still there saying that the government may pay a time ifanye kazi, you have a problem. You have a problem. Things are not well. Na venye tunaendelea kukando, tunaendelea kuharibikiwa zaidi. So it's you to think and to sit down and look at the life. Do the kids that you have, do they have a promise in life that these kids today, if you die, can those kids go to school without your presence? Can those kids be fed? Can those kids have a future that is promising? Or that kids, the future hangs on your back, and even you yourself, your future does not promising because of the current government in place? If you think that way, then therefore, I think we'll be ready to take any course of action to promise a future generation a better place to live. And I think it is worthy to take it. Mato.
Thank you, brother. I really always do appreciate being here. Najua nimekuwa nikinyamaza kidogo, sometimes I let it go. But since it's closing, nitakimbia haraka. You know, Alex is very right, and even you're very right, and the people that have spoken about trickle down and bottoms up. The only thing that I will just add on that is that by the time that we're talking about trickle down and bottoms up, it is that's our tax. Either way, it's a trickle down or up. Either way, it is our taxes. There's no trickle down or bottoms up without me, you, everybody else paying taxes. If we stop paying taxes today, there will not be anything called trickle down or a bottoms up, because nobody of all those people that are up there, nobody actually, it's a trickle down from their own resources. It is the country's resources. The only reason there's even those terms is because some money is being remitted somewhere, and the way that money is being remitted there is taxes, and that's why the people, the ones that pay VAT and everything, value added taxes, are the ones that can talk, because today tuamwe kushut down silipi tax na hakuna mtu atalipa tax na hatutaki. Unajua tunaweza hata kwa mashamba zetu tukachukue whatever we want to do, na tuache kulipa. Let me tell you, these guys will be so useless in their lives. Hizo ma V8 wanaendeshaga, my friend, will be nothing. They will love to listen. And that's why I support you. But then again, also, I mean, not again, I'm not, that's, hiyo ni chapter nimefunga. I'm just telling people that, remember, bottoms up, trickle down, whatever, it's your taxes. Now, when we start messing up with pilots, let me tell you, Ukraine is in a bad place right now. But the only reason they're starting to look good today is because those people that you're calling pilots, because those are the guys who are going to go to the air, either transport you or go to fight. These are no people you just replace. You cannot wake up unaendesha gari yako, you think now you can get on the military, you can get on an aircraft and do that. Sorry, I know this. And it's also national security. We have to be very careful. Again, also, we have to be very careful on where we're sending our military to, because they learn what we have. You know, growing up, and there used to be, and I think it's still there, whatever, I can't say, whatever, but there used to be a rumor that some places in Kenya had some, you know, and I will give you this for a fact because I'm an aircraft person. I did school for it. There's in 1997, that was Independence Day, year 2. We flew F-36. No one ever knew that Africa had F-36, 2 of them. There was a rumor that saa zingine tunafichaga vitu chini ya underground somewhere. Wale wanajua kule nasema. We did Somali, but like Alex says, and I mean, like, you know, somebody here said, I think it was Alex, we went, or I think it was you, we went with the East Africa, Amazon, to go into doing that. Once we start exposing ourselves, Gaddafi was in that place, Aligongwa. Right now, we are the only country in Africa that is actually making their own guns. Ilifunguliwa na Uhuru. We've always bought guns as Africa since independence. We are the only ones that started that. We are being watched. We cannot be exposing ourselves, especially coming from a military kind of background. We cannot be exposing ourselves like that. Now, what did we go to Congo to do? Congo was good. Ilikuja. Actually, is the last born of the East African community. Came. Why are we going there? What are we doing? Is there a fight? And then, on top of that, because mi nitasema ukweli, there's been this wash of Kilimani, where gold ilikuwa huko. Gold, watu wanauziana gold za ujinga mpaka tumeingia mali na kina MBS, you know, wa kutoka Saudi Arabia, tunaanza kupigana nao because of sijui nani alidanganywa, sijui hiyo gold ilikuwa inaenda Saudi Arabia. I don't know if people really look at these things and really actually follow, or they just come here to talk. Kama ujifikiria na ujiangalia na uja follow up on everything. We almost went to get into a problem with the MBS because walikuwa wamegongwa. Who walimgonga ni kina nani, kina ko something, I can't remember the name, najua utanikumbusha nani.
Jamal Khashoggi ama nani?
No, Jamal Khashoggi alichapiwa huko hivyo nini. No, there was this guy, the guy that wanted to run for president too. He talks a lot. I think now he's in problems. He's a Kenyan. Mwenye alikuwa amegonga watu wa MBS wa Saudi Arabia. Gold, fake. He talks like he's the third. There's a time he said, I'm the third. I'll tell you the name if I remember it.
Atwoli.
Jamaa fulani anaitwa Koko something. I bet you ukiangalia kwa nini watu watakwambia ni nani. Ukiangalia kwa comment section, because people know what I'm talking about. Nisha realize people always know what we are talking about. But then I also want to bring you ndo nifunge chapter yangu. Boniface Mwangi told us one thing, and that guy had tried everything. Alikuwa ameshikashikwa kule, anafaa kushikashikwa kule secret, wanashikaga hawa watu wa president nini, and one time he said, I'm tired. I am not going to fight for this country by myself, na Wakenya nikiwaita wakujagi. Mnataka nipigane na watu, naumizwa, lakini nyinyi hamkuji kusaidia, lakini mnanisupport. I am not going to do it anymore. And that's how Boniface Mwangi alitoka kwa activism. Read his book. Why? Hata ukiyamtata, unaona, ameingia wapi government. Because the problem with Kenyans is that
Mato, wacha nikukate short, just a little bit. Kama Luo community imekuwa ikilipa the price ya kuwa multipartyism crusaders, wanaitwa watu wa violent, wanatukanwa, wanadharauliwa. Ni nani ataingia pale? Kama if somebody anajitolea maisha yake kufuatia Kenya, lakini mwishoni matusi na kumuita majina ajabu ajabu, ni nani ataingia?
That's the problem with Kenya. But I think it's coming to an end, especially with this government. I think we will learn how to be patriotic to a point where, like, when you look at people like Ukraine who say no, and no is no. And you know what? This is not even new. Even the Civil War, and when they were fighting in the United States, the places that we live, these guys wameinvadiwa and everything, but they had to stand and say, you know what? Uwa kama utaua wote, uwa mwenye utaua, lakini we will get there, that we will not have, accept those things. Right now, what really affects Africa is you show a little bit might of power as somebody mwenye uko hivyo juu na kila mtu anatulia, ataongea matope yake akiwuko hivyo chini. But what I'm really happy about is because of channels like this, because people come and talk. Kitambo watu walikuwa wakienda wanapata na Kamukunji. Today we don't meet in Kamukunji. Today we meet here, somebody in another country, somebody with something else, and we're going to liberate this country. And it's gonna be that first world country that is called Africa's first world country, the way it used to be. Hawa watu wenye wanaturukaruka haitawezekana, because people like Ina Duke, they will come back. They're smart people. I don't really have anything wrong with Duke. I think Duke is understanding, but unajua kuna ile inaitwa, tribalism and where you've been and all that. And Duke, I'm begging you, my friend, I've been here with you for almost a year and something. I want you to start thinking about it a different kind of way and think about it as Kenya and not where you are, who you are, what your mind of thought is. Let's make Kenya be something that is really acceptable, and we can be better than the US. Watakuwa kikuja hao wenyewe. So that's all I can ask for Kenyans. Wacha nimalizie hapo hivyo.
Thank you. You know, before I come to Duke, I want to remind people that do you know that Kizza Besigye was Yoweri Museveni doctor for 15 years. I wish he could have known what he was bringing to Ugandans. He could have even poisoned that man. But because of psychopaths and so forth, today they will have a president of lifetime because of him. Anyway, Duke, welcome, and just be brief, please.
I want to start by finalizing on this issue of trickle down, bottom up, and etc. Where you are insisting that there is nothing like trickle down, all bottom up, because it all starts from the people at the grassroots. Well, that's not true, because we are talking about the models, the economic models which the government can use to achieve its economic obligations. So we are starting at a situation where we are starting from a government spending its money. So we are not coming back to taxes or that. It's about how the government will use the resources it has to fulfill the needs of its people. So we start from there. So it exists. What I can say is that There is no person who is a saint. As Nelson Mandela said that, I am not a saint unless you think or you divine a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying. So William Ruto is not a saint, and he can't be perfect. Neither is Raila. So you can't compare the two either, because Raila does not have an alternative country which he is running concurrently with what Ruto is doing. So we can compare. Maybe so it's a matter of speculation. Maybe if William Ruto has done 60%, maybe he will have done 80%, or maybe 10%. We don't know. So you can't say if William Ruto has failed to achieve specific things, that means that Raila was to achieve. What if he was to achieve half of what William Ruto has done? Because they are not doing two countries concurrently to compare that. But Ruto has achieved a lot of things. He has achieved many things because you keep on focusing on the negative side. Of course, there are some things which I don't disagree. For example, the GMO, I don't agree with that. Even the way the CAS position, I'm against that. Even the way the selection of the PS, it was very biased, so I'm against that. So that was a fail. But when it comes to even the cost of living, it has even come down. If you compare, for example, the cost of gas right now across Kenya, it has decreased. The cost of cooking oil has reduced. The cost of unga has reduced. It was 230, now it's not 230, it's something about 170, 180 there. And that is without using government money. No, I'm speaking from facts. You can check that.
Please.
Stop,
You cannot bring promotional message to say that economy is going down. That was promotional messages. Black Friday. It is not about which unga ya 170 iko wapi? Mimi niko Kenya sasa hivi tunaongea niko Nairobi iko wapi?
Let me ask you. I'm asking you a
Iko wapi
question.
hiyo unga?
The 2 kg
Hebu
of
nitume
soap.
sasa hivi niende nichukue.
No, what's
Send
the
me where
price
it
of
is,
unga right
tomorrow I
now?
buy it.
What's the price of unga now at the
It is
supermarkets?
200. It is 200. Yo 170 umeona wapi? Nitume sasa hivi nikanunue. Send me today and I go and buy it right away.
You see,
usitumie promotional message kusema Kenya inashukisha uchumi. Please. Unga ni tu so kama ni 170 ni Black Friday na mambo ingine. But unga yenye mimi najua unga yenye ni cheapest sasa Kenya ni 200. Na mafuta yenye ilikuwa cheap ni ile contraband yenye iliuzwa. Kwa hivyo kama mafuta ilikuwa inauzwa juu ni contraband ambayo inahitaji kutumika, you cannot use that one to weigh economy going down. Let us be direct and to the point, please. Because I'm buying it and I can see it.
You know, that's the problem of you under the AZIMIO.
But Duke, why do you
why
do
do you
this,
want me
man?
to speak
You're
like
such a smart guy. Why do you do this?
No. That I cannot agree. Right now, most of you are using the internet now. For example, if you check QuickMart, if you have a QuickMart app, even Naivas, you can post the prices of goods. Can you do that right now and check? So don't try to be emotional about that. I'm talking about facts. So I'm not trying to make up. You can check that, France, right now. So what's the price of 6 kg cooking gas?
Wacha nikwambie.
No, I'm asking you the question. No, I'm asking you the question. What's the price of 6 kg cooking gas right now? And what was it previously?
Kurefill gas ya 6 kg kama ni K gas ni 1200 ama 1250.
How much was it? How much was it?
It was
before?
1300. It was 1300.
No, it was even 1500. You don't even know.
Where?
You see,
don't overquote prices so that you appear that the prices has gone down. Where?
Francis.
Yes.
You know, even
Francis,
if okay.
Francis,
now,
Duke, hold on. Francis, let's do a survey. You're the moderator, Cindy. And I'm sorry, at the risk of being kicked out because I went against the moderator. Why? I mean, I think we have about almost 300 people watching. Why don't we tell them to tell us what the price is, unless Nikule Tujui, they put it there so we can demystify this. If it's true,
But you know,
tutakubali.
no, it's not about,
Tell
even
them,
if all of them
alafu
says that, I
tusome,
cannot agree with
alafu
that
tusome.
because
Ndio Duke asitudanganye hapa
no,
na kuna
because
watu
you
wako huko,
see,
waambie watuweke price mali mtu alinunua the last. Duke unataka price ya nini? Unga? Ama
you
unataka ya
know,
gas?
it's not about, you know, when you are talking about facts, it's not about the majority, it's about the
But
reality.
the fact is the person mwenye ako huko chini, watu 200 wako huko, watatuambia saizi.
But I have told you the simple. Actually, can I finalize?
Yeah, let me tell you, utafanya like jana nilinunua mafuta kutoka Jumia. Do you know that the transportation cost was more than the value of that oil?
You see now you are coming with politics.
Not
Why
politics.
are you buying? What's that? Are you trying to say you order food and for
Jumia is an online
transportation?
shopping platform.
So you see now you want your accent. Why can't you walk to the next shop or the next supermarket and buy yourself? You
I'm
see now
talking
you are
about
trying to
online platform, not shop.
No. Okay.
Jumia is an online platform like Jambo and the others. I'm not talking about supermarket shops. I'm talking about an online platform like
But
like
now
where
we
you
are
have
talking about
Amazon.
commodities at the market and the most.
Duke,
Can I
Duke, I
finalize
told
that?
you one day I will demystify you so bad. Look at your comment section right now. These are Kenyans. Look at your unless you're better than them. Look at them. These are Kenyans. There, it's coming. Look at them. So don't come here. I've always told you, Duke, when you find me in this channel, I will demystify you because I want to bring you to a point where you accept reality. There it is. I'm not the one talking.
I'm in Kenya.
Look at it. Look at what Kenyans are telling you.
Do you know I'm in Kenya right now?
Unless you're telling me all these Kenyans that are telling you right now that they are fools and you're the only one that knows, then I don't have any conversation with you. Look at it. Don't bring numbers here without facts.
Sasa mimi Matota nikwambie, mimi niko hapa Thika Road na hizi vitu nanunua na naona. So mimi nashangaa mtu akisema eti zimeshuka. Hii mafuta yenye inauzwa ni yenye KRA walipiga marufuku. Ndio imekuja imemwagwa huku inauzwa mpaka bei ya chini chini. Na hizi promotions zenye zilikuwa zinapostiwa na Senator Cheregei akisema ati imeshuka. Unaleta kitu ya Black Friday kama ya economy. Black Friday offer.
Now I want to speak without interruption. When you are talking about Black Friday, and Black Friday is about Jumia, not supermarkets. So you are mixing the two. So you have to talk about. No. Can I finalize?
Yes,
when
go
I am
ahead.
speaking, I'm currently in Nairobi, and I do shoppings from supermarkets. So I can't come here and just try to say that Unga is 180 falsely. It's a fact, and it's across many supermarkets. And I'm not talking about any Unga, it's about Soko and or Pembe. So you can even check from the retail price of their websites. It's something you can confirm right now using your phone because you have network right now. So the problem is that you want to appear that you are right and I'm wrong, and that's the problem. Even if we go with your price, you say now it's 200. 200 is less than 230. So even if we go with your price, it's a decrease already. It has decreased by 30 because it was trading at 230. So whether it's a small decrease, we must appreciate the small change which has come with that.
Engaging between two people, that's what being information when.
Coming to the suffering of people, most of you have been trying to talk about that. It is because of William Ruto, people now people don't have food. There is a drought. People are begging for food. So that is somebody who is shallow-minded. If you are an average person and you believe that the president came in 2 weeks. Actually, it's a few weeks. And now, within those few weeks, he has even taken food from Kenyans. Kenyans are suffering now because of he has brought the drought and anger. That's very sharp. it has been a problem which has been wrong in the making, which has many factors to talk about drought, talk about what. So
yes,
all this
I agree with you fully. That one I agree with you is a problem that has been there. But your president told us that Ukraine has nothing to do with Kenya and that the problem was handshake and Uhuru. And now it
I'm
seems
not
that
even talking about
attracted
Ukraine.
from
I'm talking about drought issues, because I don't think the Kenyan harvest can be affected by Ukraine in any way. We're talking about the drought in those areas and all those stuff. Coming to education, I think education needs fundamental reforms, and especially tertiary education. Right now in Kenya, you find that we have thousands of graduates coming out of universities who are half-baked. Some of them, they cannot even write their CVs. Actually, they go to the field to attachment to start running afresh. So we need to, I feel that the education system which needs transformation and adjustments, the tertiary education, whereby students will have more practicals, where they would be exposed to be more creative and innovative, so that we stop this nonsense where you find lecturers giving photocopies of lectures and they are not adding value to students, so that we find students coming out who are not very creative. For example, if we talk about China have the best engineers and they train engineers for 3 years. It's because like more than half of their training is practical in the field. So we should actually enhance that practical part into the university. And because the university administration has become very greedy, we need the government to do that directly, to fund institutions directly, not just sending money and then the management misuses that. For example, if it wants the university to have enough lecturers, let it hire or enough professors, enough lecturers. If it wants about the facilities, the infrastructures, let us have enough infrastructure. Even when you are talking about accommodation, a lot of students are suffering when it comes to accommodation. Universities now don't care where students are going to stay.
Duke, I'm sorry. My moderator.
Let me just finalize, because
let Duke finalize in the next 2 minutes, then we close the show, because it seems that here we shall be arguing facts and some kind of conspiracy.
You see,
let him finish, Mato. Just give him 2 minutes to finish, then we close the show, because it seems that we shall never agree, because one seems not to.
So it's about those are the fundamental changes which you want to have. So I feel it is that the government should support Kenyan students directly and affect the facilities directly to the institutions, rather than trying to have the money to pass through many steps where there is wastage and misuse. Lastly, I will talk about the pirates, the KQ. So whether it thinks that in Kenya, we find that most companies, when workers strike, or even in the government, they are given false promises, and they sign a return to work formula, and then it's not implemented. So we need institutions and the government to be accurate and serious when they give promises to workers, or they enter into an agreement to work with workers. That must be implemented. So because the issue of pirates has been there for a long period of time, so it's because previous agreements have not been achieved. That's why even they are not even ready to come back with just a piece of agreement. They want actual implementation, because there has been previous agreements which have not been obeyed. So I think that's what I can say for today.
Thank you, Duke. Mato. Just a small thing that you have to say, a little bit of it, and then I close the show.
Duke, I with all honesty, I respect every Kenyan, I respect everybody. But Duke, please, I mean, we've been going through this for almost a year now, me and you. And you know, we come here and I tell you the things that, I mean, I don't tell you because I don't have ability to tell anyone. We discuss. But Duke, I don't know when you will ever change and realize there's no longer Kenya Kwanza, there's no longer AZIMIO, there's Kenya. Our country is our Kenya. And Duke, when you're saying something, and I just put that question to the people who are watching, and you can read it, you can read everything. You don't just come somewhere and say something. Listen, a computer like this, a laptop like this, is a laptop. The fact is a fact. And that fact also actually benefits you. Are you happy to see our country being in dismay just because you can get ahead, ahead on, something that you're ahead or you're ahead of something? Personally, I'm somebody who's learned a lot in my life to know when to say, okay, at this point, maybe I wasn't right. Maybe Francis was right. And listen to them. At times when you get so stuck in your mind, you forget everything. And Duke, I think you're a smart guy. Please, stop thinking Kenya Kwanza, stop thinking AZIMIO. Think Kenya. When you're talking about some things about education, education is the key to the reason you are where you are and even getting onto this thing right now is because you went to school, you had a chance to do it, you come ulipitia help or whatever, but that help helps a lot of people because they're very smart kids. And remember, we come from a third world country, but we are changing it not to be a third world country anymore. People wanachukwanga ng'ombe zao ndio wakapate maji and they have to go kilometers. In fact, not even just fetch water, dig through sand in rivers to get that. Just because you might have never gone through that, some of us did when we were kids, and maybe God helped us when we were growing up. I need you to please maybe take a travel kama ile Eriko Mondi yenye alienda huko akashiki huko Marsabit akiwa anaruka kwa maji na nini. You go really interact with people that don't have what you have. And then after that, then maybe you can come to this channel and think straight. Because some of us here, it's not political. It's our country and the people that we are and where we are going. There's ladies, there's kids, females, kids who are going into adolescence without sanitary towels. And because you just see kids in Turkana, you think that's not your world because you grew up somewhere where you didn't get koshako, you don't get anything. You need to slow down your role, bro. Slow down. Kuna watu wameteseka na kuna watu wanateseka. As we speak, there's someone who cannot wear what you're wearing right now. Yet, their country is talking about KQs and sending military to somewhere else and having millions and having billionaires working on things. Yet, that is their tax money. Even that kid that is having koshako in Turkana is paying akienda kulipa pale kununua blue band if they can actually afford the blue band. You need to stop, watch, and say, this is my country. How is it? Am I going to go to America? Some of us did. Am I going to go somewhere? Today, Ukraine has been the biggest wheat exporter. We can't even get that. Why? They are fighting and they've lost people. Duke, think of your country and stop thinking politics. If Baba went wrong, I would tell Baba you're wrong on this one. Because at the end of the day, is the country, is not what political affiliation you stand in. But today, we have a political affiliation that has brought us from neo-colonialism to post-colonialism to white colonialism all the way to black colonialism, and we're trying to fight that black colonialism to go back to an independent country. Please, and even the geopolitical system that we do, you gotta be a help if you are lucky enough to be one of those people who have a say and can actually come to an international forum like this and be able to talk about our country. It's not about Julia. It's not about you. is about our country. Please start thinking about those rights. I mean, those sides. People like Kina Julia, they've gone through, Julia Paul, let me attack you kidogo. People like Kina Julia, their community have gone through something in Kiapo, which was so bad that you wouldn't even go against your family. She can tell you she'll be here. But people like Julia and some of the people that I know have known and met over here have gone over it and wakaieka chini, and today they are here talking to us about it. Listen to these people because they are the wale walikula ile mzima. You don't have anything. We unasema Ruto hapa, hawa ndio walipitia ile kitu yote, but they are here and they're standing with the country. They've decided to move with the country and to not ask if you're a Kamba, if you're a Luo, if you're a whoever you are, but just, and your character, they just want to have a good country. So please think about what I just said and take your time. I will take your time to think about that. At the end of the day, we are very blessed to even be here and talk about our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mato. I want to just speak briefly about the cost of commodity. The sanitary pads were retailing at 50 bob. They are now at 70 bob. You know, it very saddens me that menstrual cycle, something that happens naturally, they're buying at a higher cost, but something that people engage optional, that is condom, they're being given free. It really not beat logic, because the compulsory one should be free. This one optional should be sold, so that we discourage people from immorality. The other issue is about the issue of commodity. The transportation cost is so high to a point that when you ask something from Jumia or any other online shopping that requires transportation to a place of residency, the transportation cost is much more higher than the commodity price itself. That is anything less than 300. I've tried it and I've seen it very clearly. So, and then the other things is about the oil products. The reason as to why the oil products are down is just simply because of the counterpart variety that the KRA said this variety were not well for consumption. So due to the disposal, now that the companies are disposing at a high rate, it means that people can access more, because they are trying to dispose it off before they are being confiscated by the government. That's why some prices have gone down a little bit in terms of oil. In terms of unga, the most famous unga about Jogo has never gone down beyond 200. We have other around Thika Road, which are called Valley Land. They're also retailing at 200. Majority of it are retailing at 200. So wherever is 170, I wish to know where it is, but I hope it's not the Black Friday that people are talking about, things to do with the promotional. Life is very hard. I can tell you right now, there are Kenyans who are going to work for wage bill 300 per day. Tupige mtu wa mjengo. Mtu wa mkono wa mjengo analipwa shilingi 500. 500 ukinunua kilo 2 ya unga, hiyo ni shilingi 200 hapo. Huyo mtu wa mjengo ukinunua mboga alafu upige hesabu ya gas, tuseme kwa gas kupika tumwekee shilingi 5 pale ndani. Upige hesabu ya mafuta na hizo vitu zingine zote uweke pale ndani. Huyo mtu by the end of the day unapata amebaki na shilingi 10, na kama ni pengine ni mtu mwenye pia anatumianga vitu twake, hata abaki na chochote. So it's very sudden in that you can say that even if it was 150, it is still high for Kenyans, because I believe when you're having 300 and you are buying something 200, your remaining is only 100 bob to buy unga, to buy mboga na vitu zingine. It's really sudden. So hata kama ingekuwa 150 still is high. The only price you can acknowledge all of us is a serious manageable. It's something to do with 70 or at least 80. Hiyo ndio kitu tunge manage tuseme at least, hiyo tunaweza sema at least iko sawa. Then the other issue that people are talking about, they are trying to compare Raila and Ruto. I understand the president of Kenya is Ruto, is not Raila. But at least Raila has shown, if he will be the president, the unga that is on Homa Bay, it could be all over in Kenya. At least has demonstrated that the price of unga that could be sold in Homa Bay could be the price that is all over the country. But now, what is happening is that people are trying to use Raila's to cover Ruto's mistake. Raila is not a co-president. Raila is a senior citizen which we held with high regard. in this Republic of Kenya. So wherever you are talking, let's address the president, who has the treasury, the court of law, and everything, the parliament and everything else at his disposal. Is a person that we need to hold accountable, not Raila. Let us not run a sideshow trying to prove Ruto's mistakes by using Raila's maybe not be able in that position. So we need to be categorically clear with that. The president is Ruto, not Raila. And if that is the case, the person we need to ask question is Ruto, not Raila. Raila is a senior citizen. We respect him. We have seen him. That handkerchief that does not leave his eyes, he was in the chamber torture that gave you democracy, gave you freedom, that you come here to learn any kind of insult without anybody following you. That man, he is seated on Tarmac Road in every Tuesday to see political reforms. The IBC today you are saying is good. That man paid the life of people like Chris Odhiambo Mbai to have the new constitution. So wherever I see anybody disregard Raila, I feel that is not a human being, and to some extent does not acknowledge any kind of being treated as a human being. Raila has done more than even all the president combined. Thank you.
Francis, Duke, you said something. Yeah, I agree with you. The principal secretaries, I'm saying, okay, this is the number I have. You can correct me. That about 13 of them are Kalenjins. And we have 42 tribes in Kenya. So I think you'll not be surprised when people start talking about rotational presidency, blah, blah, blah.
Close the show. I've just left. Close the show.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to say. Add to what Duke you said, that you didn't like the bias in the appointments of principal secretaries. I agree with you about that. Okay, the one number I'm seeing here. I'm seeing somebody Rono, Professor Julius Bitok, Chris Kipto, Merino, Dr. Correll. I mean, they're adding 13. I don't know. That is really real bias. Another thing you said that that you are wondering why people are complaining about Ruto at Ameleta Kiangazi. It is because a hungry man, Duke is an angry man. So it is not. We are not saying that Ruto has brought this Kiangazi. We are just concerned about he's handling it. Now, for example, it is not logical that we saw Kenya was taking food to Somali. And there are so many people going hungry. I mean, it doesn't make sense. We will not understand that. We will never understand how and why. Okay, the way he's handling the handling KQ strike, the way they're handling the education sector. Now, see, we are looking into a strike, a looming strike by the dons and by the students. Who are next who are going to strike? Is it the health officers, or is it the teachers? Is it the high school kids? Where are we going to? You can see Duke. And that one is coming after a contested election where half of Kenyans feel they were cheated and they were stolen from. The election was stolen from them. I mean, hii hasira Duke inapanda too. And your government, they are putting fuel na kuni, wanaendelea kuongeza kuni kwa huo moto. So Duke, you speak very well, and sometimes I even wish that Ruto should appoint you for some posts, because I really personally, Martin, I'm sorry, I fear some people may not agree with me. If the ones in the audience, they may not agree with me, but I really want to believe maybe people like Duke, if they're given the opportunity, they can perform well in the government and produce results. Because the things Duke says here sound like if they were working, then Kenya could be very okay. But on the other hand, that is not what's happening in Duke. I mean, the government is not committed to the things you're saying. So that's the concern that Kenyans are having. And this fire is, your government is just lighting this fire. Munaweka kuni. Kila siku tunaamkia mnaendelea kuweka kuni. So I don't know what next, Martin. Siji kama nifunge show ama mtasema something. That's what I wanted to answer, Duke. That is what is exactly happening.
No, Julia, thank you so much. You know, we've been in a long journey on this one. na kuna time hata ingine tukapotea kidogo, you know, because we were really hurt. But mi ile kitu naweza sema, you know, there's I will just say this, Julia, my dear sister. I will say that kuna vitu zingine, especially when you start dealing with pilots, and I don't know why I have hiyo kitu ya pilot, hiyo kudeal na mapilot, you need to, watu wana need to watch. And I think this government is not really keen on national security. And I'll tell you why it's not keen on national security. National security is something very important because it's what makes a country become a country. When you have people who, like you can have pilots, I don't think, and I've followed a lot, I don't think I've ever had any other country have pilots have go on strike. First of all, you have to realize, as Mimi, I went to school for aeronautical engineering, but sikumaliza, I went on the other things, but I kind of knew that thing, na Air Force and all that. Most of the pilots that wanawabebanga kwa ndege, most of them, they are from Air Force. Air Force is the people who will protect you in the world. But once they retire or they do their time in the Air Force, you can do 2 years or whatever. Like, I'll talk to where I am. 2 years, and then you've gained your hours because of the training na ile kupanda panda huko juu, ndo unajua ndege ikianza kwenda chini kama ile Ethiopia the other time where the MCAST was not working. When it start doing that, you know what to do, either to release it, like, you know, Sunny, the guy that actually saved people when alikuwaga amepatiwa the same problem with this, what happened with the Ethiopian airline that fell down. When you start messing with people like that, then you really don't even understand your government, because no pilot just comes in. They just, there's things like that. And those are the people that you're going to, and you know, we are very lucky. And Julia, I never thought I would ever say this in my life. I think one man called President Moi. 24 years. No fight. Nothing. Evil too. And he was a very stern. I remember one time in 1990, I think this was 93, 95, when Bush, and somebody can correct me, when Bush was coming to Kenya and to East Africa, and they said, if we are coming, if the president, the United States president, at the time I never knew I would ever step my foot in a country, United States, and they said, we will have to shut down every tower of unajua ya cell phone. At the time, I think it was the time that hata Masagem zilikuwa na Nokia 3310 and all that, and everything had to be shut down to if he was gonna come. And I remember Moi said, no, Okuji, if we're going to shut it down, Okuji. And this was put back by Obama when Obama came. Obama came, KU pale hivyo ulikuwa na mandege ziko na 3, 4, 5 rotors trying to show their might and everything to tell you back down. You see, that's what you call a superpower. A country that will even, that's just, there was nothing they were going to do, but that's what you call the military recoup of, to show people turn down, usijaribu jinga. That's what Kenya is supposed to be today. And that's what Kenya is bound to be today. And during the whole election, everything, I was telling you guys that East Africa is bound to be the mid of it, the Washington, D.C. of East Africa. But with people like Ruto, I think we've lost that thing because Museveni did it. But when you have people like people who don't really understand and are not patriotic enough for our country, then you have a problem. Duke comes over here, loves our country or whatever, but he doesn't love our country. And he will never move away from. By the way, I've tried. I was just telling people on the comment section there. I think it was mtu hapo comment section tunashinanga huko hivyo. I was like, hata sitaki kuingia leo, and they forced me to come in. And because Duke looks at it at what he thinks and does not look at it at the point of Kenya. The good thing about this group, there's good people who understood and people who are very mature, knows what wanajua na wamepitia vitu mingi. This thing was never there when we were getting independence. Hii ilikuwaga wa Afrika tu, unajua monkeys getting there, wanashutiwa nini. But they did get the independence. The Saba, they did it, going to Kamukunji. Today we are here. But since then, hatujasikia watu wamefanya change. We are here. Guess what? Let me tell you, ukweli, tuonge ukweli. The other day, Ruto aliambia Mutembe yaje na wasikizaga. Munakuaga na waonaga. Unaona? And we never thought that we get listened. But we get listened by a lot of people. And this is the way liberations, not really liberation that we have anything against Ruto, but where our country needs to be. And Ruto, if you're listening to me, don't kill me, but understand that people are mad at you. Ulisema unasikizaga hii channel. Mi ukiniona na tukipatana Kenya, please usiniue. And allow our country to move on and be a first world country and forget about being a third world country. Wacha nimalizie hapo hivyo, naona kuna mtu anataka kusema hapa hivi. Chaka amekuja na sijaona Chaka kwa muda mrefu. Daddy vipi?
Chaka karibu. Chaka, you are mute. Uko mute.
Yes, habari Ned, Julia. Nimekaa hapa kwa panel kutoka saa 10, lakini Francis ukweli hajanifanyia haki. Alikuwa ameniweka tu parking hapo, yeye ndo ananiona, the rest hawanioni. Na nimejaribu kumwambia hapo mpaka mwisho, nasema funga show. This is not so good, for us ambao sisi tuko hapa Mtembei on daily basis. So hajafanya haki. So asante sana Julia kwa kuweza kuniweka hapa na kuchangia kidogo. Japo hata hiyo appetite ilikuwa imenitoka kidogo. Ukweli ni kwamba Duke bado ana ukuritimba kwa lazima kwamba kila kitu kinachofanywa kwa serikali ni sahihi. Lakini hapa tuko kwa faida ya Mkenya. Kwa muda huu hatuko kwenye siasa tena. Kile tunaangazia hapa ni kile ambacho tunahakikisha kwamba Kenya yetu inapelekwa mbele. Na Wakenya wanajisikia kweli hakika ni Wakenya. So once unatetea kila kitu au tunapinga kila kitu, hiyo haiwezi tusaidia. So kile kimenichoma ni kwamba ati unga inauzwa 170. Ukimfuata kidogo kwamba zinauzwa supermarket. Sasa kama huko mashambani sisi tunajua supermarket iko wapi. Of which tunanua unga 230, hata kwingine ilienda juzi kuzika huko 240. Leo unasema unga imeshukishwa kwa 170. So for real, Duke asiwe tu kwamba yeye anatetea serikali on daily basis. Kitu kama ni kibaya kizungumziwe. Unaona? Then tukiingia kwa masuala ya wanajeshi kupelekwa Kongo. Ni sawa? Si vibaya. Lakini kabla waende lazima kwanza watu wakae bungeni walijadili hili swala. Si kuamka tayari tunakusema hawa watu 900 wacha waende mahali fulani. Wakati katika kisheria kikatiba na ufinyu wangu wa kuelewa, maana kila mtu katiba anatafsiri kama vile Biblia kivyake. Lakini kwamba lazima watu wakae bungeni, wabunge wajadili, ni nini haswa kinafuatwa huko na katika mazingira gani watu wakubali. Lakini hili halijafanyika. Wale walitumwa kule, ndo sasa jana CS Duale ndo anaenda kwa bunge sasa akitoa speech zake hapo akihojiwa. Na maswali haya yanazungumzia ndo maswali yaliyoulizwa Duale kwamba before muende huko kikatiba ni lazima watu wabunge wote tumejadili hapa ndo tuweze kufanya nini kwa release kwenda huko. So sioni kama labda pengine rais anajua ni sababu gani na timu yake kwa sababu gani kuwapeleka wanajeshi wetu huko, analielewa vizuri. Swala la Moses Kuria jana ni vile vile tu sasa na Murkomen na masuala la pilots. Hawa watu hawaja tuzungumzo kweli Julia, hawaja kuwa tayari kwa serikali mzuri hali sawa, hawaja kuwa ready kwa serikali, of which kila wanachokifanya ni kibaya kwao, yani lazima kitatokea mahali ambapo sipo. Sasa hivi wanasema kwamba wanadivide. Basi hata mimi sina kazi huku na ni dereva mzuri tu, nipewe hiyo kazi ya pilot, nipewe hiyo kazi kabisa, niko na driving license, ni driver mzuri tu. Sasa kama kweli hata madriver tuna nafasi, basi Julia, venye umeomba huo mpango uingie hapo, hata usimsahau ndugu yako Chaka huku Vanga. Na mimi pia, na mimi hakika ni kujivunia kwa Mkenya, kwa sababu nashangaa sana kwamba watu wanaona labda hawa pilots ni kitu rahisi. Nilikizungumzia juzi tu kwamba labda pengine ni bodaboda tu hawa, kila mtu anaweza akapanda ndege akapeleka. Pili, kama serikali ni lazima waangalie suluhu ya kudumu. Kama pengine management ndio poa, wacha wadili na management, na kama pengine pilots nao wana makosa yao, wakae meza moja. The only thing here is to have a dialogue with both management na hao pilots, lakini si kuamka kwamba mnapiga tu kalamu kwamba tayari tuna divide makazi. Hii si kazi rahisi tu, hii ni roho mkononi. So ama kama waziri tena mpya anayetegemewa haswa kama Murkomen, angefaa kukawa na hawa watu chini tena, wakae before hata watoke kwa media, hii kitu itoke kwa media, wao washapata suluhu. Sikutishiana hapa kwamba if you don't do this, si tutafanya hivi within 48 hours. Huu ndo ule ufinyu wa utendakazi, lakini yote ni sawa yatokee hivi, kwa sababu kama ukweli hii serikali imechaguliwa na wananchi, hawange kwama katika mipango kama hii. So hii ni laana tu, hii wanaipata kwa Mungu. Yule Mungu alomsifu kwamba tumechagua ni maombi, si uchawi, ni maombi tu, ndio maana imefikishwa mahali hapa. Hapa kuna cha maombi, yale alifanyika chini ya maji ndio ambao Mungu anataka kuadhirisha. Kwa wala hapo plani wakifika mahali wakiona hili ni sahihi, mwisho wanagundua kitu kilichotuzungumza si sahihi. So hapa tusi expect much. Ni sisi kama Wakenya, mimi na ndugu yangu Duke, sasa tusimame kama Wakenya wote, views vyetu tuangalie serikali hii. Hii Mtembei inatazamwa na watu wengi, na hapa ndo kwenye station pekee yake katika dunia hii kwamba Mkenya hata wa China anaweza kutoa maoni yake. Na ni vizuri madamu hata rais anafuatilia kwamba kuba anakipira anaingia hapa na akafuatilia, asikize vile wananchi wanamuelekeza. Kwa sababu mimi Chaka sina shida kwamba Ruto asiwe rais wala Murkomen asiwe CS, ili mradi na imani katika moyo wangu, naridhika na ule utendaji kazi uko pale, naridhika na ile ule ushirikiano uko pale. Sina shida ndani awe rais, hata Julius simame rais, bora nijue kwamba tu Mkenya haumizwi. Masuala na ushuru, Mkenya haumizwi. Haya mbona hapa ni tofauti? Hapa ni tofauti, mambo ni tofauti. Mzigo wote huu ni sisi tunaumizwa, kwa sababu hao wanajeshi wameenda kule, bado still ni pesa zetu zenye zitatumika pana, ni pesa nyingi ya itatumika hapo. Hivyo vyama tu peke yake, Jubilee, si Wiper, si ODM nini, hivyo tayari vina donge nono kiasi kwamba ile hizo pesa wanapata zingeletwa mashinani hapa, hatungekuwa tunazungumza masuala na njaa hapa. Sasa cha kushangaza leo wao wakuu ndo wagawaji wa chakula. Mudavadi akishika njia hii, mwingine ana njia hii, mwingine ana njia hii. Tena nimpongeze Mudavadi sana zaidi kwamba amemwambia Gachagua, bwana we, huu si wakati wa blaming game tena, ni wakati this at least. Katika hiyo speech ya Mudavadi, katika wote walioingia katika hii serikali, hapo kidogo naweza kusema Mudavadi yupo tu, lakini anaelewa yale madhila yenye yako hapo. Kwa wanashindwa kwa sababu usemu hana, kutokana sasa kuna hiyo agreement walikubaliana, lakini anayaona kabisa na imani katika moyo wake hayampendezi. So it's not time we are blaming game kwamba wao serikali hii, wakati serikali hiyo unayolaumu mlikuwa hapo ndani. Sisi wa Kenya wanyonge ndio tunawalipa mshahara. So ni kitu kinaniumiza Mark. Mato, hii kitu inaniumiza kabisa moyo wangu. So it's we Kenyans tuje pamoja, tushirikiane. Madamu tumepata fursa hii, mtembee, watu wajaze hapa, kila mtu atoe maoni yake. I do believe viongozi wanaona kila ambacho tunakizungumzia hapa nini haswa tunakidatunguza katika nyoyo zetu, ndivyo wakuje na suluhu ya kudumu, wakuje na mpango ambao hakika mwananchi atasikia yes, anajivunia kwa Mkenya. La mwisho kabisa ambalo mimi kwa miaka na mikaka linanipa maswali, kwa sababu kila nikitazama hivi Julia, one day tutakuja kuyakumbuka haya. Sies Duale na vyenye hawa ndugu zetu wameingia katika kila pembe. Huku kwetu wapo, kile unapokwenda mahali, kila mahali wapo. Na hao ndugu zangu wa pande ule wote ni kama Wachina, wamefanana wote, tuna hale. Siku ile ambao pengine waamue tu kutufanyia uasi, kweli sisi tutaweza kutoboa kama Wakenya? Kama tumewakaribisha mpaka ndani, tunapopanga kabisa mambo yetu ya nchi, wapo wanachungulia. Ni nini ambacho tunaweza defeat na hawa? Ndio maana juzi mtoto wa Museveni azungumze kwamba naweza nikaingia hapo kwenu, kwa sababu kama atapiga mshindo huku Msomalia aingie pande huu, alafu kule Mjogani, si tutakuwa wapi? So serikali isicheze na maisha yetu. Kama ni swala la ulinzi, kuwe na ukali pale, kuwe na kila mikakati kutazama, si kukaribisha watu mpaka bedroom hapo. Hilo tunaweza kachangia tu kwa hii leo, japo lilikuwa nje ya mada, lakini kitu ambacho kinanyuma sana, kwa sababu wametega kila mahali wapo, wamezagaa. Hujui sasa huyu kweli katoka Dadaab, huyu kweli katoka Mandera mzaliwa hapa, wala hujui katoka Kismayo. Kwa hivyo hapo pananikera sana Julia, pananipa maswali. Simaanishi na ukabila wala pengine nini, lakini hauwezi tofautisha Msomali original kutoka Somaliland na yule ambaye amezaliwa wapi hapa. So tunaenda na limit, kwa sababu wa Tanzania hapa wanawamulika. Mimi niko close na Tanzania sana hapa. Nikivuka tu kidogo hapa Ngwangwani, nikivuka tu nishaingia Bongo. Lakini wapo, si kwamba hawapo, lakini wako kibiashara na wanamulikwa. Hawezi ingia tu kila mahali, hawezi wapata katika serikali ya Tanzania. Na ukiingia Uganda huwezi wapata wakiwa pale. Na si kwamba na wakataa, lakini hawa wenzetu waweza tuzidi wakati wowote. Uweza ona tumeshambuliwa wakati wowote. Na hutajua nani amekupiga wakati tumewakaribisha, tumewarelease, tumeachia nchi. Kindly, mimi linaniuma ndeto, japo liko nje ya mada na mtanisamehe kama pengine litakuwa ni baya. Lakini tulifikiria na siku nyingine tulijadili hili jambo hili. Asanteni.
Asante. I was watching news that they closed Mama Lucy Hospital. I really don't know how this government is. I don't know where we are heading to. I don't know who is telling who to do what. I don't know. Sijui wanafanya kazi aje, sijui wana ile mpango, because yes, there was an issue in Mama Lucy Hospital. I think a woman died and it is believed it's out of negligence. But I think if we have negligence in schools, do we close the schools and send the students away? Or do we address the students? We look at them. Tunauliza huyu mwalimu mkuu ameharibu shule. We better hata tunamtransfer, tunaminterdict fast. So they shut Mama Lucy Hospital. I mean, there is just something very wrong with this government. And I think the more some of us continue defending it, I think things are really going to fall apart. sijui tunaelekea wapi. Chaka, mtatuelezea vile kuko huko kwa ground, but I can see these people bado wanaendelea kuweka kuni kwa moto. Wacha tusikie kama Penny atazima hiyo moto. Penny Nyang'aka, karibu.
Asante sana dada yangu Julie, asante. Kwanza ni kuambia nani Duke, a very good job that you are doing. Na Julie, hii ni serikali mpya ambayo tumeanza. Hasa tuanzie kama ndege nyingi they are owned by criminals ambao hata hujui majina yao ni nani. Na Kenya Airways iko run by Air France na hiyo ingine is the Air France and KLM. That they fill the airplanes first before they can fill the Kenya Airways. And then the Kenyans have been, and it loses money every year. And then the common person kutoka huko kwetu ambaye analima chai ndio bails Kenya Airways out. We are not proud that they are on strike, but it has to be straightened out. Before this government can get its hands on it, these pilots have gone on strike. Most of these pilots are either trained in Dallas-Fort Worth or Seattle, and you can easily replace them. Kutoka South Africa, na hizo zinde kama ya president inaitwa Fokker, inakuwa it is repaired over there. I mean, inatengenezwa in Sweden, I'm sorry. So wacha tuwapatie wakati. Sisi tumechukua hii serikali right now. Wacha tupatiwe wakati ambao we can straighten this out. Na vile president ameenda huko Egypt na kuna the climate change, it affects everybody in the world, Julie. And if we can figure out how we can help, this will be it. But what my friend Machogu is doing in education, all the educational facilities, wengi wao wamesoma up America, they have the history. John Hopkins require daktari. And you can go down to Yale, Oxford, every one of them, they have history behind them. But Vile Kibaki alikuja, he was right. You know, watch all the educational facilities. She was given money government. Can you depend on that for the rest of that? Do you know the history of where this is going with giving money for free? Kenya is not a welfare society. Kenya is a capitalistic society. Let us discuss on how we can improve the education of us and move forward. We cannot just be giving money just to give money. And we are not saying that every kid in Kenya has money to go to school. I know very many of my friends that get help and they are doing a very wonderful job. People, let us discuss on what we can help. Let us talk, not the dictatorship. Let us talk on what we can help. And Machogu did not say that it will cut the education fund. I mean, it will never, ever, government will never help the poor people or not help students to go to college. Machogu just say that we cannot depend on government for everything. And even nowhere. Julie, you are in South Carolina. South Carolina, all those colleges, if you want, you can learn how they started. How the South Carolina University, that's a state school, and then it perfects itself to be a national school. Now, about Julie, what we like about South Carolina, it is the one that made the president of the United States, especially the ladies, because Biden was losing terribly until the ladies in South Carolina changed the whole history, and the rest is past history. So let us talk and accept that. And especially, Julie, when you are hosting, you are a very nice person. Lakini ukienda commentary ndio natukwambanisha. So we wish you the best, and some of us don't mean to come here to make anybody akasirike na zizi, lakini ni kusema ukweli ya kwamba kama anything that is there, if you have to criticize the government of Kenya, everybody is free to do that. We cannot say that the government of Kenya knows everything. No, it doesn't. Thank you very much, Julie. I hope I have contributed enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Penny amesema tufunge Kenya Airways, tuuze Kenya Airways.
No.
Amesema those those pilots. So Wakenya, be very careful. Penny amesema we can hire new ones. We can hire them. They are trained.
No. Julie, don't misquote me, please. I didn't say we do away with the Kenya Airways. I said we can fire them, yes, but we have to reorganize as to where we are going. Because right now, you don't even know who owns Kenya Airways. It's not the government, but who bails them out? It's the government. That's what I'm saying.
So we can hire new ones, right, Penny?
Right now, I wish I was in charge.
Why would you get pilots to hire? Why? How many pilots would you hire? Like how many?
That's a very good question. You get all the whichever aircraft equipment you use, you get all the retired people for 2 years from even South Africa itself, even Ethiopia, and you can reorganize from there. Because Julie, we don't know who owns Kenya Airways to begin with, but we are very quick to bail them out. Why?
Okay, Penny, I'm still going to that point of hiring new pilots. And sasa our pilots wanatoka wapi? Because by now, Kenya Airways could have hired them. Even Kibarua, Sai, they could not have accepted to be losing 300 million per day. Kama they were available. Did you know that training a pilot just even before you get your hours, it costs over $1 million in Kenya? Over 1 million Kenya shillings. Na hiyo ni zile small aircrafts. Alafu sio hizi ya passengers. Alafu baadaye you must accumulate hours for you to drive to drive a passenger plane. Now I'm also asking Kenyans, nyinyi wa Kenya, nyinyi wote mwambie, please warn your relatives and your friends. Don't ride in Kenya Airways. You might die soon. You don't want usitaki kufa mapema. Hata kama ulikuwa umelipa tikiti and you can be refunded, ask for your money back. Chaka, tell your relatives, Martin Geto, tell your relatives to keep away from Kenya Airways. Unasikia vile Penny anaongea at they are employing new pilots. So Kenya Airways planes, they are not safe. They are not safe. Mato, then I got to Miss Ediot Malizie.
You see, Julia. Sometimes I really feel sad, and today I'm very saddened because even the reason I'm where I am today is because I understand the aircraft machinery and everything, because that's what brought me here. Penya kaka, pilot is not dereva wa mathri mwenye tu ati sijui ati bro najua kuendesha nini. Listen, no, bro. Let me tell you, I came here to fix aircrafts. Man, I have done it, and I walked away from that industry. You don't just get those people like that. And let me tell you the truth. All those pilots mnasema waachwe hapo, if anything was to happen, and most of them, I can bet you, go talk to almost all of them, they will tell you they did just not go to school waanze kufly nini commercial. Most of them, where they started was the military part of it, and vitu kama hizo. I can almost bet you, my friend, hiyo ndege unaweza achiwa hapo ufanye kila kitu. Maybe me I can, because I did fix some aircrafts when I was going to school na nikaachia katikati. But I can tell you, if anything was to happen today, do you understand today we have a fight in Russia and Ukraine, and all they were asking is the airspace to be shut down. And until Norway decided what train na waanze ku hold the airspace. Guys, you know, we're very lucky in our country that we've never gone to war, because we are superpower kidogo. We are here, we have the, you know, the military na Nanyuki, we have all the ones in Moi Air Base, we have all hizo zingine. People don't even understand what it is. We put watu walowagi nini tuko nayo nini hatuna. I said we flew some, you know, I know the flights, I know the aircrafts. We flew a F-35. Kuna mtu ameni challenge about that. It was an F-35 in 2007 Madaraka Day, and nobody had ever known that Kenya had that. What I'm trying to say is that pilots, these pilots that you're seeing, si watu tu walienda shule tu hivi. These are the people who will get you on the chopper. These are the people that will do the air, say the air resonance, and these are the reconnaissance. These are the same people that ukiachiwa hiyo kitu hapo hakuna kitu utaifanyia. If and no one wanted Ukraine to go to to whatever, to fight. You don't play with the pilots. That's a class. It's not like mtu tu anaweza katuni ni a bandage and everything. You're not going to put a bandage on an aircraft. You have to know the aerodynamics of it. You have to take those guys very careful. And those are the people that take you from Kisumu, fly you over the ocean, na ujui kuswim. Ukiingia kwa hiyo maji, my friend, you're gone because you don't know how to swim. And fly you and land you well. We are very good air. I mean, I've been flown by Kenyan pilots, and they are very good. One day, aliyakaga kitu inaitagwa reverse thrust, tulisimama on the spot, and then they moved on to taxi into the where they need to stop. Some of the things that you guys have don't even understand, and that's why you get leaders that talk of Mama Mboga without understanding what actually happens. The TSA, ukiongea na mtu wale wa kuongea like the people that actually come in when you're coming in, when they give you over to another station to talk about how your glide slope, how you're going to slow down and get on that flight. Venye unadhaningi tu ndege imewekwa chini, ayekangu chini tu. You have to have a glide slope. You have to have everything. So you guys need to respect these people, na msiwangalie ni kama watu wa boda boda venye mlikuwa mmeambiwa. Si watu wa boda boda. These are the people that carry you in, and they go through a lot. Please respect the pilots and the people that use those aircrafts and take you home.
Asante Matupenda, amesikia. Wacha tusikie Vincent ndio tufungie.
Julia nini 30 seconds. Kwanza before hata tuingie hapo, unajua kunapokoseka jambo kuna chanzo. Sawa sawa. So I do believe kwamba hapo kuna mgogoro between pilots na hiyo management. Sawa sawa. Hata tu kama alivyosema Penny kwamba tunaweza kodisha hata mapilots kutoka Uganda si wapi. Sawa. Lakini je, tumetokana na hii tumetafuta hii sababu? Hiki kinachosababisha huu mzozo je, ni nini haswa? Between pilots na hiyo management ni nini haswa? Ama ni nini haswa kinaendelea hapa? Kwa sababu pengine sielewi hapo. Somebody kindly hebu anifunue ni nini haswa kinachosababisha kilichopelekea hawa mapilots wa strike. Na kama kitakuwa kipo ni nini haswa suluhu ya hiyo jambo? Before hata tufikie mahali kwamba tukodishe wa marubani wengine, tufikie mahali kwamba tuweze kuajiri wengine. Haswa je, hata tukiajiri wengine kama kutakuwa kuna doa, ndio tutakuwa tumeweza kutoa suluhu. Hebu ni nini haswa hapo? Nataka tu nipate kuelezwa hapo. Kilichopelekea hadi hawa watu wasalizidi because of politics, au ni kwa sababu kuna machafu yako pale ndani, ama ni sababu ni nini haswa? Kabla hata tufikirie haya mambo mengine. Na kama atakuwa yapo, je, ni jinsi gani kwanza? Hadi ikishatoka hiyo suluhu ndio tujue kwamba hii imeshindikana, basi wacha tu hawa. Lakini haswa ni nini haswa kinapelekea hapo? Julia, I need clarification kwa hapo kindly.
Alafu wacha niongezee kidogo Julia, pole. Wacha niongezee kwa kakangu. Mkumbuke pia Saitoti Ojode hawangeweza fanya kitu chochote bila hawa marubani, na walikuwa watu wakubwa sana. Vice President, mjichunge wale watu mnadharau na mnagonga.
Sawa Matu, asante. Nataka kukaribisha Mise, umekuja kama tunafunga. Naomba ufupishe maoni yako, lakini wacha nikukaribisha.
Asante sana Julia. Black anasema kwamba umuongeze pale kwa sababu hata angependa tu kuchangia neno moja lakini
Black sitaki kuongeza watu. I'm sorry Black. Kuja kesho.
Unaweza muongeza azungumze kwa nafasi.
As long as you take 1 minute then I add Black.
Yeah. Asua sana.
Okay, Black umepewa nafasi na Mise ataongea after you.
Asante.
Asante sana my brother Mise. As ever, the best brother one could ever want to have. I'm Jambo Nyoteni kwa studio and wote pale popote mlipo, I hope you're all doing fine. It's been a while and I'm sorry I cannot just come on camera because I'm somewhere in a sensitive location, so I hope you'll bear with me. Mine is not much. Kabla niseme mengi, kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi. I could not have said anything before. Nipitia hapo kwa hicho kiuzo cha kazi ni kazi. Now, in regards to KQ, really it's my view that it is time that we privatize, we fully privatize that airline. I mean, for me to say that, it's because I've gone through the history of that airline from the point of its inception up to this point in the way it's been managed. Now, it's as much as it's good for a nation to have its own airline, it doesn't have to necessarily mean that it has to be owned by the government, because even the US itself, there's the American Airlines. The government doesn't own anything much. It just has, I think, 6% of that. Now, and this 6% was as a result of when during the COVID time, when it had issues, walipeana msaada such that wakaiturn ile msaada wao into equity shares. Otherwise, they had none. You see, now, in matters to Kenya Airways, now, from the point of its inception in 1977, when it turned from the East African Airlines, which it first ilikuwa ndege ilikuwa ikimilikiwa na Kenya, Tanzania na Uganda. Sisi ndo tulibaki na nini na hiyo ndege. Unaona, hiyo shirika ndo tukabadilisha tukafanya Kenya Airways. As of that point, it did not do so well until 1996 when we privatized that airline. That's when we started seeing profits. It did
Black,
well.
you're so wrong, because how much do you have to, when you say privatize, how much do you have to buy it because you want it to be privatized? Who is going to buy the shares? You need to listen to yourself.
Can you keep quiet?
When you talk about privatization, who's going to buy it?
Mato umesoma bana. Na mtu mwenye amesoma
kuchukua shares, utabuy shares.
Umeenda shule wewe. Hata ukienda shule unajua mwalimu anaongeanga, then unauliza swali.
About the rich people to get out of it, and that's what we're trying to do, not to do. How much can you buy? Do you have enough money to buy shares? How many shares are you going to buy? I'll double them.
I will answer you. Okay, I will answer you when I'm done speaking. So now, come 2011, they decided to launch Project Mawingu. And this is when now the airline took a nosedive. Up to this point, it has not been able to go up. What was Project Mawingu? Project Mawingu was a plan to expand that airline in a manner which it is good to expand, but it was unreasonable. And in the manner in which that was done is what brought us to this very problem that we are in right now. What happened? From the 31 aircrafts that it had then, they decided to expand the aircrafts to a maximum or at least a minimum of 107 aircrafts, and expand their destinations from 40 destinations to around 115 destinations in 77 countries. That was to be done for a period of 10 years, from 2011 plus 10 years, that will be until 2021. Now, that was a very ambitious plan. Now, The problem came in as you come up with this plan. You should put up in mind that 95% of the budget that was going to be put into this, because it was billions that were supposed to be used on this, the airline had no this money. So it meant that it had to get funds for this particular plan or this project. Now, this is where now the siasa came in. You need to acquire the planes. Which planes do they acquire? There was Airbus, which they had their own planes, which they, of course, as a company, they would want to sell to us. They want to do business. And there's Boeing at the same time, they're doing the same. So they are all lobbying, correct? Now, as we all know, kama kawaida yetu, when it comes to kufanya purchases, especially when the government people are involved, kuna maneno mengi ambayo hufanyika hapo in between. Fast forward. The board decided to, some of the board decided to come up with, to choose, what do you call this, Airbus as part of the planes that would be first delivered into the Kenya Airways, ile mlolongo wa ndege zetu ambazo tutakazozipokea. Now there are those that believe that the Dreamliner was the best choice to have been taken at that point because of its fuel efficiency. Now that did not happen. Guess which did they go for? They went for the other option, which is not the Dreamliner. Now the other mistake they did is upon receiving the planes, which of course was not the Dreamliner, wakapeleka, kuna zile routes ambazo huwa they are very famously known for carrying cargo. These are most cargo routes, like when Mumbai, West African countries. These are most of the passengers there usually fly with high volume cargos. Mara nyingi hata ukiwa when you're traveling, you'll find a lot of these people katika airport na mizigo mingi sana. Congolese and all these Cameroonians and all that. And they used to like Kenya Airways a lot. Now, what did we do instead? We ended up even acquiring the Embraer. The Embraer is a narrow body aircraft. A narrow bodied aircraft, automatically, as I've just sounded, it means it can carry it. It means it carries less. It means it carries less. Now these Embraers, we took 10. We took 10. Watch Obishi,
No.
you know 0. I give you details.
Only two. There's either Boeing or there's Airbus.
Look at you. Those are the companies. We are talking about the line.
Yeah, the
it's
companies.
Like we're talking about ukiongelea kuhusu Toyota. There's Lexus. There's, come on, Mato.
Okay, Black now.
Cannot be fit. Now, sasa wakanunua Embraers. Now these Embraers, they're narrow-bodied aircrafts, Julie. Hizo ndo zikakuwa dispatched sasa katika hizi routes ambazo zinabeba mizigo mingi, which they could not. So most passengers, there's no way that you could tell a passenger, Julie, umefanya shopping yako Mumbai ama wapi, alafu unaambiwa mizigo itakuja baadaye na the next aircraft, because you cannot carry much goods. This is where now the Ethiopian Airlines came in and took advantage of this. They brought about their wide-bodied aircrafts to these particular destinations. Now, moving forward, there's a lot that had been, that had happened in regards to the management. Baada ya kuona mambo inaenda kwa mrama na nini, they decided to even cut down on staffs. Cutting down on staffs that are well experienced, and then you're going to outsource staffs and end up paying them more and giving them poor quality services, you lose passengers in between. When it comes to procurement, there are a lot of dodgy procurements that are being done. Like for instance, there are 2 aircrafts that were bought from KLM at the cost of a cost of 1.1 billion Kenya shillings, and they were 13 years old, these 2 aircrafts. Just less than 3 years later, they're being sold at 210 million cumulative, both, whereas 1.1 billion was spent on purchasing them. There was even a commission of inquiry that was placed on to find out this by the Senate, of which they came to realize that at the point of which these 2 aircrafts that were bought at a cost of 1.1 billion, that were 13 years old, when they were being sold at 210 million, the actual value was 600 million each. So they could have fetched more. So what am I saying here? We've had these problems for long immemorial. Solution in nini? Let's privatize it, because we can't keep on bailing the airline year in, year out, hoping for the best, but it's become a cash cow for some people. Let's privatize it. Sell the shares. Let the Kenyans buy. It doesn't have to be necessarily rich people. You can buy shares. I can buy shares. Anyone out there can buy shares. That's what happened when they privatized it in the first instance. Ile pesa ambayo inatumika ku bail out airline, it can be used elsewhere. We shouldn't always think politics when it comes to some matters. Sometimes it's best when we think productively and objectively to come up with a solution. Because kama kitu ikwende vizuri, what do? You either quit it or you try to find something else to do. So sisi imetushinda kama serikali govern, because each government comes in, it would want to have its own board people there for their own reasons. This government has come in, for sure it will want to have its own people there. They will remove some others, they will place them as
Black naomba conclude, tulikuwa tunafunga.
So anyway, wacha niachie hapo, nimwachie Mise nafasi yake aongee, but yes, please tufikirie tu objective.
Thank you, Black. We appreciate your views. Mise, 2 minutes because you gave your time to Black.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, na kutumia salamu zangu zikipepea hewani moja kwa moja kutoka hapa hadi uliko, na pia namtumia Julia salamu zangu, kaka Black. Asante sana kwa masomo ambayo umetupa, hata yamemkasirisha nduguwe Martin Ndeto akatoka unyo kwa unyo. Lakini sana leo sina maoni, kwa sababu naona kwamba mjadala ambao unazungumziwa hivi leo ni mjadala ambao unatuumiza kiuchumi. Na ningeomba kwamba watu ambao tunawajua sana wanapiga kelele sana, tunawajua mara mingi wanajulikana katika lugha mstari wa mbele wakipiga kelele, kama mmojawapo akiwa Bwana Francis Atwoli. Hii ni mojawapo ya mahali anapohitajika sana kuwa mstari wa mbele. Haswa sijamuona labda akichangamkia swala hili kwa kibao mbele kutatua maneno kama haya. Lakini yale yote nyinyi yote mmeyasema, mimi naungana mkono pamoja na ndugu yangu Penny Nyagaka, yale aliyoyasema hapa akiondoka, na naungana pamoja na ndugu yangu Black vile amesema kwamba serikali inafaa kutafuta suluhisho, na suluhisho la haraka, kwa sababu hatuwezi endelea kuumia, kwa sababu kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tunajua vinaumia, like perishable goods. There are flowers that are flown from Nairobi every morning to the UK, na hizo ndizo zinatusaidia kuleta ama kuegeza ama kutunufaisha kuleta manufaa kiuchumi. Kwa hivyo mimi naona waketi chini wazungumze, serikali wape sikio, na naona katika ule mkutano ambao nafikiri jana ama juzi, wale rubani wamesema kwamba sio eti wanataka kupunish serikali ya Ruto, lakini ni wakati ambapo umefika wangependa sana hili swala lizungumziwe.
ili wapate kushughulikiwa. Lakini pia naomba wakati huu ni wakati mbaya wa kuingia kwa strike ambapo uchumi wetu unaumia. Kwa hivyo ningependa sana wafikirie katika mahitaji yao, na kama hawako tayari, naomba kwamba serikali itafute njia ya kuingilia, hata kuingia katika contracts, short term contracts za kufanya services, kurestore services ziendelee endelea, watu wasipate pale, kwa sababu internationally inatuharibia jina kama nchi, na pia inatuharibia uchumi. Hayo tu kwa sasa mimi ndio ningechangia nikisema kwamba it is the responsibility of the government to find a solution. If nimeona kwamba, na pia Kenya KQ should not threaten the pilots that kwamba watawaajiri rubani wengine. Nafikiri ni kuja pamoja, wakae chini, wasungumze. Wakiona kwamba mazungumzo yanaenda kwa umbali, watafute hata contract ya mwezi ama miezi mbili, wapatie wafanyikazi wengine, kazi iendelee, wakiendelea kupata suluhisho. Kwa hiyo, kwa sababu Julia umesema ulikuwa unafunga, wacha nimalizie hapo. In terms of privatization, I think this is a good suggestion from Black, na amesema kwamba when we talk about privatization, there should be a clause that gives Kenyans priority first, as opposed to giving foreigners the first priority in terms of buying shares. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Niongea kama mzee, na ningeomba wakuite kwa lile jukwaa la negotiation. I think you do a good job, and tell the cabinet secretary Murkomen and his boss and his counterparts, the management of Kenya KQ, to stop those threats. Those threats have never worked, even in the days of Kamotho, when he was threatening the teachers. If you cannot sack teachers, I don't know, I'm not saying teachers are useless, but I'm just saying those threats have been there in the days of teachers, and those threats never work. So nashukuru sana Mise, nashukuru Chaka, Mato Black, nashukuru nyote mliokuja kutoa maida yenu, nashukuru watazamaji. I thank you so much for one of you for being with us tonight, and we discussed about KQ, discussed that there's a lot of blame game. There's a women's strike by the Dons and the university students. So I think the Kenya Kwanza government is going to wake up from their sleep and put structures that will address these issues, and they stop roadside declarations, kina Mashovu, like kina Murkomen. I think it's high time they become professional. Otherwise, for me, I don't think this government is getting anywhere. Chaka sidhani inaenda mahali. Samahani,
mimi naiombea iende mahali, kutokana na hizi kelele tunazipiga hapa zina fact. Na pia nimshukuru Minister for the first time amekubaliana na maoni yangu kwamba mambo ni kukaa chini na kuangalia suluhu. Mambo si kutishiana, mambo ni kukaa chini na kutoa suluhu. Kwa hilo kwa Adama amekubaliana hiyo, yeye sasa hivi ni ndugu yangu. Kwa hiyo Minister, you are my brother. Leo kidogo nimeona kidogo unaanza kusimama katika mahali ulipo unahitaji. Kwa hivyo asante sana Julia, but mimi naiombea ifike mahali Minister for the first time kukubaliana kwamba lazima wakae chini marubani na hiyo board waangalie shida iko wapi na watatue ili kuwapate suluhu. Hapo nitakubaliana na wewe, lakini masuala mtu atoka anakotoka kwa sababu ya cheo nitafanya ABCD, hakuna wakati huo. Hii Kenya si ya kutishiana maisha. Hata mimi mnyonge usindishie maisha wakati najua haki zangu, umeona? Na pia sitaiombea government iendelee, sitaki ikatie, lakini wahakikisha wana deliver what they promise to Kenyans. Siombea hata ikwame, lakini msiniambie tusubiri huu wakati mimi naumia. Hii subira hii sitaki.
Utaki subira, wewe unaomba. Me, I'm not sure I'm praying. I don't want to lie, ninaomba.
lakini
Sababu sijui niombe nini.
Julia alikuwa anasema kwamba as much as tukiwa na tofauti ya vyama ambavyo ama serikali ambayo tunayo i-support, we should prioritize our challenges, the national challenges, the international challenges that we have. KQ is not a local problem. It's not a local challenge. It's not just a national challenge. It's an international challenge. Na KQ si kama University ya Nairobi imestrike ama walimu wamestrike. Hapana. Ni kitu ambacho kinaguza nchi zingine ambazo zimetengeneza mikataba na sisi kupitia huku kwetu. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo katika when you are prioritizing, there is something called urgent and urgent but not important, important but not urgent, urgent and important. Kwa hivyo hii ni urgent and important na inafaa kushughulikiwa kwa haraka sana. Kwa hivyo tusije tuka delay sana. Alafu mwingine Julia nilisahau kusema, a country that is characterized, or rather an economy that is characterized by continuous strikes is a sign of a failed or a failing state. So hatutaki nchi yetu iende kwa mambo kama hayo, ambapo unaona kama kuna migomo, kwa sababu migomo inarudisha uchumi nyuma. Wakati kama huu tunataka nchi yetu iendelee kiuchumi, tunafaa kuangazia sana haswa hili jambo la migomo, ili tupate kuweka nchi yetu iendelee kuwa na jina nzuri hapa nje, kwa sababu si rahisi kutengeneza jina, si rahisi, lakini kuharibu jina ni masaa kidogo sana. Kwa hivyo people usually mark by the wrongs. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa nchi yetu inaangaliwa na inaangaziwa kwa mataifa, na ni rahisi sana na kuwa jina mbaya ambalo litachukua muda sana kuliosha na kulinganisha. Asante.
Asante, Mise. I appreciate what you are saying. In fact, I was asking myself, Mise, me and you, all those passengers, will they ever book KQ again? First, Mise, KQ is very expensive. Did you know that? Have you ever tried to book KQ? KQ is seriously expensive. If you compare KQ to the Middle East airlines, I mean, like this Qatar and the others, they are fairly cheaper. Even I think the Moroccan airline is cheaper than KQ. First and foremost, KQ is equally expensive. Now, these customers were KQ. Unafikiri, what is your reaction, Mise? Put yourself in your shoes.
I think, first of all, why is it expensive? You know, if you look at Ethiopian airline, when you fly with the Ethiopian airline has been there for long. They are well established. They have so many planes. They have so many routes, which means they diversify their risks when it comes to profits and maximize and diversify risks. So I think KQ doesn't have a lot of international routes as opposed to these many other airlines. So it means for them to be relevant in the market, they have to hike their tickets. That's why they are expensive. That's why you see when you're in Kenya, you can see so many other airlines which actually occupy our space at the airport, which means we don't have leverage. Like when you go through Heathrow, you will see a lot of British Airways. When you go through Rwanda, you will see a lot of Rwanda Airways. When you go through Ethiopian, you will see a lot of Ethiopian Airlines. When you go through America, you will see a lot of American Airways. So this is the challenge that we have. Instead of trying to nurture and protect that which that we have, even the few clientele, the few clients that we have that have given us a benefit of doubt, we are actually tossing it out and risking the chances of us losing those clienteles to start looking other airlines or other options, which means the job of these pylons are at stake as well in the future. But more importantly, the jobs of the people like hairline, the crews, and the subordinate staff and so on. So I think it is expensive because we have not diversified. We have not been able to sustain have sustainable market for our roots. That's why you see, for you, there's a direct flight from Kenya to the UK by KQ, but there's no direct flight to Canada, and I think I don't know if there's a direct flight.
There's a direct flight from New York to Nairobi.
Yeah,
and
it's
but
expensive at the
kind
end
of
of the day.
expensive. It's
Yeah.
okay. Listen, I don't know that it's the routes because I've been looking up. They have the routes. Like many times, I want to find a KQ flight. I find they're there. They're available like through Heathrow. Usually, they go through Heathrow, and then there's a direct flight from New York to Nairobi. But even that one is equally expensive. And I've always asked myself why.
Those are connection
I
flights.
think the
Those
thing
are
is,
connection flights that are owned by but operated by. So
By KQ, okay.
go and watch. Those are the language you will get. Owned by, operated by. So meaning they probably get a certain percentage, not as much as they quote. But because of
they,
their
they,
name,
they still get they are very expensive.
Yeah.
But I think Mr. the main thing, like what Black was saying, it's a cash cow because of corruption and poor management. So just like many other Kenyan parastatus that we are talking about here, for many years we have issues with corruption, and probably that's what this government should address. That who is not doing what, who is not doing the right thing, who is telling us the truth. You see. So I think that's what they should address and that's the point here in all government parastatus.
Yeah.
If
And
even this SGR
Yeah.
could perform well and pay back the loans, and we are done with the loans. All these government parastatus, even the university issue, the higher education issue, it is not taking away the funding is not the solution. Dealing with the corruption is the solution.
It's the solution. Every problem in our country is hinged on corruption. And Julia, I also want to mention that we have seen private owned companies doing very well. We have seen the CEOs who have done a marvelous job. Safaricom is one of it. Why don't we borrow these people to put them in areas that we are struggling in those parastatals and see if they can bring
Michael
in.
Joseph is one of them, Missy.
Yes.
Michael Joseph was put. Where is Michael Joseph now? He was working in Safaricom.
Yes.
I think he's working for one of the parastatus. I don't know where he's working.
Absolutely. And there's this guy called Igade. They say Igade is very good. He managed, equity bank, very well. So we need these people who have
And
managed
Mwangi for equity. This
Yes.
Mwangi, the MD for equity is called Mwangi somebody.
Yes. So we need to have these people who have successful stories to go in and mentor these other people, these other CEOs who are struggling. We can even have them there as an advisory board that will help to oversee. In boards or in governance, there is always the CEO, and there's maybe a board, and there's an advisory board. So we can have these people sit in those boards and oversee and advise this struggling entities or parastatals, and we will have successful story. If we were able to have a successful story in Safaricom, why not have a successful story in KQ? I mean, I think there is something that we need to do. Instead of rewarding people, we need to reward people who have successful stories, especially to sensitive areas like KQ. KQ is one of the sensitive areas. We have Communications Commission of Kenya, where there is also a little bit of success. Why can't we put these people that have led organizations and they have a history of success? Why do we keep recycling people who have an history of failure in organizations that they have led in the past. So I think this is the kind of discussion that we need to begin, not by royalty, but by merit. We reward people by merit and their experience and the history.
Asante Mbise, asante Chaka, asante Black, asante Diligence, Penyaraka, Linet Mamomba, Peter, PK umetupotelea, Mato umeniambia ulitupa nje Yufe, asante. Nashukuru kila mtu mwenye amekuwa nasi jioni ya leo, and we shall meet tomorrow again, same place, same time. Asante. And good night, Mbise. Chaka, have a wonderful day.
Same to you Julia. Na nimpongeze Mise nayo unarudi kwa line. Lazima tutashikana tuwe wa Kenya tu. Uweze nenda mahali hapo shikilia hapo mzee.
Haya, asante Chaka. Tuonane kesho.
Poa mtu wangu.